Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi
kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila, unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
The 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the president and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day and 1 million per hour. That cannot be sustainable.
Sisi vile vile sio wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu, wewe umetukosea.
Sasa tumesema siku ya Jumatano. Uko tayari? Uko tayari? Tumesema
tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Candy Talk. Tukutane Sound Candy Talk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candy Talk, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a lot is taking place so fast within this country that everybody must work hard to stay on the cutting edge and be sure to know what next to do to stay on the right side of history. Well, today is the Friday when the LSK were launching out their anti-Ruto protests. And of course, they took the city by storm. And of course, Kenyans did not disappoint. The lawyers from all walks of life were present. And the message is home: Ruto must go. Thank you for joining us from wherever you are. We'll be looking at those protests And then, of course, ODM was sending off their Migori County chairman who passed on, and revelations on who are the people behind the assassination attempt against Simba Arati, the Kisii governor, were named and shamed in that particular rally. We'll also be venturing into the same so that you're not left behind in knowing what is cooking. And then, of course, a new revelation, the renovations at State House have gone a step higher in terms of the secret behind the renovations. Naturally, the State House or any government building is maintained, and that means there is no way it can be so bad that it will require 4 billion for it to be renovated, except they are tearing it down and rebuilding it afresh. But from the look of things, and according to the Nairobi senator, Honorable Sifuna, he says, no, William Ruto is building a tunnel for hideout, just in case Kenyans get angry and march to that house. He will have a hideout or a tunnel where he will find refuge. All in all this is pull and push of politics. We'd love to get to the bottom of the same. So wherever you are, please be on the forefront to invite somebody, remind somebody the show is on, and we're here to break down everything into details so that nobody makes a mistake about what we are saying. I want to salute each and everyone who is joining from wherever they are joining. We are glad that you're there. Please be an extension of what we are doing right here where you are by sharing that link and, of course, calling somebody, reminding them that we are live and ready to dive into the subject of tonight. As I salute 1, 2, 3, 4 people, please, that number of viewers, we want to see it rise. And then, of course, we have our poll question, and the poll question is straightforward tonight. We are asking whether mass action, okay? Mass action. We are saying, do you believe that mass action is the sure way to deal with Ruto? Is mass action the sure way to deal with Ruto? 3 votes already cast on Sound Candy Talk Live, and all of them are saying, yes, mass action is the way to go. Well, on this other channel, where the votes are harvested, we already have past 31 votes cast, and of the 31 votes cast, 94% say yes, 6% say no. Well, karibu sana, tunakuomba tafadhali tumakinike tunapoanza kipindi, tuendelee kukaribishana. Hiyo namba ya watazamaji nataka ipande tafadhali. Naona kuna utepetevu mahali na shindwa inatokana na nini. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike. Esther Stoll, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Anasema like the video. Thank you so much for the reminder. And please, before you cast your vote, make sure you have liked the video. Your response on the video is very important for us and for the YouTube community. Asante sana. Felistas Atideke, welcome to the show. Simba Omar Said, welcome to the show. Freedom, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Tunim Hamud, our permanent secretary, we salute you. Thank you so much. Karibu kwa show. Fabiano Andriano, karibu kwa show. Anasema niko ndani kitambo. Naona kazi yetu itaanza si kitambo. Karibu sana, tunashukuru na tunasubiria hiyo kazi. Sisi tunataka chombo chochote ambacho kitatumika kungatua Zakayo ili nchi ipone, kitumike ipasavyo. Tunataka kuponyesha hii nchi mara moja na tushughulike na kuijenga, kuifanya bora kwa vizazi vijavyo. Karibuni kila mmoja. Tatu Juma, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kujiunga na show ya leo. Willy Mwadilo, we salute you. Thank you so much. Jared Omondi, thank you so much. Anasema nice topic. Asante sana. Esther Kabiru, welcome to the show. Thank you so much. He says, watch out, he might be building dungeons. No problem. We will use those dungeons. You know, remember your name is Esther, so you you must know the story of Mordecai and Haman. Okay, Mordecai went to build gallons to use to hang on Mordecai, but what happened? Haman went to build gallons for punishing Mordecai, but the tide changed, the tables turned, and the same gallons that were to be used to hang on Mordecai, they were used to hang Haman. So hii mambo si kama vile inavyokaa. Unaweza ona huko kwa power, huko na askari, huko na jeshi, na kila kitu chako kinakwenda vile ulivyopanga, lakini tables can be turned, overturn. I will overturn until it is for the one that is meant for. Meg Musau, karibu kwa show. Victoria Tubula, karibu kwa show. Nasema Ruto is a liability to Kenya, a bad accident that I should say. Haya mambo ni kama hayo. Asante sana. Okay, thank you so much. Nani huyu? Millicent Adongo, karibu kwa show. Nashukuru tu sana. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike kukaribishana. Hiyo namba isiji iko stuck hapo, kwa nini? Endelea kukaribisha mtu, tumakinike pamoja tunapoangazia masuala haya kwa kina. Naamini kwamba tutapata suluhu kwa mambo haya. Unajua watu fikiri kwamba hao ndio wenyewe, mpaka time ile itafika watajulishwa kwamba hao sio ultimate. So as we take a short commercial break, please make sure that you're inviting somebody and you're on the forefront to secure a front seat into the show so that you give your views. The link to use to get in the studio is already in the comment section. Please click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to talk. We're here to air our views and, of course, rally Kenyans on a right course, which is to rescue this country once and for all for generations yet unborn. MNA, I can see you. Karibu kwa show. Asante sana. So as we take a short commercial break, please be here and take that opportunity to invite somebody so that we can flow together. Thank you.
Majina yangu ni Brian Ngika. Na nafanya kazi ya beauty, kazi ya kunyoa, kushuka dreadlocks, kufanya massage na hata kupaka kucha. Na mtaa ni mtaa wa Airways hapo Zebra Utawala. Yeah, na unatazama Sound Candy Talk.
Watch, share, like, subscribe.
Tuko na njaa. Oi, Gachagua. Oi, Samoei na Ruto, tuko na njaa. Nikizani marafiki yanyu. Tuliwachagua usiku wa manane. Nisikia ni kutoka Romuruti. Romuruti kwa na njaa. Hakuna kitu iliyo kwa hapa Romuruti. Gachagua, Ruto, Gachagua, Ruto. Nikizani sisi. Hii ni upa nimebeba. Amelala njaa siku 3. Mimi nimelala njaa. Hakuna kitu ya kupeupwa. Hakuna kitu bila kura. Gachagua, nisikizani kwa huruma. Gachagua, Ruto yetu. Sikizani huruma yetu. Gachagua, Ruto, Ruto, Ruto.
Are you looking for video live streaming services? You want your church services to be on air? You do not know where to market your goods and services? At Sound Candy Talk, we deliver the best live stream services for your events, product and service launches. Reach on us today. We help your event, trainings, shows, and so more to the world through internet broadcasting in UHD. We provide from one to several camera setups and intercrete graphics to live in your live streams. For more information, contact us through +2547 18454585 or email at soundcandytalk@gmail.com. Sound Candy Talk, making sense of our politics, is seeing live for the mouth.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being patient and, of course, following through our broadcast. We trust you're well wherever you are and you're staying safe, of course, on the forefront to secure this country from the bad leadership of Zakayo and team. Thank you so much. Today is that day when the Law Society of Kenya and, of course, the lawyers, the learned friends, were on the forefront to show their displeasure of the unbecoming behavior of one William Ruto in his unrelenting attacks against the judiciary. And then, of course, the demos were a great success. We want to hear your judgment of the same. And then, of course, Kenyans must be aware that those who want to govern without the law will first and foremost begin by vilifying the same law. The African put it this way, that when the hyena wants to feed on its own children, will begin to accuse them for smelling like a sheep or a goat. So something is under the sleeves of one William Ruto, and that is the only hindrance to his heinous agenda of turning this country into a one-man show state is the law. That is the 2010 new constitution. It is the stumbling block. And because he's a man who is never questioned, who should not be questioned, his word is law and himself is final, he's now finding it difficult that the judiciary is questioning what he's doing, whether it's in line with the law or not. And so he's decided to demonize the judiciary so that he can get away with his excesses. But we'll see how far he will go. Well, let's have a preview of the demos today, even as we start the conversation. Karibu kila mmoja tafadhali, na wale mnaingia studio, tumia your link. Karibu tukajadili masuala haya kwa kina. Asante sana. Okay, those are the learned friends. Wanasema mambo ni matatu. Okay, Zakayo ama William Ruto mwenyewe amepewa mambo yake matatu. Na sasa the learned friends pia wametafuta mambo yao matatu ambayo Zakayo mpaka ayafanye nini? Ayatilie maanani. Na haya mambo matatu ni straightforward. Aheshimu sheria, aheshimu mahakama ama aende nyumbani. Haya, so either complies with the rule of law or gives way to the one who can rule and govern according to the constitution. There is an arrest in the city, all because somebody doesn't want to follow the law and therefore he would want to vilify it and make things ungovernable in the country simply because he doesn't like the governance of the law. But it is our duty here to see to it that we call out what is out of order so that the order that is established is maintained, and those that participate into making life better and, of course, causing things to work accordingly are upheld in our midst. So I'm calling upon us, please, let's be on the forefront. I need to see your participation. At least today, the president of the Supreme Court, Martha Koome, spoke something in relation to what William Ruto is saying. Let's listen out to the same as we start the conversation. Na nangoja wale ambao wanapaswa kuwa hapa ndani kusema haya mambo. Sijui mnaogopa nini, na leo ndio mwanzo wa maandamano mapya kinyume na William Ruto. Karibu.
Mkuu Martha Koome amesema kwamba hatokubali idara ya mahakama kuingiliwa bila ya ushahidi wowote. Aidha, amesema kwamba JSC iko tayari kupambana na visa vya ufisadi dhidi ya jaji yeyote atakayepatikana akishiriki ufisadi. Akionekana kumjibu Rais William Ruto, Koome amewasihi wa Kenya kutetea katiba, akiongeza kwamba hakuna mtu yoyote aliye juu ya katiba na sheria, na kwamba matamshi pekee bila ushahidi hayana msingi wowote.
We are ready to process any complaints against any judge or judicial officer who is implicated in corruption or in any other acts of misconduct, and state that we abhor corruption in all its formats, be it bribery, which is indeed a crime. However, such complaints must be launched and processed in the manner prescribed by the Constitution. Days are gone when officers were hounded, judges, judicial officers were hounded out of office through name-calling and naming and shaming. The Judicial Service Commission, which is the body mandated by the Constitution to deal with matters of complaints, will only act on the basis of evidence and not on blanket statements or allegations that have not been substantiated. Doing otherwise will mean that we will be overthrowing the Constitution.
Okay, huyo ni Madam Hot Air, kama vile anajulikana kwa nyumba nyingi ya Wakenya. Sasa anasema kama William Ruto ana ushahidi wowote kinyume na jaji yeyote apeleke ili mambo yake yaangaliwe. Lakini siku za watu kuanza madai ambayo hayana msingi na kutumia hiyo kama njia ya kutoa judges kutoka kwa ofisi ama afisa yeyote wa serikali kutoka kwa ofisi, anasema zimepitwa na wakati. I don't know what is your take on the same, but it appears that this Zakayo campaign and crusade against the judiciary is not rubbing them the right way. And so they have to come out and, voice out their issues. All in all, what I wish each one of us to appreciate is that the rule of law is important. The rule of law is important to any country that is going to be civil and then is going to develop. We cannot develop in lawlessness. We cannot develop in an atmosphere where right is not right and wrong is not wrong. It appears to me that Kenya Kwanza administration would love that state of everything being gray, so that nobody is wrong, nobody is right, And so the determination on who wins and who loses is left on the judgment of that one person who claims to have all power. And this is I think, the greatest campaign that William Ruto is launching in twisting the minds of Kenyans. And remember, he's a crybaby personality, always whipping up the emotions of Kenyans for sympathy. Like the former CS Interior, Matiang'i, said, there are people who are sympathy addicts. Now that the attacks against Uhuru Kenyatta and attacks against Raila Odinga are not drawing enough sympathy, he has not convinced Kenyans that the reason why he has not performed is Raila Odinga or Uhuru Kenyatta. So he has turned his now object of aggression to become what? The judiciary. And then one of the things that surprised me is that William Ruto believes that his projects are the salvation for this country. What he does not realize is that we know that this country is operating on a specific constitutional agenda, okay? The country does not wait for a political party to bring an agenda so that the country moves forward. For example, we have had Vision 2030, okay? Vision 2030 has been the guidepost of the two regimes, the Kibaki regime and the Uhuru Kenyatta regime. They were all working within the framework of the provision of Vision 2030. So whatever UDA and William Ruto are bringing, if it is not lining up with Vision 2030, then it is a distraction to the direction of the country. Remember, the focus of Vision 2030 was infrastructural development that will keep the country within the international required standards, or rather international competing capability, so that we will be able to host different nations and, of course, be able to compete economically when we are fully developed. In you know there are cases where some planes will not land at Jomo Kenyatta if the standards of Jomo Kenyatta are not upgraded to the international standard, okay? And then planes will not land in Eldoret if the Eldoret airport is not upgraded to the international standard. So those are the things that were the guiding posts of how the country is being developed. Now, this one of William Ruto and housing, and his claim that he's going to build or whatever houses for Kenyans, it is misplaced, to say the least, although he's obsessed with it. And anything that William Ruto is obsessed with it has issues behind it. It has issues behind it, and that's why Kenyans needs to approach it with great care. You will not force people, you will not force anyone to build them a house, okay? The days of forced marriage passed. And now this one, we are being forced a house. Can you imagine that the whole, government is fighting citizens because it wants to build them a house? Can you imagine that? Okay, these citizens are crying for something to eat. These citizens don't have guarantee for medical care. These citizens are crippling with how to take children to school. Then somebody is madly obsessed with building them a house, and he says he has to build this house, and anybody standing in the way at a fiekwa so that he build them a house. This is suspect number one. It's suspect number one. William Ruto and his agenda must be scrutinized, rechecked, counter-checked, and ascertained. You follow it blindly, you'll be a victim of what you did not intend to interact with. all in all, I want to appreciate everybody who is joining. Link ya kutumia kuingia studio nishapeana, waza nipeane tena kwa wale ambao mnatafuta. Nimeona Anderson Neita ambaye sijaona yeye miaka mingi, I mean siku nyingi. So happy new year Anderson, karibu kwa show. Na wote ambao mnajiunga na show, tafadhali tumakinike, tusicheleweshe show. Masaa ikifika mimi nafungasha. Cha muhimu hapa ni kupata nafasi ya wewe kusema yote ambayo iko moyoni mwako, and of course you should keep it within the civility requirement and the framework of the YouTube community provision, and of course safe navigation in sustaining this opportunity we have to air what we think and feel about our nation. Okay, there's something here. Geoffrey Obonya nasema, I'm just sick of Kenya politics. What does the constitution say in case over 100 MPs and senators resign? If Azimio legislators are true to their words, why can't they resign? Okay, now there are Geoffrey Obonya, there you have a point, but like I've told you and I've said here over and over again, politics is very dynamic and very fluid, okay? And then, of course, when somebody is an opportunist, is different from when you are playing with a team that is playing by tricks and the one that is playing by principle, okay? If you're playing against a trickster, whatever, a twisted person, you can play according to principle, and then he will disregard the principle and then throw you under the bus. And that's why I'm saying that is an option, okay? It's an option, but it should not be the first resort. It should not be the first resort, because there are other ways of dealing with the situation. If worse come to worse, then that can happen. But if we have not reached there yet, that's my counsel on that. We have not reached there yet, but I believe that we will come to a place when hard decisions have to be made as far as this nation is concerned. Where Zakayo is pushing us into, it's a place that Kenyans will have to take this matter more serious than they are doing right now. Ubuntu says, my question is, how many times in just a year plus State House is going under renovation, yet the airport is still under mess? Great question, great question. William Ruto got to State House, he removed the tarmac, he put gaberons, okay? And when the gaberons refused to wherever hold ground, he removed them again and put the tarmac back. Now, those are expenses, eh? Those are expenses, okay? And now he has now come up with another new whatever, what is it called? Expenditure on what? On renovating State House. Now, renovation of State House, in my opinion, it's suspect. It's very much suspect, because State House is not just like any other house, and it has not been an abandoned house. It's been occupied all through, and that means I don't think there are places within State House that are so bad that needs a closure for there to be any form of renovation. If anything, State House is well built and well well maintained, and so I don't think that it can be so bad to a level whereby that it will require 4 billion Kenya shillings for renovation. William Ruto just want to have an excuse for the extravagant expenditures that he has been making, that Kenyans are seeking an explanation, okay? Remember, when he got into office, he did all those blunders, remove tarmac, put gaberon, after gaberon, remove gaberon, now bring back the tarmac, and then after that, again, he says the plane that has been used by Moi, used by Kibaki, and used by Uhuru Kenyatta is too old for him to use. he needs it replaced, okay? Then he works out on getting a new plane for carrying the president, and now he wants a new state house. That's all that he's looking for. But in my opinion, it didn't need to, invest 4 billion in renovating an old state house. He would have just, started from scratch and build a new one. It is that simple. So this aspect of what's going on in the name of renovations, there is no renovation. There's something else. And like what Senator Sifuna said, let me just play that clip so that musinipige mawe, lakini imesemekana leo kwamba sio renovation. Let's just look for a short clip. Is less than a minute. Now, kusubiri tafadhali, ingia studio ukaseme yako mawili matatu tunapoendelea na kipindi. Naamini una jifunza jambo moja au nyingine tunapoendelea na kipindi. Sijui wakereketo wangu wameenda wapi. Naomba tafadhali njooni tukaseme haya yote.
Huyu mtu ameingia baridi. This is the most insecure government, baba, because they know they don't have legitimacy. Leo hii ukisoma magazeti alijipatia 4 billion shillings ati anafanya renovations state house. Hakuna renovations anafanya. Huyu jamaa amesikia iko siku, not in the too distant future, wa Kenya wataingia kwa hiyo nyumba. Sasa ile kitu anafanya baba, nimeambiwa anachimba handaki. Unajua handaki? Kwa kizungu wanaita banka. Ati ndio siku ile wa Kenya watafika kwa gate, yeye atajificha huko ndani. Hiyo ndio pesa anatumia kufanya ati renovation state house. Wewe ushaona state house ikikuwa na mahali ina shida ya kuhitaji repairs? Na anatuambia anajenga affordable housing. Affordable housing ni kujijengea handaki ndani ya nyumba yako.
Aya, mambo ni kama hayo. Affordable housing ya William Ruto ni kuchimba handaki katika state house ambayo sijui itatumia kusafirisha yeye na wakereketo wake wakati mambo ya unga maji yatazidi unga. All the same, I don't know what is your take on that, but that is a more believable story than what we are being told, because only an abandoned place or a house that has not been occupied for ages is the one that will require 4 billion for renovations. But what is being said here is something else altogether. All in all, karibuni na kuomba tafadhali makinika kuwa mstari wa mbele kutekeleza wajibu wako wa kukaribisha mtu, alafu pia kuwa mstari wa mbele kulike video na kupiga kura yako. Kumbuka tunauliza katika poll question hapa, do you believe mass action is the sure way to deal with Ruto? Do you believe that mass action is the sure way to deal with Ruto? So far, 7 votes on Sound Candy Talk Live YouTube channel, and with 6 likes on the video. Please, we have said before you cast your vote, make sure you like the video. All the 7 votes are saying yes. The only sure way to deal with Ruto is mass action. Let's check on this other channel how many have voted and how many have liked the video, and what is the majority of Kenyans saying on this issue of mass action against one William Ruto. Okay, Kenyans here are how many? 97 people have already cast their vote with 53 likes. Come on, tafadhali, naomba to like video vizuri. But it's good. 54 people have liked the video. Thank you so much. And of course, 98 people have cast their vote. You believe that mass action is the sure way to deal with Ruto? 93% say yes, 7% say no. So the majority of Kenyans believe mass action ndio dawa ya William Ruto. Kwa hivyo Kila mmoja ajitahidi, mambo yanachemka na kila mmoja lazima afanye nini? Awe mstari wa mbele kuhakikisha kwamba hii kutimua kwa William Ruto kunafanyika kwa njia ya haki na ukweli, kulingana na nini? Na katiba. Na kufuata katiba inaonekana ndio njia, ndio nini ndio hali ngumu sana ya William Ruto. Okay? Kwa mfano ukitaka kumtesa nguruwe, okay, alafu mtupe kwa matope ati unampunish, hiyo sio kumpunish, ni kumweka mahali ambapo anaenjoy kukua. Kwa hivyo ukitaka kumtesa nguruwe, numweke mahali pasafi ambako hakuna matope, ambako kila kitu ni kisafi, hapo nguruwe hana amani. Lakini ukimweka kwa matope atafurahia. Okay. William Ruto ni kama samaki ambayo imetolewa kwa maji wakati anaambiwa kufuata sheria. Yeye ni mtu ambaye anataka yeye awe sheria, lakini asifuate sheria, agizo ama ushauri wa mtu mwingine yeyote. Kwa hivyo wakati judiciary inasema sheria mpaka ifuatwe, Wakenya wanasema sheria mpaka ifuatwe, hiyo William Ruto hataki kusikia kabisa. Anataka nini? Yeye anataka awe sheria na sheria iwe yeye. Tukimruhusu, hivyo ndivyo atabadilisha nchi hii. Hiyo anayosema kwamba ataamua kila kitu mpaka abadilishe Kenya. Mabadiliko ya William Ruto ni kurudisha Kenya nyuma, sio kupeleka Kenya mbele. Asante sana, nashukuru kila mmoja anayejiunga nasi na kuomba makinika kupiga kura yako, kulike video, kukaribisha mtu. Asante sana. Edka Handsome wa Nyahururu, jana nikakutumia salamu zangu, sijui kama umezipata. Asante sana watu wa Nyahururu. Ilikuwa Nyahururu ama wapi ambako mlifanya kazi nzuri sana la kufanya Zakayo ajiongeleshe, mdomo ikakauka, akasema Rigiji nisaidie. Okay, mami amefika. Mama Kenyan maandamano kamili, wewe ndio nabii wa maandamano, karibu.
Maandamano, maandamano, maandamano all the time. We have to succeed with it.
Amen.
Nakusalimia Bernard, nasalimia Wakenya wote pahali wako. Mimi niko salama salamini. Na I'm just getting excited for that day that everything will be upside down. I am happy to hear Sifuna, the way he narrated that funny story of how the Jambazi is building a tunnel. Find out. Ukitaka kutoa panya kwa shimo, unafanya nini? Unamwaga maji. So yeye aingie kwa banka. Aingie tu kwa banka. That is even the easiest way of us dealing with him. We just put a lot of water and tear gas and everything imkute huko. Atoke. So, nafikiri amejenga banka huko Sugoi. Ile nyumba alijenga na akarudi akamaliza watu wote wale walijenga huko ili siri isitoke. Ameambiwa mambo matatu mazuri kwa sababu ameambiwa aheshimu sheria, aheshimu mahakama na ama aende nyumbani. So we these other people, we are not after destroying somebody's life. Lakini yeye huwa ana destroy with no fear. Hata hana haja hata kufikiri mara mbili. Yeye alisema uhame uende jela ama akusafirishe mbinguni. So not that he will let you go home. He will just finish you, eliminate you. That is his motive and that is his interest. Ruto has no way of how to deal with law. Hata labda anauliza hao wengine law ni kusema nini? What does it do? Because all this his life, Ruto has never followed the law, has never even made one law, as he has been in politics and in government all this time. He has been breaking laws all his life. And I asked a question, how does he slip off the law, hands of law? Ati hajawahi. Isipokuwa tu ile moja ya Mteshi, alipoiba ile shamba ya Mteshi. No any other time. Na okay, na hii ingine ya ICC ambayo amejisaidia sana akafanya wa witnesses will not be available ever and ever. Amen. That is how it is. So Ruto, deal with what you started. Ulionyesha watu you have captured judiciary, and so you are going to deal with us with the judiciary because you know that is your survival. You knew that nothing good is going to happen if you don't have judicial. You will not get anything. Now that things have turned around, he finds it difficult. Na ndio unaona anakemea watu na kutoa hiyo sauti ya kufanya ati watu waghadhabike ili waone ati ako serious. Serious of what? You cannot be demolishing houses to build a house. Those you are demolishing, there are people living inside. See at Nicodem the houses that you are demolishing. These are houses that people have built with a lot of money, loans, and their effort and their life. And they were settled in there thinking that that is their dwelling area where they will be for the rest of their life. Now you have destroyed, they are nowhere to live. Alafu wale unajengea ni akina nani? Kwani kuna watu wanaishi juu ya miti ama wanaishi msituni? All people in Kenya, I believe they have a place to live, whether it's muddy house or wooden house or stone house. They all believe they have a dwelling place. Now you have come to show people ati sasa utawajengea nyumba ambayo hata pesa huna, ni unaibia watu ukijengea wale wengine. You are trying to make a war that people will fight until the end. Because whoever will come to occupy my space, which I truly have papers for it, I will not give up. That court that you are dealing with, that you are trying to say they are bribed, court will be very busy this time round kutatua hii mambo yote ambao umeletea watu. Na huyo mwenye anaenda kuoccupy nyumba ambayo mtu mwingine amenyang'anywa, ajue hata yeye ako hatarini. Because there is no way I can let you live comfortably kwa my land ambayo najua nilipata kihalali. Ni mtu mlaghai amekuja kukuibia ndio upate pahali ya kuishi. Hautaishi kwa nyumba yangu, hautaishi kwa ploti yangu, nawe maisha yako itakuwa hohehahe. Kwa sababu hakuna siku utakaa ukiwa na kicheko ama furaha kwa hiyo nyumba, because you don't know when I will attack you. And I have a right to attack you because I have the papers to prove this is my own plot, that I did this and that, and now you occupy as a foreigner. Ruto anatengeneza vita kubwa sana kwa nchi yetu kati ya wananchi. Na nyinyi wananchi, wacheni kuwa na tamaa. Hii tamaa ambayo mnakimbilia manyumba, mnaona wengine wanalia na nyinyi ni kucheka, mnacheka wakibomolewa, or what is your take on this? I just want to see Kenyans working hand in hand, helping each other, and even saying no to something ambayo si halali, kitu ambacho hakiwezekani. So for them to take this kind of a chance of kuibiwa na mtu ndio mpate makao ya kukaa, muibiwe pesa za wale wengine ndio mjengewe, jua hata nyinyi hamuna raha na hamtakuwa na raha maishani mwenu, because you are occupying somebody's place just because you have got jambazi ambaye anakusaidia kufanya mambo mbaya kwa wale wengine. Wakenya, kaeni mbali. I'm happy for those people in Nyahururu. They really showed they have come to know senses. Ni watu ambao wana utu. Ni watu wanaelewa muongo aendelee kuongea peke yake. Sisi hata tudanganya tumeboeka kabisa, Hii maongeo yake maongo akae nayo mbali. We don't want to hear anything from him. Watu wamemshiba. Uongo umefika mwisho. Ruto, look for another venue. Look for another tactic. Otherwise sisi hakuna kitu ambacho kitatoka kinywani mwako ama kitatoka pande yako tutaamini. Hata ufanye nini. We have gone far away from you. You are no longer a person who deserve to be listened. Ama mtu ambaye ati tunaita fake president. Even fake president, no. You are nothing. The word presidency should not even come close to you. You are only Jambazi Ruto. That's all I can call you. Because what you have done to Kenyans and what you are going on doing. The other thing, Bernard, I want to put on Kenyans. This guy has proven that he is so tribalistic. So tribalistic. Kumbuka vile aliongea huko sijui kundu something. That somebody does not belong here. How did they get here? Is that not Kenya? Huyo ambaye alikuwa ameoccupy hapo si Mkenya? There are so many things we need to learn from this guy. And I believe this is the wake-up call for Kenyans at this time. Waamuke, wajue. Sisi tulikuwa tumenyamaza, tulikuwa tunalala, tuamkeni. Tumeakishiwa moto, tusiote, tuuzime huo moto. Huyu mtu aondoke. Sababu yeye ni moto. Na ni moto wa kuotea mbali. Honestly, what he has shown, he is trying to divide people in tribes. And that is what Kenyans were trying to avoid. Kenyans had blended into each other. Lakini sasa tumeonyeshwa watu wakae kwao. Na yeye, he is all over the country. He is in Taveta, he is in Kilifi, he is in Mombasa, he is in Moyale, he is in Laikipia, everywhere he is. So, why are you eliminating others or disregarding others to be somewhere where they want with other Kenyans? Wewe umekuwa nani? Wewe si baba yao? You are nothing. You are not going to control people where to live. Na hivyo ni kumaanisha kweli kabisa, huko Rift Valley umefanya maajabu mabaya sana. Na Mungu akuone. Now you are proving the point, what you did. And you are exposing yourself, what you have done to people in those areas of Rift Valley. Na hiyo uliongea na mdomo wako, and that is what you are doing. But I am asking myself a question. Why are you going to other parts of the country, you being who you are, and taking your people all over the country? Why are you doing that? And you don't want any other people to occupy other places. What are you trying to initiate? You are putting people to a certain corner that they start fighting each other. Unataka kuniambia watu wa Kakamega wamefurahia tu kwa sababu umevunja hiyo nyumba ya huyo mama Amina Mohamed? You think you have done a big thing for Kakamega people? They are looking at you as a fool. Because you are not going to be there forever on that chair you grabbed. You are doing very stupid thing. Sasa hata watu wanashindwa huyu ni president wa wapi? Trying to, to put people looking at each other in tribes. And you are the one who is doing this on the camera? Please, Kenyans, let's get him out of our way. Because he does not deserve even to be in our country. Our country, we have got so many tribes, and anytime a politician initiates tribal thing, that is when people realize that we can fight. But these are the times before a politician does that, people are living in peace, in harmony. Wanaombana vitu, nipe chumvi, nipe mboga. People live together because they know this is our country and we are not going anywhere. Lakini hawa watu wanatuletea chumvi, wanatuweka kwa kichwa, wanatuweka mambo mingi ya kutuletea realization that I am a Kikuyu, the other one is a Kalenjin, the other one is a Jaluo. We are Kenyans, we are not tribal. Na hivyo anataka kufanya, please wa Kenya, tusaidianeni. Usione yule mwingine anachapwa na huyu mtu unamchekelea. Tomorrow who will be? This is not a government to be there forever. It's a fake government that is going to fall very soon. Na wewe utaachwa ukipigana na wenzako kwa sababu ya just one guy who is a lunatic, has no heshima, hana haja na mtu yeyote, aendelee na maisha yake. Asante Bernard, I think I'll stop there. Wakenya, amkeni. Let's fight for our country. Thank you. Maandamano, 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 Bernard.
Thank you mami. Haya, mwito ndio huo, maandamano. Wewe anza maandamano mahali ulipo. Vile tumesema, nothing is too small to upset the system. Begin to do what you can do from wherever you are, in whatever way you can. Just understand, saving Kenya is a priority right now because it is really running down. And it's being run down by mismanagement, misappropriation of resources that is blatantly taking place. And those doing it are feeling proud of the same, thinking that they can continue milking even when the cow is sick and when the cow is, has nothing more left. They will still keep milking because they don't understand that the health of the cow determines the milk that it can produce. We are having a misguided administration that thinks Kenyans can be squeezed for more and more and more. But the big question that I think Honorable Wandai asked today is, where is the money going? Okay, where is the money going? The collection is taking place. The taxes are being raised. I understand the Energy Regulatory Board has just increased tokens again. And of course, the other related items. Now, when this takes place and Kenyans are paying more, there is more that the government is receiving. The problem is the services we are receiving from government are nowhere. So, hii handaki linalochimbwa ndio la kuficha hizi hela ama ni nini kinachoendelea? Swala nyeti, lakini lazima tupate jibu. Kuna mtu amerequest ile video ya Nyahururu, wacha tucheze kidogo tu, alafu naomba tafadhali ingia studio ukaseme yako mawili matatu tunapomakinika kwa mambo haya. Later on we'll play a lengthy one, Kalonzo Musyoka joining the maandamano ya Law Society of Kenya as a lead senior counsel and of course an advocate for the rule of law. Now here we go. The Nyahururu guys did well.
Wananchi wengine wasiwe na bima ya afya ambayo inaweza kulinda mambo yao ya usalama. Na ndio mimi nimeambia watu wa kotini, wacheni mchezo. Ama namna gani? Kwani kotini wanachaguliwa? Si nyinyi ndio mnachaguana? Ama namna gani? Si nyinyi wananchi ndio mnachaguana? Nimeambia watu wa kotini, tafadhali wacha kila mtu afanye kazi yake. Katiba ya Kenya inasema hawa watu wapate afya. Ile kura mlipiga, tulikuwa na manifesto ya kusema mpatiwe afya kupitia universal health coverage. Tumeenda bunge, tumepitia sheria 4 ya kusema mpatiwe afya. Alafu mtu mmoja ama wawili wanaenda kotini, ati wanaenda kusimamisha, ati hao watu waendelee kuhangaika. Mimi nimeambia watu wa kotini wacheni mchezo. Mnataka gani? Mnataka hao watu watuzuie mambo hii isiende mbele? Hapana, wacha hiyo mchezo. Hii Kenya lazima isonge mbele. Ama namna gani? Ati kuna wengine wameenda kotini kusimamisha housing. Just imagine. Hii housing ambayo tunajenga hapa, nia yetu ni kuwa na vijana milioni 1 wanafanya kazi. Hapa Laikipia, hapa kwenu, hapa Nyahururu peke yake, hiyo nyumba ya 3,000 itajengwa hapa, inahitaji vijana zaidi ya 5,000 kufanya hiyo kazi. Nilikuwa Eldoret jana, Kesho mimi naenda kule Nyandarua. Kesho hiyo ingine mimi niko Nakuru. Kwa hii mpango ya housing. Ati kuna mtu anataka kusimamisha mpango ya housing, tayari nikiongea na nyinyi vijana 1120 wanafanya kazi katika program ya housing. Nairobi, sijui kila mahali. Nyinyi mnataka akisimame watu 1120, mimi nitawapeleka wapi? Wanafanya kazi sahihi. Kazi iendelee. Mnasema iendelee ama mnataka hao wakora wasimamishe? Mnasema iendelee. Nyinyi
Haya, siku mrefu Zakayo kajiongelesha, anauliza swali, anajijibu mwenyewe, na Wakenya hapo wameamua kumkalia ngumu. Yaani ni kana kwamba hayupo, wanaendelea na biashara kama kawaida. It's very interesting. And that's the true picture of the state of the nation as far as the leadership of one William Ruto is concerned. Kenyans have reached their ultimate. They don't want any more jokes. They don't want any more hekaya za Bunwasi ama za Zakayo for that matter. Asante sana kwa kuendelea kutegea Sound Candy Talk. Tunaamini kwamba unafaidika ukisikiliza Wakenya wakitoa hoja zao kuhusu hali ilivyo. Na kusubiri uingie studio ukaseme ya kwako. Nashukuru namuona Agnes Mbone, mama yetu huyo. Asante sana. Karibuni studio. Namuona Father Darius. Thank you so much. Let's keep going, please. Let's ensure that we do what is necessary to save this country once and for all. So William Ruto is determined to mud-sling the judiciary so that he can look better. But he needs to tell us how he knows how the judiciary is rotten with corruption. Since he's been to court several times and won some cases, lost some, is he telling us that the cases he won, he did bribe judges? That's a very serious matter that we all must embrace and, of course, ventilate upon. Let's just have a preview of what went down today in terms of the demos. Then we'll switch gears and get to the revelations of who are these behind the assassination attempts against Simba Arati. We'll be revisiting that subject. Na Alex, tulikuwa tunataka ukuje utupatie uhondo na nani huyu, these guys from Kisii. Ni kama sijui mnakwepa nini, mnaogopa sielewi, lakini tunawasubiri. Kujeni mkatuambie nini kinaendelea Kisii. Kuna tokota huko, moto ambao ni unaletwa na nini? Ni nini ambacho Osoro anataka? Yesi governor na anatumika ama ni yeye amejituma? Thank you. Let's watch this as we ventilate further.
Welcome to News Desk. My name is Fatia Mohamed Noor. We begin here in Nairobi, where the Law Society of Kenya has been holding peaceful protests against what it terms as the executive's threat to the rule of law. Our reporter David Muthoka has been on that bit and brings us the latest.
Well, we are coming to you live outside the Supreme Court of Kenya, where the Law Society of Kenya members have congregated after a 2-hour peaceful protest against President William Ruto's attacks on the judiciary. And right now, I'm joined by a battery of lawyers who've taken part in the march led by the LSK Vice President. Madam Vice President, as we start with you, just talk to us about how the day has been, whether enough number of lawyers has turned up for this march, and whether you are satisfied with the message that you had to put across.
So I want to say this morning we started quite well. We had representation from the Senior Counsel Bar. We had representation in a statement read from the Vice President of the East African Law Society, apart from ourselves, and we have turned out quite well. We have members from both the senior and the young bar that have attended this rally. And our position is quite clear, that the rule of law must be obeyed. We are saying that the three arms of government consist of the executive, the parliament, and the judiciary. And all we are asking is that the head of state to adhere to the rule of law. He swore his oath of office, saying that he would uphold the rule of law, he will protect the constitution. And that is what we expect, that he must protect the constitution of Kenya. What we are seeing is that the president is castigating, naming, and tagging the judiciary as corrupt. And not that we are saying that there could not be elements of some that are corrupt, but there's a process under the constitution that we ought to follow. So why does he feel that he cannot follow that process? Is he telling us that he's above the law? And we are saying no one is above the law. The three arms of government work independently and there are checks and balances. And so we are saying Parliament must also respect the rule of law. We are aware that Parliament wants to proceed with the public participation, irrespective of there being court orders. This is not a UK parliamentary supremacy system. This is a different system where the three arms of government are independent and there are checks and balances on all the three arms of government. And so the Law Society is saying that we will protect the judiciary, we will stand for the bar, because even us as advocates, we come before these courts. This is our halls of honor. And therefore we must respect where we work, where we practice. This is our home, and we'll stand and fight for our home, because the judiciary remains the last front for the people of Kenya. We're telling the executive, you have the role that you're supposed to play that role. However, you cannot purport to start giving directions to the judiciary. We fear that it may bring back an era whereby the red phone comes back. We are not going to allow another system where the Moi era is coming back to this country. We want an independent judiciary, a judiciary that can speak to the rule of law. We know that the president has, from time immemorial, said as a joke that maneno ni matatu. But now what we are seeing is that this maneno ni matatu is actually being actualized. And we do not want a situation whereby all the gains and the freedoms that these members of the country have gained over the years will be eroded. We are saying that as the Law Society of Kenya, we shall not relent, and that we are watching Parliament and we will take all the action that we need, particularly our members that are coming out to obey the rule of law. To disobey, I mean the rule of law. We will take the right action at the right time. We are putting you on notice. You must respect the rule of law. As parliamentarians, you make the law, and so if you cannot respect the laws that you're making, then which country are we going to? We must remind the president that even investors that he's seeking to bring to this country are interested in a country where the judiciary can pronounce itself and the laws are obeyed. People want to see where the disputes will be handled expeditiously, but at the same time, the rule of law will be upheld. No investor wants to come to a country where there is anarchy, where there is no respect of the rule of law. So for the sake of this country, for the sake of the people of Kenya, we're asking the president, step back, respect the rule of law. Let's work as one country. The Law Society will continue to uphold the rule of law, and we ask that you do the same. Thank you.
Allow me to take two more opinions from the lawyers here. And as I speak to you, sir, and then I conclude with him. We've seen senior counsel join you, among them Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, leader Eugene Wamalwa. Yes. How big a boost is it to see senior members, senior colleagues join you for this match?
This match is not a match for young lawyers or mid lawyers or senior lawyers. It is a match that lawyers have taken up to say that enough is enough. And even the constitution of this match and the demographic of this match portrays that it cuts across the membership of the Law Society. Although the presence of the senior counsels today, and there were about 5 or 6, if my count was right, is that it makes an emphasis because they hold that institutional memory of the Law Society and the participation of the Law Society in the democratic space that we enjoy now and the democratic space that we enjoy post the 2010 Constitution. Where we are getting to, or where the future looks, if we continue this way, is a past that we must avoid because it is a scary past. It stems that a person of the stature of the President of the Republic of Kenya, who at one point had a lot of trust in the judicial system in Kenya, it even saw the birth of his his leadership of this country through the Supreme Court petition, the trust that he had then, where did it go? But as we are making emphasis, we are saying that even though what he says may be true, or if it is true, there is a legal process to undertake it. It is not just the roadside statements. Those roadside statements are extremely dangerous. Why are they dangerous? Because if the person of the presidency says that, then you can imagine what a lay person will say, that they are not going to abide by court orders. The state of anarchy, in fact, you are rather to have a dictator than have a state of anarchy, because in a state of dictatorship, there is order, albeit in a state of dictatorship, but in a state of anarchy, even that order that he seems to want to achieve through an improvement of a cheaper housing infrastructure is not possible to achieve. So we are just saying it is as simple as allow the arms of government to operate freely and independently. But if you note, the only arm of government that actually is secured under the law is the judiciary. The executive arm usually goes back for a mandate after 5 years. The National Assembly and the Senate usually goes back for a fresh mandate. But the judiciary usually stays constant. It is put that way as a check system, because judges cannot be intimidated.
Ahead of the beginning of the protests, outgoing president of the Law Society of Kenya, Eric Theory, led with his comments. Right, we'll be getting back to that in just a bit, but let's take a look at another one where the Vice President of the East African Law Society, Ramadan Abubakar, had his comments also. Let's listen.
In recent weeks, we have witnessed an escalation of attacks on Kenya's judiciary through utterances by various leaders, including the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto. These concerning utterances erode judicial integrity and independence and paint as evil those who legally use courts to challenge government excesses. The East Africa Law Society is deeply concerned about these persistent attacks, which also violate the principle of separation of powers and judicial independence as enshrined in the Kenya's constitution, as well as in various international instruments, including the United Nations Basic Principles on the Independence of the Judiciary, the Bangalore Principles of Judicial Conduct, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the African Charter, and the Commonwealth Principles of the three arms of government. We joined the Law Society of Kenya, the Judicial Service Commission, and the Kenyan people in condemning the attacks and urge government officials to refrain from antagonizing the operations of the judiciary with the cornerstone, which is the cornerstone of any just society. The attacks also have the unintended consequence of eroding confidence in the judicial system. It is our assertion that the rule of law is essential for the progress and prosperity of any constitutional democracy, Kenya included. Where grievances are raised against any official in the judicial system, we urge that the same be addressed fairly, procedurally, and within the existing legal frameworks. In solidarity with our sister bar, the Law Society of Kenya, we urge all our members from Kenya to participate in the peaceful protest organized by the society. We shall, as a regional bar, continue to champion and defend the rule of law. Human rights, good governance, accountability, and independence of the judiciary in Kenya and across the East African region. Signed by the President of the East Africa Law Society.
Okay, that's from the protests against the relentless attacks against the judiciary. And the points we can lift from that conversation is that questions are being raised. William Ruto had confidence in the judiciary, especially in relation to the BBI, as well as the upholding of his presidential bid. The question being raised is what has changed? What has changed? Or is he telling us that he got his way through corruption and so he is paying back for what he used to get to where he is now? If that is the case, then he's also as guilty as those that he is lifting the stone to stone. Well, as we engage tonight, I want to salute everybody. Please, let's be on the forefront in ensuring that we are working out everything to grow the channel. Like the video, remind somebody, show iko on, and then of course, lazima tutekeleze wajibu wetu kama wa Kenya. Charles Green anasema Osoro is being used by Kenya Kwanza to attack Arati. Yeah, and we'll be looking at that shortly. But you will see that William Ruto is afraid of a structured, law-abiding administration. He wants to have those gray areas, those leeways where he can break the law without being held responsible. And so he's fighting so hard to create that environment where he will be the law, that he has dispatched people to arrest certain people because he doesn't like them. He has detained certain people because they are a threat to security. You see those gray areas that Mo used to use, that is for security reasons, somebody has been picked. Oh, this one is a threat to security, he has been detained. This one is under house arrest for security reason. He wants us to flip back into that madness of the old constitution. But if he wanted to be president then he would have been president at Moi's time. Right now, his new dispensation, his new constitution, either abide by the new constitution or get out of office. It is that simple. Because if you are assigned to function a certain way and you don't like the way, then you don't have to be in that office. And as at now, William Ruto doesn't have to be the president of this country. This country doesn't need him, okay? And so he should just, give Kenyans a break. If the judiciary is rotten, he has the structures on how to address that. If there are judges who are being bribed to derail his assignment, let him use systematic ways to deal with that. Not for him to come and cry to us and say housing, home, and then that sympathy thing that he keeps throwing around. Hawa watu wako na nyumba, hawa watu wako na bima, lakini wameenda kotini kukuzuia wewe kupata bima. Nilimesema hapa vizuri, tena vizuri sana. Wakati mimi nilikuwa mtoto primary school, tulikuwa tunaingia dispensary, tunatibiwa, tunaenda nyumbani. Hakuna malipo, mpaka kitabu ndio tulikuwa tunapewa, kitabu nusu ya exercise book. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa receipt book yako. Ukiingia hospitali utapimwa, utadungwa ile sindano ile ya ile ilikuwa inachemshwa na ile stove ile ya pressure. Ukiona tu hiyo stove inaanza kuwekwa pressure, basi unajiandaa, misumari iko karibu kuku. So the Kenyans don't need that in wherever insurance. What Kenyans need is stocked hospitals. They have doctors, they have nurses, they have medicine, and of course they are open to serve Kenyans. That can take place without any insurance anywhere. So William Ruto needs to come out clear. What does he want? To rob Kenyans so that he gets what? Well, as we continue with the conversation, let me just play this short clip. There is, of course, those of you who are following us on YouTube, there is something we have introduced, the shorts, the YouTube shorts, the short clips that are portraying one point at a time. And so we will also encourage you to have a look at them. And then, of course, if they are good for you, you can share them around. So I'll be, sharing partly of some of them that we uploaded today. And they were about, let me look at this. This is what Farah Maalim said. I think the DAP member of parliament, he says the judiciary is corrupt to the bones. Here we go. And then, okay, in his claim for being corrupt, he introduces something that I found very, very interesting that I would want us to ventilate on, even as we look at today's start of the protests against William Ruto. Let's listen out to this.
One or the other. Judiciary is corrupt to the bones. We all know that ourselves. And when you went there through petitions and everything else, you understand it. It happens in such a flagrant, outright way. If I had the opportunity myself, I would have put too many people under prison, because then I would have tapped their telephones, I would have followed it up as a pure executive, what do you call investigative process in which the intelligence, as well as the DCI, the Director of Security of what do you call criminal investigation, would try to bring all these things to stop all these things, because they happen. They happen everywhere. So there's a
Now, that is where the point lies. That's where the point lies, okay? You don't come and climb on top of a Subaru to tell us the judiciary is corrupt, okay? If you are government and you have the machinery, then you shouldn't tell us how corrupt the judiciary is. Catch for us the rotten elements in the judiciary. Deploy this system this member of parliament is talking about, okay? Tap their phone calls, set up CCTV, do anything, follow them up. Just get something to show that these people are corrupt. That's how government has worked all along. I don't see what is the problem with William Ruto and his administration. Government follows things, gets information, then acts on information. It does not play politics with the future of the country or with an important institution in the country like the judiciary or like the parliament. So if these people are corrupt and they are careless about it, then it makes your work very simple, okay? Pause, get a victim, get this person, give him the money. When he's handing over the money, catch the judge. I mean, it is simple. So history, looking for sympathy in the eyes of Kenyans is all a joke. That's what William Ruto is doing, is joking with Kenyans. And then, of course, this housing thing. I mean, we are 55 million Kenyans. You want to build 300,000 houses. Are we going to be put in concentration camps, or what is it? Which Kenyan is dying of housing? Start with those ones. And I don't think there are that many. Okay? Stop demolishing people's houses and get data. How many Kenyans don't have a house? Okay? And then do they have a plot where they can build? I think that's how government should work. But this pilot blanket approach, it is all dwelling in generality so that things can disappear without being discovered. That's all. Because you cannot just wake up and say you want to build houses for Kenyans. Has any Kenyan applied for a house to William Ruto? Did you people apply at UDA headquarters that you need houses? Oh, you say it was in their manifesto. So, even if it was in their manifesto is not a constitution. Their manifesto is not a constitution, so the manifesto can be set aside, especially when it is inconsistent with the constitution. Let me just bring that out again, and then we'll be moving into the Simba Arati issue. Na ni dakika 5 baada ya saa 6 usiku, na shukuru kwa kuwa uko mstari wa mbele kukaribisha mtu na kufuata kipindi. Naamini unajifunza kitu kimoja au kingine. Inaonekana wakereketo wa kuingia studio leo wameadimika, lakini tutafanya vile tunavyoweza. Let's listen out to this first Then we move.
Manifestos, be it that of Kenya Kwanza, what Azimio sold the people, the mandate accorded to Kenya Kwanza, these are variables. What's constant is the Constitution of Kenya, to which the president has the primary mandate of fidelity to the law. He was sworn into office and given the Constitution.
Absolutely.
That manifesto, therefore, is outweighed by the Constitution. Therefore, is it not important to be in compliant with the Constitution if you are concerned about corruption or any other issue that you have against the judiciary? Why not easily make your policies compliant with the law?
You see, the corruption is a matter that essentially when somebody makes a claim, there's going to be a way to prove it one way or the other.
So the Constitution outweighs the manifesto. Okay? The Constitution outweighs the manifesto. We cannot have a manifesto that wants to suspend the Constitution for it to be implemented. That is inconsistent. Okay? And even in the preamble of the Constitution, it says any law, okay, that is enacted, legislated, or put together that is not inconsistent with this Constitution, okay, it shall be void and, of course, invalid. So the Constitution is the determinant factor. It is not the other way around. But William Ruto wants to make it the other way around. That if his manifesto says housing and the Constitution says this is how housing should be done, and he doesn't like what is in the Constitution, he will replace what is in the Constitution with what is in his manifesto. That is not how things work. And so let's not be easily deceived by one deceiver, William Ruto, who wants to make Kenyans feel like without him doing his manifesto, then this country will collapse. This country cannot collapse because UDA manifesto has not worked. William Ruto needs to understand that Kenyans' livelihood is priority. Kenyans' welfare is priority. And Kenyans' welfare means their economic productivity, their health care, their education for their children. Those things are a priority. And then, of course, these other services that the government should offer. Housing should not be an issue that the government should be obsessed with. And don't forget, we have the National Housing Corporation, okay? National Housing Corporation has been building houses for Kenyans all along. So this housing, affordable, whatever it is, it's inconsistent. Why can't National Housing Corporation continue with the program? What is wrong with National Housing Corporation? That now UDA wants to turn themselves into house providers for everyone and everything. Come on. Whatever it is that is hidden in the housing agenda should come out clean. Mambo mingine yote ni mchezo ambao unachezwa. Okay, Freedom anasema Bernard Ruto has no more sympathizers nowadays. He has one sympathizes. No one sympathizes with Ruto. Watu wamesema tawe. Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. He's looking for sympathy and nobody is sympathizing with him. And, you know, that's why, that's how much you can last on sympathy. If you want to build on sympathy, mambo ni haiwezekani. Itafika mahali unaambiwa hapana. Get up, clean up, and let's face life. You can't bemoan yourself forever looking for people to sympathize with you. And one William Ruto, he has done harm to Kenyans in so many ways that no right-thinking Kenyan should be sympathizing with Ruto. Ruto came in and says, kazi kwa vijana was a waste of public resources. Those are his words, was a waste of public resources. Hawa vijana ambao anaanza kusema anataka kuwawekea nini? Anataka kuwawekea inaitwa nini? Housing, affordable housing ili wapate kazi. Walikuwa na kazi. Hiyo kazi ilikuwa inaitwa kazi mtaani, okay? That kazi mtaani was taking care of families, was keeping people from crime. It was a vibrant program. that wasn't costing much in the budget. He came in, the first thing he did was do away with it. He never asked where he will take the thousands, hundreds of thousands of youth who are doing kazi mtaani. Mimi ningependa tu kukumbuka kwa sababu mambo mengi yanasemwa mpaka tunasahau kuuliza maswali ambayo yanafaa. Okay? Sai anasema koti ikisema mambo ya housing ichunguzwe kwanza, ifuatwe sheria, anasema atapeleka wapi 120,000 young people that are already on the housing project. Swali ni kwamba wakati aliamka na akasema hakuna kazi mtaani, where did he take the youth who are depending on that kazi mtaani? He should explain where he took them. That is where this 120 will go when we begin to follow the law as far as the requirement of the constitution is and the ruling is as far as the courts have ruled. And so his attempt to try and whip the emotions of Kenyans to say that hawa watu wako na nyumba zao, wako na bima yao na wanawazuia nyinyi kulipa 300 na sisi tulikuwa tumesema mnalipa 300. William Ruto should own up. William Ruto should own up and not continue explaining himself to Kenyans. In fact, the more he does, the more angry Kenyans become, because he portrays clearly that he's insulting their intelligence and he thinks that they don't remember anything. So wewe ulitoa kazi mtaani bila kuuliza Wakenya. Ukatoa linda mama. Wamama walikuwa wanaenda kuingia hospitali, wanajifungua, wanarudi nyumbani. Iwe CS ama iwe natural process, everything was taken care of by government. That went. Bima ilikuwa ya watoto wanafunzi wa sekondari. Walikuwa wanalipiwa mpaka airlifting if need be for them to go and get medication elsewhere. Hiyo pia imededi. Hizi vitu zote zinafanyika kwa nini? Kinyume cha wengi kwa Wakenya. Alafu wewe unapanda inaitwa nini, Subaru, unaanza kuambia wewe sasa ndio mtetezi wao, koti ndio mbaya, koti ndio imekuzuia, ni hayo masuala mengine. William Ruto, tafadhali heshimu wa Kenya. Hata kama uwapendi, heshima sio utumwa. Respect them. Respect them. They are in the image of God. You cannot take them for granted the way you are doing, and you think that you can always turn around their minds with your sympathetic outcries. Come on. Be straight for once. Come out and tell us what is your clear plan on what Kenyans should be. Kenyans are here. How do they navigate to go to the next place? Not for you to say you have brought them housing, you have brought them universal health care. You have brought them, you have brought them from where? You are bringing these things from where? And then you say you want to now rob their pockets because you have brought them. Look at that. If it is from their pocket, then let them pay for their own bills from their pockets, other than you robbing their pockets in the name that you have brought them. All in all, as we continue engaging, please let's be on the forefront. Tukaribishane, tumakinike katika kufahamu kile ambacho kinaendelea na kujifunza moja mbili tunapozungumza na wakereketwa wenye maoni tofauti kuhusu mambo vile yanavyoendelea. Namuona Mr. Guru amefika. Kabla Mr. Guru aingie,
asante sana.
Hold on one moment. Let's give the verdict of the poll question that we are asking you. Is mass action the sure way to deal with William Ruto? Is mass action the sure way to deal with William Ruto? 11 votes on Sound Country Talk Live, and all the 11 votes are saying yes, 100%. Njia ya pekee ya kushughulikia Ruto ni mass action. Let's look on this other channel and how you have voted so far. Please make sure when you're voting, you like the video first. And if you're following us on Facebook and otherwise, we need you to subscribe to our YouTube channel. We need subscribers so that the channel grows. You know, the mother channel is the YouTube channel that is supporting the rest. So tafadhali, kama wewe unatufuata kwa Facebook ama elsewhere, hakikisha you subscribe to Sound Candy Talk YouTube channel. 83 people have liked the video. Thank you so much for the 83 people, and 167. Wow, almost 50% have not liked the video. Tafadhali, like the video. 167 people have cast their vote. Do you believe mass action is the sure way to deal with Ruto? 92% say yes, and 8% say no. Sasa wengi wa Wakenya wanasema njia ya pekee ya kudili na Ruto ni mass action. Kwa hivyo maandamano ndio hayo, ndio kiboko yao. Karibuni, tumakinike. Mr. Guru, welcome. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
Haya, karibu Nairobi, tumekuwa maandamano, sijui uko kwenu umeanza?
Maandamano ni lazima, sababu maisha imekuwa ngumu na watu waendi maandamano kwa sababu it's a sport. No, they go to maandamano because wanafikiria wamefinywa zaidi. So I am expecting maandamano to continue in earnest, and if the conditions do not change, the right conditions, I am seeing a terrible thing happening mid this year when the common man will say enough is enough. And the most interesting thing is that the people of Central will be the leading demonstrators in that fact. So Bernard, I think demonstrations will take place. Demonstrations will take place, more so because people feel that things have not been done the right way. There were a lot of promises that have not been fulfilled. Neither is there an opportunity that shows that they will be fulfilled. And therefore, as you know, naturally, people will react. And that will happen, particularly in areas where UDA was the choice party in the last general elections. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Guru. Now ningependa ukaangazie hili swala la nini la Martha Koome ameongea leo kama umemsikia. Anasema tuhuma ambazo mko nazo kinyume na judiciary mzilete tukaziangalie kulingana na sheria, sio tu kupayuka na kusema. So inaonekana wamekabwa na Zakayo ama ni nini?
Wamekabwa. That you can take the bank.
So I think we have reached that level. You remember the video by former Chief Justice Maraga. He said they will come and look for how to pay you so that you rule in their favor, and after that watakudharau. They will take you to be so cheap. But if you stand your ground and refuse to be bribed and stand with your orders, when they are looking for a faithful person, they will pick on you. So inaonekana hawa watu wako tayari kuanikana ama itakuwaje?
Naona kwamba first of all the claim that judges were bribed should be substantiated, and that is where Ruto has made a mistake, because once he brings out those people, his arguments will fall flat, and people will know that he has other agenda that is beyond dealing with the corruption in the judiciary.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with the conversation, please let's be on the forefront ya kukaribishana na kutekeleza wajibu wetu. Inaonekana kuna vile watu wamejipanga hapa wasifike, lakini tutaendelea. Nashukuru kwamba watazamaji tunaendelea kupandisha hiyo namba. Tafadhali tuendelee hivyo hivyo. 200 and above is good. Let's do what we must do. We stand for what is right. We'll not do sensational things, because we really want this country to straighten up, and for it to straighten up, we must stand on what will outlive us. We want to have these videos after we are gone. They will still be speaking to this country and saying the same thing by reason of what is right and what is wrong. And one phenomenal country that is standing out in Africa is Burkina Faso. And I just want to play this clip for you to see on how the transformation is taking place and what the current president is saying about making the country a success. A short clip, but speaking volumes. Let's just look at it and then we get back to the subject.
Les libertés individuelles ne priment pas sur la liberté de la nation.
Individual freedoms do not take precedence over the freedom of the nation.
Une nation ne se construit pas dans l'indiscipline.
A nation is not built through indiscipline.
Une nation ne se construit pas dans le désordre.
A nation is not built in disorder.
Okay, I'll take that again.
Les libertés individuelles ne priment pas sur la liberté de la nation.
Individual freedoms do not take precedence over the freedom of the nation.
Une nation ne se construit pas dans l'indiscipline.
A nation is not built through indiscipline.
Une nation ne se construit pas dans le désordre.
A nation is not built in disorder.
Okay, look at that. It says personal freedom does not take precedence over national freedom. What I want should not be considered if it is going against what the nation wants. And then he says we cannot build a nation with indiscipline. There must be discipline. Now, what is discipline? That ability to follow through due process. William Ruto is looking for how to cut corners with the judiciary, cut corners with the parliament, cut corners with Kenyans. That is not how to build a nation. And so what we are faced with here is a crooked system that wants to claim that everybody's a crook. And so they should allow crookedness to be our way of life. We must say no. Okay? We cannot say that because some people are crooked and some people want to cut corners, we should all accept cutting corners as a way of life. That's the invitation that William Ruto is doing. Because if you are going about what you're going about and the judiciary finds you on the wrong path, they tell you this is the wrong path. You don't fight the person telling you this is the wrong path. You correct what is wrong. You are not different from what the Bible teaches, that the word of God is like a mirror. Okay, it says a man who looks into the mirror and quickly forgets who he is. It says that there is how to go about it. It says you are like a man who is beholding himself in the mirror and then forgets who he is. There are those who hear the word of God and they don't do what the word of God says. But I brought in this to tell us that you look in the mirror and the mirror tells you your face is not well done. Now, instead of you going to clean your face, you attack the mirror. Attacking the mirror will not correct the wrong that is on your face. Go wash your face, the mirror will adjust. But you breaking the mirror, it will not clean your face. So when the law catches you on the wrong, don't fight the law, correct your wrong. So William Ruto wants us to believe that he is being frustrated because he's being asked to follow the law. No. And he wants to be the custodian of the same law. He wants to be the enforcer of the same law. That's bad news. This country cannot be governed like that. And so as we continue to engage, I really want you to see what we are talking about. William Ruto must learn to follow the law. If not, he should vacate office. Simple and pure. Not for him to panel beat the law to look like him. No. The law should panel beat him so that he looks like the law. And that's where we all stand. He wants housing project, follow due process. He wants universal health care, follow due process. He wants, what is it called? Hustler Fund, follow due process. If you can't follow due process, then get out of the kitchen before you poison all of us. Thank you, everybody. As we continue to engage, I believe all is well. We shall overcome, and overcoming William Ruto is keep insisting on the law. Keep insisting on the law, keep insisting the followership of the law. Okay, now let's go to Migori and get what went down in relation to Simba Arati and the threats, and of course what is obvious, they are uncomfortable people there by reason of what Simba Arati stands for, number one. Then number two, what Simba Arati has become by reason of him being the vice chair of the most strong political party in this great country. But before that, let's just finish with Burkina Faso and then return to Kisi. And then from there, I think we'll be landing. But I believe we are growing well and we are sustaining the show properly. Thank you so much for the invite that you are sending across. Thank you for sustaining the viewership. It's great. Our panelists, we will find them later, but I believe we will win this one. Thank you.
3 soldiers in Burkina Faso have been arrested and charged with plotting against Ibrahim Traoré. Last weekend, there was speculation after rumors circulated on social media networks of a coup attempt against the transitional government. Burkina Faso's military leader, Captain Ibrahim Traoré, spoke out on Thursday on a recent attempted coup against his government, confirming that some elements of the army wanted to seize power. On Sunday night and Monday, demonstrators presenting themselves as Traoré's supporters gathered in the capital to protest against the alleged attempted coup. Addressing civil society organizations and religious leaders in the capital, Traoré said he knows the perpetrators, but he prefers dialogue instead of arresting them. The president asked for the support of everyone because some forces are trying to sabotage the government's efforts and undermine morale. The president reportedly claimed that there is money being distributed to influence certain elements to destabilize the government.
Okay, that is the latest from Burkina Faso, talking about the attempt to overthrow the government, and all of it is talking about external influence. Now, there is a video I'll be playing later on the transformation that has taken place in Niger, or Niger, for those of you who will love it pronounced that way, and Burkina Faso, economically after the coup. And then you will begin to see the difference between the leaders here and the leaders there. When ours are complaining and murmuring and yelling, they are those who are taking serious their responsibility as leaders of the nation and are doing wonders in terms of causing practical, tangible transformation to the country. But these ones want to cry one judiciary, one judge, one story after another. Let's go to Migori quickly. When we come back, we will engage Mr. Guru on this story, Simba Arati and Kisii politics. I don't know whether Alex will make it in good time to be able to weigh on this, but all in all, tusonge mbele. Sorry, that is not for there. Okay, we should bring it here. It's too big for the platform. Let's find the alternative. Here we go.
Asante sana. Kanisa takatifu Katoliki, kiongozi wangu Mheshimiwa Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, Ker Maadoluo Jaduong Odungi Randa, na waombolezaji wote ambao wamefika hapa kumsindikiza huyu shujaa. Tumsifu Yesu Kristu daima na milele. Vile mnavyojua na vile ambavyo Mheshimiwa Edi amewaambia, kwa majina naitwa Edwin Sifuna, katibu mkuu wa chama cha ODM, senator wa kaunti ya Nairobi na naibu kiranja ya walio wachache ndani ya bunge la Senate katika taifa la Kenya. Mheshimiwa Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, nimetembea na wenzangu kutoka kwa National Secretariat, the National Secretariat of ODM. Nataka tu wasimame mjue wako hapa, wakiongozwa na Executive Director wetu Mheshimiwa Oduoro Ngwen yuko hapa. Finance and Administration Director, mtoto wenu wa hapa Migori, Mheshimiwa Kawino. Alafu unatoka Homa Bay kwa Wanga. Uliniambia ni wao? Sawa. Tuko hapa na Tony ambaye anatusaidia kwa mambo ya kisheria na bunge, alafu Papa Philip Petale ambaye anatusaidia na mawasiliano. Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, you know. Nimesahau Ben Musungu yuko pale nyuma pia, kiongozi wa vijana. Nimekuona ndugu yangu, wewe anatusaidia wakati wa registration kwa membership. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, you know it has been the honor of my life to serve as your SG and as the SG of this great party of ODM. In February of this year, I will be beginning my 7th year as the SG of this party. Your Excellency, in this time, I have had the honor and privilege of knowing the networks that you have built in this party across the country. And because I have a global view of the party, I can say here without fear of contradiction that Makabongo was the best county chair in ODM. Without blinking. Huyu jamaa, baba, tumejuana na Mheshimiwa Makabongo wakati niko mwezi kama 2 ama 3 kama katibu mkuu wa chama. Kulitokea hapa by election wakati Mheshimiwa Ben Oluoch ametuacha na ukanituma hapa tufanye campaign. When you hear Eddie speaking, he is speaking from experience. He knows it is impossible for you to introduce anything other than ODM in Nyanza. He knows. But he is now my friend and is a most staunch supporter of ODM hata kunishinda kwa sababu ya experience. Baba, nilifika hapa nikakutana na huyu mzee Makabongo. Wakati natoka Nairobi wananiambia uko Sifuna Obado atawapiga sawa sawa. Nikafika kwa huyu mzee akaniambia akitupiga tutampiga hata yeye. Sifuna usiogope kitu hapa. Wakati ule Ochilo yako ndio candidate wetu Pindra huyu. Tulikuwa tunatembea na yeye tunazunguka huko kwa vijiji. Wanasema hakuna mtu atakuguza Sifuna. Kama kuna mtu alikuwa na heshimu chama na viongozi wa chama ni huyu mzee Makabongo. I used to arrive in Migori, ukishuka gari yako namna hii unakuta chairman wa county ametembea na women leader, ako na youth leader wake, viongozi wa constituency ambaye mko pale, anawa introduce, anasema hawa ndio viongozi wa hii constituency. He had a lot of respect for this party. And this man suffered because of his stand. Baba, wakati moja unajua mali ya Makabongo imeharibiwa sana. Gari lake hata wakati moja likateketezwa. Kijana yake moja aliingiliwa hapa na majambazi wakampiga vibaya sana. Lakini hakuna siku Makabongo ati alisimama akasema ati anaondoka chamani. Mimi nasikia huzuni sana kwa sababu Makabongo amekufa kama hajaona ile safari ikitimia ambaye tulikuwa na yeye katika hii chama. Langu ni kusema tu Mungu aweze kumrehemu, amweke mahali pema peponi, kwa sababu Makabongo was a strong man. This is one of the only chairs in the country, Your Excellency. I used to wake up in the morning, watu wa media hawa wananipigia simu. Sifuna, is it true that in Migori this is the party position? Nauliza, ala, mnatoa wapi hiyo? Wanasema Makabongo ameaddress sisi saa hii. Nasema kama ni yeye amesema, that is the position. And baba, utakumbuka hata wakati moja ukaniuliza kulikuwa kunatakiwa mtu aende South Africa kuobserve uchaguzi ya South Africa. Tukasema kwa hawa chairman tunaweza tuma nani ambaye anaweza wakilisha ODM. Mtu wa South Africa akikutana na mtu ajue huyu ni ODM. Wewe ungetuma nani? Yeye ndio tulituma Afrika Kusini kuwakilisha chama ya ODM. Baba, huyu jamaa tumetembea na yeye hapa, tumefanyia hiki chama kazi. And I am very proud that today we are burying him in ODM colors. Kitu ambacho kinanihuzunisha, nilipata ripoti usiku ya kwamba hata wale ambao walikuwa wanamsumbua Makabongo akiwa hai wanajaribu kumfuata kumsumbua hata wakati Makabongo amefariki. Baba, wewe fikiria mazishi ya mtu wa heshima kama haya. Usiku watu wanatumwa hapa ati na polisi wakuje watoe ili hema ambalo tumeweka hapa kwa ajili ya kumheshimu na kumwenzi kiongozi wetu huyu. I want to say this, as I've said in Kisii. We condemn in the strongest words possible those people who are drunk with power now. They think the police will be with them forever. Wanatumia polisi kuhujumu wengine katika taifa hili. Kule Kisii, mtu amesimama kama huyu governor anagawa watoto form za basari. Wewe unakuja na polisi umetoa wengine mpaka Nairobi, unaanza kupiga risasi kwa wananchi. Tunavozungumza sasa kuna watu ndani ya Kisii hospitali wako na majeraha ya risasi. Vile ndugu yangu Eddie amesema hapa, wewe sio the first PS of internal security tumeona hii Kenya, Bwana Raymond Omolo. Mimi nitakutaja. You are not even a tenth of the most, he's not in the top 5 of the most powerful interior CSS. Sisi tulikuwa tunakuwa bwana, tunasikia watu wanaitwa sijui Ezekaya Oyugi. Hata wewe mwenyewe ukitaja baba yako anaingia kwa miwa. Wewe ukisema hiyo jina. Sasa huyu jamaa anafikiria atatisha nani? Tuko na anaitwa county commissioner hapa. Nataka nimtaje ndiye ajue tumemjua. Anaitwa nani? Nilikuwa nimeandika jina yake hapa. Gitonga. Huyu Gitonga baba, wakati wa maandamano wameumiza watu wetu hapa sana. Na yeye ndiye anatumika pamoja na mjumbe wa hapa wa ODM kuja kutusumbua na kuvuruga watu. Mimi ile kitu nataka kuambia rafiki yangu Paul Abor, kwa sababu ni rafiki yangu. Mheshimiwa, ukifanya uamuzi kwamba umechoka na sisi, tuache kwa amani tafadhali. Sisi hatuna ubaya na mtu yoyote. Hatuna ubaya na mtu yoyote, lakini kuleta polisi kukuja kuvuruga mazishi kama haya ni kitu ambacho sisi hatutakubali. Baba, wacha nizungumze mambo mawili kisha niketi. Unajua katika taifa hili letu wakati pahali tumefika ni lazima tuambiane ukweli. Mimi ni wakili, ulinituma pale Kisii tukatoa statement kuhusu utumizi mbaya wa polisi wanamharass huyu Simba Arati, na tumesema Simba Arati sio governor tu, he is the national vice chairperson of ODM. So as a party we have a stake in his life. And we have said, if anything happens to Simba Arati, the people responsible, we will name them. Number 1, Honorable Osoro, the member of parliament for South Mugirango. We will hold you personally liable for anything happening to our vice chairperson. Huyu mwingine anaitwa IG of police. Yeye siku hizi ni kiziwi, yeye siku hizi hasikii, haoni. Wewe fikiria tumeandaa birthday ya baba tu. Tumeweka keki kwa barabara, watoto wamekuja, kina mama wamekuja, wanaimba tu, kitu ya furaha. Wewe ushaisikia mtu anapiga keki tear gas? Hii unga tu unachanganya na mayai na sukari inakasirisha Ruto kwa sababu watu wamefurahi ati baba amefika miaka 79. Huyu mtu ameingia baridi. This is the most insecure government baba, because they know they don't have legitimacy. Leo hii ukisoma magazeti alijipatia 4 billion shillings ati anafanya renovations state house. Hakuna renovations anafanya. Huyu jamaa amesikia iko siku, not in the too distant future, wa Kenya wataingia kwa hiyo nyumba. Sasa ile kitu anafanya baba, nimeambiwa anachimba handaki. Unajua handaki? Kwa kizungu wanaita banka. ati ndio siku ile Wakenya watafika kwa gate, yeye atajificha huko ndani. Hiyo ndio pesa anatumia kufanya ati renovation state house. Wewe ushaona state house ikikuwa na mahali na shida ya kuhitaji repairs? Na anatuambia anajenga affordable housing. Affordable housing ni kujijengea handaki ndani ya nyumba yako. Hiyo nyumba haikutoshi. Marais wangapi wameishi hapo ndani? Leo hii wewe unataka kuongeza ghorofa ifike wapi? Ukilala usiku kuna mahali inavuja, ndio unatuambia utumie 4 billion. Wewe wacha kutuhadaa bwana. Wacha kutuhadaa. Kwa hivyo sisi tumesema tutasimama imara na Wakenya, na baba wewe ujue kwamba hapa Migori uko na watu ambao wana msimamo. Usidanganywe na hii kelele kidogo kidogo unasikia hapa. I want to say thank you to my brother Eddie for what you did last night. These people cannot scare us. Ukiogopa watu ndio watakukanyagia chini. Vile ulinipigia simu usiku wa manane wewe na Pindra hapa mkakuja mkasema liwe liwalo tutamzindikisha huyu ndugu yetu kwa heshima. Si imefanyika? Imefanyika ama haijafanyika? Kwa hivyo
haya, hivyo ndio mambo yalikuwa Migori katika mazishi ya their late chairman which was also had some whatever fiasco, people attempting to frustrate. I don't get it. People are just crazy. That is the UDA administration. But what I want you to look at is the aspect of the Interior Ministry being used and abused by people who seek to justify their political moves. The attempt on the life of one Simba Arati is something that is not to be taken lightly, number one. Then number two, what should sanction such? What should sanction such? Simba Arati is a governor already. Do they want to kill him so that they force their way to the governorship of Kisii? Or what? How has he become so much a threat? Then of course Osoro and his madness. Why would he accept to be used to go and try to eliminate somebody for political reasons? I think this country has come of age. If you don't agree with what one is doing, then bring the alternative. What was the crime about distributing bursaries for students in your constituents? In fact, that should have been your joy, that your people are being given help to go to school. So why would you come and attempt to shoot at somebody who has come to help you? It just shows how we have misplaced priorities. Misplaced priorities in the sense that we glorify what we need not to glorify, and we want to take pride. This is the height of sycophants. Okay, how do you become so given into being a Ruto sycophant to an extent that you want to shoot somebody who has come to sponsor your people that voted for you to be in parliament to school? It doesn't add up. And then Osoro is a Kisii, so is Simba Arati. So where is the beef? Where is the beef? And then of course the PS, the permanent secretary for the Interior Ministry. I think you need to style up. You need to style up, because the path you've taken is not going to be smooth for you. It's not going to be smooth for you. And you have you're serving just in an office. You're an appointee. That means you can be replaced just like that. And then, of course, this regime can just be replaced like that. And you find yourself on the receiving end. So don't do things that will make your life unbearable when you're out of office. Do justice for everybody. Let people receive what is duly theirs. Give honor to whom honor is due. Give respect to whom respect is due. Give fear to whom fear is due. That's what the Bible teaches. And so this aspect of we are the ones in power and therefore we should display around power is foolishness. It's foolishness to say the least. And so we need to grow up. So hii utoto wa kina Osoro na timu yake, they should be told to grow up and stop endangering people's lives because they are in power. They are being drunk with power is a nuisance to this country. And we don't need such. This country has got a lot of things that needs to be addressed. You know, having power and displaying power is not one of them. So this idle UDA approach of trying to show supremacy where there isn't, okay? Even if UDA is given to campaign in Nyanza for 10 years, there is no way there will be the superior party in that region. It's not possible. And so their intimidation and their attempt to try to prove a point, to me, it doesn't add up at all. It doesn't add up at all. And so we condemn what is happening in Kisii, and we pray for the safety of our Governor Simba Arati, and pray for him to live long and attain to the heights that these people are afraid of if he gets there. Well, as we continue engaging, let me bring in one more video, and then from there we can begin to, you know, call it a day or something. We have had this Jubilee. You remember the Jubilee fiasco, the faction of Kanini Kega and Sabina Chege going to hand over their MCS to William Ruto. It has sparked off a battle in Nakuru specifically because they are claiming they did not sanction that to happen. And that spells two things. One, William Ruto has not given up with his tussle and war against Jubilee. He really wants to destroy Jubilee and turn it into his one of extension of UDA. And it's clear. And this is after there has been an agreement. You remember the national dialogue? It was agreed that the raiding of political parties should stop. Every person should be respected in their political parties. That's the pact that was signed. Now, even before the pact is adopted and discussed in Parliament, William Ruto has already violated it by doing what? Going after the MCAs that belong to the Jubilee Party. And this shows how one arrogant William Ruto is, and then, of course, careless about the law. He cares nothing about the law. He cares nothing about order. He wants to introduce disorder everywhere. What is wrong with William Ruto just doing his politics and doing his so-called development projects without having to raid political parties or persuade and buy over MCAs, buy over members of parliament? His greatness is built on buying people. It's a shame, to say the least. All in all, let's listen to this Jubilee proponents as they give their view about the Sabina Chege Kaninkega visit to State House with the MCS.
Hiyo ni ya Samuel Arama. Hiyo ni ya Irene Joki. Bernard Gatuso. Bure. Hiyo ni ya Wajef.
Kwa majina ni Peter Njuguna, mimi the chairman wa upande wa Nakuru West kwa ofisi ya Jubilee, na tumekuja hapa ili kuweza kuelezea kwamba katika nchi yetu ya Kenya ya kwamba sisi wanachama wa Jubilee hakuna mtu yoyote tuliweza kutuma katika State House. Wale watu walienda pale State House walienda kwa niaba ya tumbo zao, lakini si kwa niaba ya mwananchi wa Nakuru West. Kwa hivyo tunataka kusema ya kwamba kiongozi wetu Arama alikuwa upande wa Jubilee, tukampa kura kwa sababu tulikuwa tunampenda. Nakuru West kulikuwa kumesimama mtu wa UDA na hatukumpea kura kwa sababu tulijua ya kwamba yule mtu tunachagua wa upande yetu ataweza na atatosha. Kwa hivyo yeye kufika ya kwamba atageuka atuuze kwa UDA, tumeshindwa ni nini ameona, na mbona anataka kukimbia katika ile nyumba aliyezaliwa. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri wewe Arama, nataka kukuambia ya kwamba mimi nikiwa chairman wa Nakuru West wa Jubilee ya kwamba sisi hatukukuchagua ili ndipoza uweze kutuuza. Sisi tumesimama na chama yetu, na chama haitakuisha, na chama yetu iko uhai mpaka siku ya leo. Na sasa tuko tayari kukupa yellow card ikiwa hautageuka, ikiwa hautasimama kwa njia inayofaa. Sisi tuko tayari kuchukua signatures, kuchukua sahihi kwa hawa watu wenye walie kuchagua na umewageuka, tukuonesha ya kwamba hatukuchagua UDA, tulichagua Jubilee kwa sababu hiyo ndio chama yenye tulikuwa na imani naye. Lakini kutupeleka mahali pengine, wewe Arama umefunja sheria za chama. Na sisi tuko na sheria ya chama, na pia nataka kutuma kwa kiongozi wa vyama, yule register wa vyama, tumwambie ya kwamba watu kama Arama na wenzake walihama katika chama yetu, tuko tayari kuwaitisha nyuma baadaye, alafu tuchague wale watu watasimama na msimamo wao. Simama kwa miguu yako, tembea kwa miguu yako, waza kwa mawazo yako, wacha kuwaziwa na watu wengine.
Kwa majina naitwa Ben Kihanya, kaimu mwenyekiti wa chama cha Jubilee hapa Nakuru County. Na haya ya kusema ya kwamba katika katiba na sheria zetu zimeweka bayana ya kwamba Kenya ni multi-party democracy. Na inapokuwa multi-party democracy ni ya kwamba wananchi huchagua viongozi wao kila baada ya miaka 5. Na sheria ambazo huongoza vyama viko kwenye Political Parties Act na zinaweka bayana mambo vile ambavyo inatakana kuwa. Kwa hivyo ni aibu wakati rais anaita viongozi ili ya kwamba awanunue waweze kumuunga mkono katika mada ambazo hazifanyi kazi. Tunawapa leo yellow card kwa kusema ya kwamba wanakeuka katiba na sheria, na wakati huo mwingine itakuwa ni red card. Tunasema rais kama amechoka na chama chake, kuna mikakati ya kurudi kwa chama cha Jubilee, lakini asiwe kwamba anapita mlango wa nyuma. Na tunakaribisha kila mtu kwa chama, kwa sababu tunajua kwamba ndio chama kitaunda serikali mwaka wa 2027. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa, Mungu awabariki.
Mimi ndio ninaitwa Assumpta Wagoi wa Moirore, na mimi ndio mama county wa Jubilee Party katika Nakuru. Siku ya leo tumekasirika na tumeghadhabishwa sana na viongozi ambao tumewachagua wa Jubilee kuitwa State House na wakachukua miguu yao wakajibeleka State House. Na ninarudia, viongozi ambao wamechaguliwa na party cha Jubilee mukaenda State House kwa mwaliko wa Ruto ili aweze kusabaratisha chama cha Jubilee. Kwa hivyo sisi tukiwa hapa na Nakuru Town West tunataka kumwambia Kanini, chama cha Jubilee wewe ulishindwa, koti iliamua vile iliamua, na kwa hivyo kaa chini ufanye kazi. Kama unataka kufanya UDA, enda ukagojeke yellow fever. Kama unataka kufanya kazi huko, sisi hatuna shughuli na wewe. Lakini kusimama kwa niaba ya Jubilee Party ati kuelezea ama kumwahidi Ruto 2027 chama cha Jubilee kitakuwa ndani ya hicho chama cha Yellow Fever. Sikia vizuri sana, sisi ndio wanachama wa Jubilee. Kama una yako inaitwa Kanini pamoja na jamii yako, peleka hiyo 2027. Lakini hii ya Jubilee, party leader Uhuru Muigai wa Kenyatta na Jeremia Kioni, hii hauna nafasi. Ningependa kuwanenea MCA wetu wa London Ward Gatuso, ningependa kunena na Arama MP wa hapa Nakuru Town West, na sisi hatununui uoga. Sisi hatununui uoga, narudia ya kwamba siku zenyu kutuwakilisha bunge ya kitaifa na bunge ya hapa zimehesabiwa, na kwa hivyo siku ya leo tunawapatia yellow card. Wananchi wamechoka, punda imechoka. Tuliwatuma muende mkatuwakilishe, tuliwatuma muende mkatutetee, lakini nyinyi mumetufanya watumwa. Munaenda kutuuza State House kwa sababu ya tumbo zenu. Wazazi wanakimbia mashule siku ya jana, wanarudi manyumbani na watoto, na nyinyi mumeweka tumbo zenu State House, munakula, munakunywa. Ninajua mtakaunta attack hii video, lakini tunawaambia mtukanane, museme ile mnataka kusema. Sisi hatutanunua uoga, na mimi mwenyewe si ule mama ananunuaga uoga. Tumesema imeisha, na kama imeisha. Tutachukua signatures, tutawatuma nyumbani, tutarudia uchaguzi. Wananchi wachague viongozi wa kuwajibika. Kwa Anti-Ruto, Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, kama hautaweza kutetea chama cha Jubilee, kama hautaweza kutoa uamuzi dhabiti wa chama cha Jubilee, chama ni cha wananchi na ni members wa Jubilee, sisi tutakuja mpaka Nairobi. Tutakuja kuitisha haki yetu kama Jubilee, na kwa hivyo tunakuambia usikubali kununuliwa ama usikubali kuuziwa uoga ili upeane chama cha Jubilee kwa UDA. UDA is a forgotten chapter, na kama chama kimefed. Kwa hivyo wacha ile chama inainuka iinuke, na hamutaua chama cha Jubilee. Tukitoka hapa tunaenda Bahati, kwa sababu mjumbe Irene Joki, kwa viongozi wote tukutarajia Irene Joki, unaweza pia kununuliwa wewe. Unaweza aje kwenda kuuza Bahati State House? Unaweza aje kwenda kuchangia mjadala wa kuua chama? There is no demokrasia ya political parties katika taifa hii. Tumeona judiciary inaenda kuisha, political parties zinaenda kuisha, yani kila kitu Kenya is a one man show, na hiyo hatutakubali. Sisi kama watu wa upinzani, kazi yetu ni kutetea raia, kazi yetu ni kutetea Wanjiko, na tutatetea Wanjiko hadi mwisho. Nimekujibu nikasema wametusaliti jinsi hatukutarajia. Hata tuko na MCA mwingine wa Nakuru Town East pia, na yeye walikuwa pale. Kuleni mushibe, lakini siku zenyu, narudia, zimefika mwisho. Tunachukua signatures, na tukisema tushasema. Wale niliona kwa kamera, kwa sababu wale wengine walijificha. Nilimuona Arama, na nikamuona wa Jeff, na nikamuona Irene Joki. Gatuso sikuona picha yake, lakini nilimpigia simu, hata kama hakusema mahali yako. Lakini Gatuso, ujue nilikuwa nataka kujua uko wapi, kwa sababu ulifaa kuwa unatembea na wananchi, ukijua kama watoto wanaenda shule, ukijua kama ukiwaambia kama kuna basari ama hakuna, lakini mulipeleka tumbo zenu. Kwa hivyo walikuwa, nimetaja hao watatu, waine sikuona picha ya Gatuso, but 100% alikuwa huko.
Labda unaona kama kuna ule mpango wa kubadilisha chama cha Jubilee katika kaunti ya Nakuru.
Exactly. Umesema vizuri. Lakini tunataka kuwaeleza hivi. Nakuru County ndipo mahali Jubilee ilizaliwa. Na Nakuru County ndio Jubilee imeamukia. Kwa hivyo waache kusikia tumbo joto. Hii ni mwanzo tu. na tuwaambie watembee katika ofisi yetu hapa Nakuru Town West ya Jubilee ambayo ni regional, waone vile watu wamefurika hapo kujiandikisha. Kwa hivyo ninarudia, nasema UDA imefed, Jubilee inanawiri, na wameze hiyo Piriton, wameze hiyo Piriton na
Haya, huyo ni mama wa nguvu, anasema mama county wa Jubilee Nakuru, akitetea haki ya chama cha Jubilee na kumfogea wale ambao wameamua kwenda kukiuza wapi State House kwa William Ruto. And I love her point and the points of the other people that shared. I think we need to respect our political parties and work within the framework of the structured political infrastructure, okay? There is the political infrastructure based on the constitution. There is a constant attempt by William Ruto to disrupt the political infrastructure as framed by the constitution so that he can get this gray area where he can function without laws. There is no problem with lobbying, okay, and seeking support. But the attempt to kill another political party so that you build yours, it's against the law. It's unacceptable. I don't see why he's so much obsessed with that. Yani KANU sijui alimeza mpaka ikaota ndani yake mpaka hawezi kuisahau. Ile enzi kulikuwa na chama kimoja cha KANU ambacho kilikuwa kinaiba na kuangamiza vingine, ilipitwa na wakati. Tuko na katiba mpya, tuko na Kenya mpya. Lazima kila kitu kifanywe kulingana na katiba. Mbona Ruto hawezi kuadjust, kujua kwamba this is a new constitution and so I can still work with Jubilee or work with ODM or work with Wiper, work with NAK Kenya, but let them thrive as political parties. But his constant commitment to see to it that he kills other political parties so that his own survives is backward, it's primitive. And I stand against it with everything I am. Well, ladies and gentlemen, asante sana kwa kumakinika kufuata kipindi, na mimi tunajifunza moja au nyingine. Tunapoendelea na kuomba tafadhali makinika. Okay, we'll deal with that. George, I've seen what you have shared. It's just the name. We talked about this yesterday, William Ruto and his interference. He wants to interfere with the registrar of political party. He wants to interfere with operation of Kenya Power. He wants to, his hands and his nose are everywhere, and he's the one causing problems. I'm tempted to bring in a story. SG kaa tu hapo kidogo tunarejea kwako. I used to work for a hotel those years, Can Green Hotels Limited. And the Can Green Hotels was owned by the Kibakis. There is the Kibaki Mreithi. If you remember Kibaki Mreithi, he was, he's late now. He was, I think, the NEC chair for the NAC government of 2002. And so the hotel was mainly doing serving lunch, and then, of course, outside catering for companies around industrial area there. And so I was working as a storekeeper and other items. I will not get into details. But we had the MD, okay? The MD was Mrs. Kibaki herself, okay? Hey. Now, the day the MD has not come, okay? The food will be ready on time. Everybody will be set and in their position, ready to function. You know, lunchtime was the busiest time. So everything was working. We had to work out, prepare food so that lunchtime, people walk in to take lunch and go. So it was very busy. The problem will always arise the day the MD arrives in the hotel before the food is ready. She will come and bring chaos. What were the chaos? The accountants wametolewa waende kukata sukuma. Ukashia unatolewa hapo ambapo hakuna busy, enda huku wewe ukatakate matunda. Well, everybody will be displaced and replaced into several places. And then lunch ndio hiyo inafika. Lunch ikifika hivi, milango ikifunguka hivi, watu wanaingia kama nini? Kama inzi, kama nzike. And when she sees that, she now panics, okay? The food is not ready. People are ready here and people have to get their food, go back to the office. So she will be screaming names everywhere, screaming names everywhere. So I will now be shifting from the store, put on bow tie, go and be a waiter, because the waiter who is on duty cannot handle the crowd and all that. And this is a picture of what Ruto is doing, moving people in wrong places so that he can create chaos, and in the middle of chaos, he can get away with his wrongs, which is wrong altogether. I believe we can thrive as a nation when we work within the framework of the Constitution and just respect one another. There's nothing wrong with Jubilee people being Jubilee, UDA people being UDA. But this UDA has to swallow everybody. Apana. Hiyo hatukubali. Now, kabla ya SG kuongea, wacha tusikilize baba, alafu baada ya after baba, SG unachukulia hapo. Nashukuru umefika. Leo wakereketwa ni kama wamepigiwa simu asije, lakini tumekuwa na kipindi kizuri, naamini wengi wamefanikiwa tu katika kufuata kile ambacho tunachambua hapa. Let's listen to Baba first. Baba's message about the Ruto administration today.
The Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition now claims the country is slowly sliding back to the dark days of dictatorship under the current regime headed by President William Ruto. Led by opposition leader Raila Odinga, Azimio leaders castigated President William Ruto over his recent attacks against the judiciary. As Ben Kirui reports, the opposition leader said he will give directions to his supporters next week in regards to return to the streets to challenge the high cost of living and taxation.
The Azimio la Umoja Brigade used the funeral service of the late Migori County ODM chairperson Philip Makabongo to defend the judiciary that has recently come under fire from the head of state. Azimio leader Raila Odinga arguing that President William Ruto's scheme is to deliberately weaken the judiciary to disable scrutiny of his regime.
Everybody must be subject to the courts. And you can see the orchestrated campaign to intimidate and blackmail the courts. You want to tell the judges and the magistrates not to be cowards. Tell them that we, together with the millions and millions of Kenyans, are behind you and will defend you.
The Azimio leader said it is surprising that the president is attacking the judiciary when his presidency is as a result of a judgment of the Supreme Court after the August 2022 election was disputed by the opposition.
We are dealing with a regime that has gone rogue. You know, it took us a long time to come up with this constitution. The struggle to get a new constitution was not an easy one.
Several legislators and governors accompanying Odinga termed the attacks spearheaded by the president as a deliberate attempt to take back the country to dark days of dictatorship.
The Ruto we see today is the real Ruto. The Ruto we have been seeing from 2022. September was a fake Ruto. This one is the real Ruto. The dictatorship runs in his blood. This is the real one. Don't be surprised. This one attacking the judiciary is the real Ruto.
The opposition leaders also called for the immediate arrest and prosecution of South Mugirango Member of Parliament Silvanus Osoro over a recent attack in Kisii County, which resulted in 4 people sustaining gunshot wounds.
Lazima magavana pia waheshimiwe. Na Osoro hawezi kuingia kwa mkutano ya Simba ambayo ilikuwa mkutano ya amani na kuleta vurugu.
And we have said if anything happens to Simba Arati, the people responsible, we will name them. Number 1, Honorable Osoro. the member of parliament for South Mugirango. We will hold you personally liable for anything happening to our vice chairperson.
We won't allow it. I want to see from here the IG of police summoning Osoro to go and record a statement for the atrocities he's accused of committing in Kisii against our own governor.
The opposition said it will give the way forward to his supporters next week in regards to the high cost of living and the burden of heavy taxation. Ben Kiroi, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That is how it went down in Migori today as Raila Odinga took on the Ruto administration. And then, of course, we are waiting for the marching orders. Naona SG yako ready. SG, uko tayari? Wewe umekuwa street leo kweli?
Kwa maandamano sire yangu. Mimi tunapenda.
You are a learned friend, even if you don't wear those things.
But I can assure you the sweetest maandamano, it is not that one. Maandamano, we know what maandamano is. Lazima iwe na kachumbali, iwe na kapiripiri. Hii ya kwenda na masuti sijui unaongea nini. Tunaaminingi maandamano ambayo iko na tear gas. Without tear gas, sisi hiyo maandamano hatupendi. So sisi kama wa Kenya tunangojea maandamano. Hiyo it was just curtain raisers. But baba akituambia next week kila Monday ni machozi. Sasa tunajua Kenya iko katika maandamano. Na hiyo ndio wanaogopa. I think the government is just afraid of the maandamano of baba. Because that is the maandamano that really shakes the country. I don't know the topic of today, but I want to chip in on this issue of the courts. We have to be very, very careful with this young man, this guy, this Doug. You know, we might think that he's against the court, but they might even have behind the curtain conspiracy. Because these are very evil people, and I know these people have been paid. I know the many unless okay. What I know is that there are people in the judiciary who are like you and me, who feels that the country is not going in the right direction. In fact, I'm tempted to say there is over 30% of the judiciary which is in Azimio. That one I know, but I also know there is a 70% in the pocket of the president, starting with the supreme judges. And we know this because we saw what happened in the adjudication of a disputed election. It is bluntly showing that these people are paid. So we are very much, I don't want to rush into celebration. I want to be, this guy does not take alcohol. So kwa sababu hakunywi pombe kama leo Friday, ni mikakati tu ya kujaribu kuharibu chama, kuiba nchi, kupora mali ya wananchi wa Kenya. Hiyo tu ndio mipango mingi ambao wanakati kila siku. Unajua wakati wazee wengine wako mahali wanaona mpira ya Arsenal na Manchester United, wengine wamepeleka gari iwekwe garage kidogo, wengine wanyolewe. Hii serikali hawaendagi kunyolewa kwa sababu wengine hata hawana nywele. Kwa mambo ya mpira hiyo si nguvu, lakini ni kidogo tu. Unasikia mwingine ameingia kwa room 350, ametoa wasichana 3, 2, 5. Hiyo ndio michezo. So hiyo ndio haki, hiyo ndio maneno wanafanyanga. After that ndio huyo sasa ako kwa mikakati ya kupanga vile wataongeza taksi ya kuku, taksi ya ng'ombe, wataongeza token, waibe miti. I mean, that is a plan. This is a government of dealers. Hakuna kitu kama sasa. Ndugu, ngoje nikuulize bwana Bernard, sisi wa Kenya, kwani sisi tuko wakumbafu namna gani? Can you imagine Brazil inatupa sukari, inatupanga kwa ocean because it's one of the leading countries with sugarcane at the moment. Sukari inakuwa mingi mpaka wanaona kuna sukari excess, wacha hii ingine tutupe kwa kichaka ama mtoni. Lakini serikali ya Kenya inaenda chini ya maji, inasema inataka kuja kutengeneza sijui hii chakula ya ng'ombe molasses na nini. Wanachukua sukari wanakuja wana package na kabras, wanatuuzia, tunakufa na makansa. We are very useless as a country because that itself should cause a revolution. Yeah? How do we take sugar that it has mercury and we are quiet? You know? And that is not the only thing. Bado wanaenda wananunua mafuta edible oil ambayo imejaa impurities, wanakuja wanatupakejia, wanatuuzia. So we are in a situation where even as personally I usually feel like there's something wrong with Kenyans. Either we are under a spell of a devil, yes, because this is a spell of a devil. Because you cannot tell me there is a God in these things, that you can see people doing wrong and you're okay with that. And therefore, this is a regime. And one thing I know, because this one I know, the generation that Ruto is leading, yeah, it is, I know it can be misled. Yeah, wanaoneshwa vitu kama wanawekewa vipindi, yani sinema nini, and then they are so much confused they don't know exactly what to follow. But I know he won't succeed because majority of Kenyans are determined to see a country that is worth living, that everybody is equal in the eyes of the law. Na mimi nikija hapa siongeange mambo yote ya Mungu sana, because we are not talking about God here. Unajua hiyo ndio mambo ya inasumbuanga hii Kenya Kwanza. They want to change everything to be religious so that they can hide their incompetency and their wickedness in the name of the Lord. So Bernard, hiyo mambo ya kuingilia hata machama, hiyo ni an old trick ambao sidhani. You see, the easiest way to win the hearts of the people, of which I don't want him to do because he's a useless leader. The easiest way it is to bring the cost of living down. Hiyo ni nzuri kuliko kuchukua watu wa Jubilee. But he doesn't understand that he's so blinded. Wakenya sahi, they are not even concerned of parties to start with. Because what are these parties for? That is sababu unaweza ona mtu ameregister ODM na ako bado UDA na ako URP na ako kila all the parties. Why? It is not an important thing to Kenyans. What Kenyans are concerned today is a price of petrol. Is a price of sugar. It is a school fees. It is a price of rent. Hiyo ndio Kenyans wanashughulika. Kuchukua councillors, and because they are just councillors, kuwapatia kila mtu shilingi 1,100 ambayo mumeiba token ya Wakenya, mumeiba kwa mafuta ya petroli ambayo ingefika Kenya, ingefika kwa bei ya rais ya Wakenya. It won't help this regime. This regime is going down, and the speed that is going down, they might discover oil very soon. That one I can tell you. Sijui mtu ambaye anaweza weka tai aoge aende apigie Ruto kura tena. They have known. Na tunashukuru Mungu, because God has shown and exposed him. Today, look at social media. This man and this regime is what we call public ridicule. Aibu. People are joking on his jokes, on his statement, for the first time in the history of the world, because I've never seen it, where a president says anything na watu wanasema ni uongo. Can you just imagine? Because it is now obvious. Anything that comes out of the mouth of Ruto, it's a lie. Akisema watu wataenda Arizona ni uongo. Akisema atatengeneza barabara ni uongo. Akisema ati mama mboga atapata nyumba ni uongo. It is pure lies. Na hatujai kitu kama hiyo, because we are used to presidents all over the world who statement is law. Umeelewa? Most presidents, they don't just speak out of, because some of the things you should do, and these are basic principles. In fact, we say them, if you did theology like me, there's what we call the basic doctrine. Before ufunzwe anything else ya Biblia, even the systematic theology, na ufunzwe mambo ya mystical union, ya how the Holy Spirit, Jesus and God is God. You know, that is something that people don't understand, that is taught well in the Bible school, so that you don't question so many things, asking God, is he God 3 or is God 1? There's what we call the mystical union. I know you know, because you are a reverend. I did this in my early days in the theology, and I can tell you the truth. There's what we call the basic doctrine of a speech. Number one, you ask yourself, is the information in your mind right? That is number one. In a dog checkpoint. Number two, is it necessary to tell people about it? Is it necessary? And number three, what are the plans of what you're saying? What have you planned to do so that whatever you have said can be achieved? If those three things are not in your mind, those are the basic doctrine of a speech, of a statement. Si ukuja utuambie sijui tutaenda Arizona, kabla ya Arizona hata upepo ipoe chini, vumbi ipungue, ndio hao sisi tutapelekwa Israel kulimia wakati watu wanapigana, tutapelekwa Israel, ndio sisi yao India, ndio sisi hao tunapanda miti, maana ndio tunajenga manyumba. Very useless leadership. Kwa hivyo, kwa hao machache, ndugu yangu, mimi nasema Wakenya tukae gangari, na this time maandamano ikiitishwa, wale ambao wamenyang'anywa levi wae pale, wale ambao wanatoleshwa ushuru kwa mastima wae pale, ushuru wa kuku, ng'ombe, tuwe pale, so that we show that we are disgusted with this government and we curse it. May the Lord hit it with that huge sword, na ianguke isambaratike, because that day I can walk naked in this Nairobi. Asante sana.
Amen, Apostle. Amen. For the fall of the William Ruto administration, for the ills and evil that it has wrought against the Kenyan people by making the life of Kenyans unbearable. And it's all because of mismanagement, creating confusion where there isn't. Going to demolish houses because you have affordable housing program. I've never seen anyone thinking like Ruto on any matter. And it's obvious Ruto is not out to help anyone, talk less of himself. So we need to be careful. What I want to urge us as a people is let's judge leaders for what they are, and of course, their performance on what they stand for. Housing as house is a basic human need. Yes, no question about that. But if I want to solve the housing problem, I should begin by finding how many people have a housing problem. Okay, I don't just rise up and say I want to build houses, affordable housing. How many people need houses? Okay, and like I said before Njiru takes over, when Njiru takes over, he takes over indeed. But nashukuru amefika, alisema 1 hour but akakuja after several hours, but he's been forgiven. All the same, thank you very much for arriving. Like I said, the easiest way to do affordable housing in Nairobi specifically is get the landlords of the slum areas. Mimi sijakutana mtu wa slum anaishi kwa nyumba yake ati alipangi rent, as much as they live in deplorable environment, they still pay rent. Na wako na landlords wala wanaokota hizo nyumba house to house. So it is a slum area, doesn't mean it's a free area at kila mtu anajijengea. No, these people are in plots. Those plots belong to people. The people collect rent from them monthly. So if I want to do affordable housing as a government, the first people to call are the landlords, and to give them, I say, you have the next 5 years. We don't want to see this style of housing here. Every house will be patterned after this. It will be this size. It must have these amenities. It must have this and this. When we have that as a standard, then the landlords who already have plots, okay, and they have occupied, they can still use those plots as collateral to go and obtain loan from bank and change whatever they are having as houses to standardized houses. The government will not spend anything on it. They will not need to stand on Subaru and convince anybody. It is from this time, the housing situation in this country will change in this way. So every county and every city will have this as a pattern. Like there was a time Joho said all the buildings in Mombasa town should be painted white. And it happened. So hii ya Ruto kama haina kuibia wananchi, hakuna kitu ingine hapa. Huwezi kuwa unaenda Kakamega ati unabomolea watu nyumba kwa sababu uliambiwa ati hizo nyumba zimejengwa kwa shamba that was grabbed. Okay, now if the land was grabbed and then you are demolishing the houses that they are there, are you also grabbing it? Because if it was grabbed, did it return? How did it return? Did you prosecute it in court until you got it back and you got a court order to go and demolish the items? Or you're demolishing them simply because it was grabbed? So the earlier we stop William Ruto, the better for this country. The earlier we arrest William Ruto, the better for this country. And that will be my parting shot tonight. Please, Kenyans, don't let anybody convince you otherwise. The earlier we arrest William Ruto, the better for this country. The earlier we stop William Ruto, the better for this country. Don't let William Ruto get away with the ills he's doing and committing against Kenyans. Thank you very much.
I was saying, kuna shamba ingine iko hapa opposite Wilson, grabbed also. Sijui when is it going to be demolished to pave way for affordable housing for the people who live in that area of Langata. Hata mimi niko hiyo area and I would love to live in that grabbed land. Sijui naidanga Western, sijui ni Weston, kitu kama hiyo.
Weston Hotel. Na hiyo ni swali ambalo tunapaswa kuwekea Sakaja. Sakaja ameenda Njiru akabomolea mama nyumba kwa shamba lila. Hiyo nyumba shosho yake alikuwa amepewa na Uhuru Kenyatta. He singled out that particular plot, demolished the house. All of it in the pretext that the certification of the land could not be substantiated. When these people have been processing all those and they have all the court orders and all that. So kile ambacho kinafanya nini? Kile ambacho kinaendelea hapa kama Wakenya ni ile hali ya mtu mmoja kutaka kutawala kila mtu. Na kumbuka, ni akili ndogo inataka kutawala akili kubwa. Kisungumukuti hapa ni akili kubwa isikubali kutawaliwa na akili ndogo. The primitivity of Kenya Kwanza administration should be arrested in good time before they turn this entire country into one shanty of their size and level of thinking. Let me not talk too much. I'm happy that you are all here. Thank you so much for making it. Inaonekana mnataka hii show iwe kianzanga saa 7, lakini hiyo maswala tuta review. But I'm happy that you have had a great time with those that we started the show with. Please, let's keep it up. Thank you so much for the high number of viewers. And then, of course, you're always committed. Sana ikifika unaona the number of people coming on the channel just shoots, and I get report. The people that are on standby and so and so. And so, please, let's keep it up. Let's stay in the struggle. Don't relent. Don't give up. And of course, when the call is put, answer. When the call is put, answer. We will remove Zakayo and get this country back. Thank you very much. Back to by fire, by strength. You make your submission. You take charge of the show. Just stay within the time frame. In the meantime, Gaya waradhime.
Sawa, shalom, tumeshukuru. Asante sana bwana Bernard. Hata kama nilisema 1 hour, lazima ukuwe unajua 1 hour ya Mwafrika ni gani. Unajua shida yako, I said 1 hour in Kenyan context, not 1 hour in Australian context.
You see? Hata nitakuletea almost 1 hour. Ndio akufundisha what 1 hour is. But all in all, thank you. We have had a great time. And of course, there is more to deal with. Just prosecute your cases. Let's do justice to the topic. And then, of course, we will keeping on. Asante.
Okay, ni sawa. Ina shida bwana Bernard. Mimi hata sitaki kuongea sana. Leo kuna jamaa naona anatuonesha studio mzima. Bwana maandamano diaspora. So sometimes I get weak to start speaking when na unajua kuna vile naona ni kama maandamano diaspora anataka kupeana press conference, na unajua saa zingine unaweza anzia kumupotezea wakati
so, wakati ameset speech tayari kusoma
wakati naona hapo anasoma makaratasi nini na sitaki asahau. So
usisahau Aruni atakuwa alert kwa private chat akiwa ready. Just proceed with maandamano diaspora.
Hata naona SG, unajua SG alikuwa amepotea, sijui ni baridi alikuwa anasikia ama ni nini. Bwana SG bwana, kwa nini unapotea unakuwa mtu wa mangam?
Bundles bro, bundles. Unajua huku nchi ya Kenya, kuna mashida mingi sana. Unafika mahali hauna bundles ba.
Si unaona sasa maandamano diaspora amepotea, na ndiye nilikuwa nataka kupea time.
Atarudi tu. I think yeye ako nchi gani?
Ako Marekani.
Huyo ako na yeye ni tango 5G. Atarudi tu saa hii. I think ni ile tu anataka kuanza kupotea.
I didn't wanted him to prosecute his case. I understand. Anyway, mimi niko hapa tu kuongea the same stories ya Murambizi. Huyu hakuna kitu kingine atafanya, huyu tu ni kurambaramba tu.
Huyu jamani kama anakuwa mgonjwa. How do you keep lying? Sasa ati anaenda ukikuyundi tu kudanganya.
Unajua bana, lazima akuje huko kwa Kikuyu because you know bwana SG, we have also to exclaim that in our society pia we have also entertained liars. That's why you see like to some extent some very bad apples have been raised in our society. Some people who cannot thrive anywhere, you meet them in our societies thriving. And unajikuta sijui ukisikia sijui mtu fake, sijui nini fake. Anyway, I don't want to overspeak about that. I hope Kenyans can be able to.
No, it is good to speak. You know, let me tell you, if you have not noticed, all over the world there is some exposure happening on particular behaviors of leaders and people of a particular setup. For example, we have heard of the list of the people who visited that island in the US, the Clintons and the people of this world. Amedao Austin
inaitwa Epstein saga.
Epstein saga. So I think there is that openness now is coming out. People are, I even saw something on TikTok where people are going to see where Freemason go and worship, what they do, the secrets. What is this secret society and what are these secrets? And we have found out that some of the secrets is sleeping with children. Those are the kind of things people are doing to obtain power and influence. And there's also the story of P Diddy and TD Jakes and TB Joshua.
SG, hebu simama kidogo, tulia kidogo, najua utaleta hiyo story. Wacha kwanza nikaribishe hii studio ama ni press conference, I don't know. Ile setup imewekwa pale, sitaki kumwangusha. So SG, hold hapo kidogo. So bwana maandamano diaspora, sijui kama unataka ukaribisha na mikono hep hep. Unataka ile hep hep? Tukaribishe moja.
Wewe bwana Jiro, can you hear me?
Karibu. Sawa.
Can you hear me? Oh, sawa. Thank you very much. Well, I decided to do a little setup today and see how it works out. Lakini I'm hoping that everybody is doing well. Mr. Haron there, Mr. Kamau, na wewe bwana Njiro. Asante sana. I actually wanted to say hi to Bernard before he left. Lakini ameshatoka, lakini we'll see him later. I don't know whether Mr. Haron has spoken. Maybe you can give him a little bit of time as I am trying to prepare myself.
Sawa. So studio inatengenezwa zaidi Happy to see it. So bwana Harun, go ahead. So SG, tulia kidogo, najua uko na uondo mingi unless kama bado zinaisha. So Harun, go ahead.
Mr. Njiru, bado nimeshikamana kidogo. I will join in the next 5 minutes.
Okay, ni sawa. So bwana diaspora, do you still need more preparation ama turushie SG atuletee hii mambo yake alikuwa anasema ya mambo. Unajua namupenda sana yeye, anakuanga na udaku plus. Lakini ile udaku machua.
Yeah, I listened to him a little bit, lakini nilikuwa nimetoka kidogo, and now I'm back and I would like to hear more udakus from him.
So bwana SG bwana, can you please leta hiyo mehe. Unajua wewe ni engineer wa mehe.
Nataka kuniambia hii ni udaku, hiyo ni authentic udaku bro. Unataka kuniambia TD Jakes did not go to the parties of PDD?
No, nimesema wewe ni engineer wa mehe. Unajua pia kuna mehe mzuri na mehe mbaya.
So I was just saying, we are living now in that time of our lives where things are being exposed and there is a lot of transparency on what really happens in different society and people. And that is why you see in Nigeria now, even BBC carried a documentary of TB Joshua or something, Joshua, who used to fake miracles and enslaving people in the name of the Lord. And in Kenya today, we are exposing this community called the Kikuyus, because we are the people who have been mentioned in all the wrongdoing. And as a Kikuyu, I feel ashamed to be a Kikuyu today. Why? And I know it's my own opinion, whereby even if we are doing business in Nairobi, you got to be greedy. Yeah, unakuta when you go to Isli, and ask for the price of something like a T-shirt, they don't give you 10 price list. They don't give you 10 cost the price of in different amounts. They give you the right amount because they are honest people and they are taking over. Why? Because they are honest people and they are doing honest business. But now look at another hawker here called Joroge. Yeah, ukimuuliza hii kifagio ni pesa ngapi ama hii t-shirt inaanzanga 200 and the actual sense ni ya 50 bob, but sasa anataka kukuanzia juu so that akugongee pale, kwambia in how much hii kitu 200. Kwani ulikuwa na ngapi? Inafika mahali unasema niko na 100, anakurushia hiyo t-shirt anakuambia leta hiyo pesa. So we don't want this kind of a society, and that is why we are producing such presidents in Kenya, because we are so used to mediocrity as Mount Kenya. We are so used to barbaricness. Sometimes when I see even them giving a statement in deep in Mount Kenya, you even feel ashamed. The level of illiteracy people are not the leaders we are choosing are very compared to the leaders we had some time before, like the Koigu Amwele, the Wangari Maathais, the Dishos, the guy called Nyanja. You could remember those people, Mwenje, people who are very strong and people who knew what they are doing in parliament. But now today, we have the likes of Dendre Nyoro. We have the likes of Kimani Ichung'wah.
And he is
People who are
preparing to be a president. Umesikia ati hata anasapotiwa ati is preparing to be a president. Dende Nyoro.
President ya wapi? So the thing is, these are the people we celebrate. People who are the modern day JJ Kamodos. They don't see anything wrong to the king. They cannot tell the king, Mr. King, by the way hiyo trouser umevaa, it's naked. We can see your nakedness. Ama you don't remember that story? So
we can see your poo-poo.
Those people who don't know what I'm talking about is that story of the naked king, where everybody was ashamed to tell the king ile nguo umevaa inaonesha uchi yako. So they were always praising him, you are doing well, you are doing well. But a young boy came and said to the king, I think, Mr. King, you are naked. So that is the kind of a people we have in Mount Kenya. And it is unfortunate I come from that place. But sometimes when even you interact with them in a normal small thing, you're very much ashamed by their thinking and the way they look like. Because you can imagine a landlord who owns maybe flats in Mount Kenya and even in Nairobi, squeezing himself in an SQ just to make sure that anybody just to make sure that his property is not stolen. This is the same person who cannot even buy socks or even a very good maybe coat. I don't know. Might be a curse or something. But anyway, I'm praying for them as a prayer warrior, hoping that one day the veil of stupidity will be removed and they see clearly. And I'll say like Martin Luther King, I have a dream that one day my people will vote for the Luos without looking at their genitals. They will vote for Kambas without looking at their what? I don't know what they have. But you see, these are the things that have destroyed this country because they were planted and some people took it like the gospel truth that that person does not belong to this country. He does not deserve to be a leader, and that should end. So kwa hao machache, wacha nikae hapa kwa background kidogo. Unajua leo ni Friday, tuko na msisimuko.
Najua na unaweza sisimuka ukisisimukanga. So but I appreciate what you have said, and I know you are in sync. So wacha sasa niingie kwa hiyo undaku yako machua. Umesema wewe ni mtu ya udaku, but you give professional udaku. I agree. You began by bringing not ni stories zinaendelea. You talked about Mr. TD And you also talked about the prophet. Yeah, huyu ambaye of late amesambaa sana. So Aberoriri, you need to come with the video, otherwise utaweza kuingia. So one thing which I can tell you is that the love of money and the fame has made many people to transact with the devil. So Bwana SG, I cannot be amused nikisikia Pastor Mugani au Pastor fulani ako na mazingaombwe ama anaenda kwa waganga. So I will not be amused because the days of calling are long gone. Long ago, when we used to raise real evangelists, because I'm of that generation whereby kuna majamaa tulikuanga nao, unakuta huyu jamaa ni evangelist wa kweli. We never used to like handle evangelism. You see what has happened, and maybe SG I have to tell you here some of the things which have engulfed the evangelism lifestyle is where we have substituted calling with the training, or tunasema lazima huyu mtu sijui asome theolojia, and somebody has to have a theology degree or to have whatever type of degree for them to become a pastor. And there is one thing which I can tell you, although I'm not saying that people don't need to be trained, but there is a suckers whereby we have been unable to understand calling and training the same, because I think they should intertwine the same way. Unakuta these days we are even having people who want to make themselves preachers, and they don't have that calling simply because he thinks pengine some of them they have not they can go to a theology course. So I don't know how that gap can be filled by anyone in the world. We are just in a worse position because we are at a point whereby evangelism can be hijacked because people take it as a profession. Somebody takes that. This one is like being a hawker. This one is like being a doctor. Niko hapo kutafuta pesa. So that commercialization of gospel, whereby we now take gospel and intertwine it with the business concept, where we want to do things as like we are adding value to it in the business context, not in the soul's concept. I think that is what has tilted gospel to the wrong direction in the modern day concept. So I don't know what need to be done, but surely the world is drifting in the wrong direction. When we talk of those two evangelists, like those two evangelists who you have talked about, what I know is that many of these big preachers, they tend to make their life to be very private. Awatakangi, they never like their issues to be known too much. Unakuta like their life, what they do in the private, in their social life, they want it to be a bit private, because these people will socialize with other people, they will meet other people. At times, it's also wrong if you are somebody who is running the word of God, and then the association which you are doing is not right. So I'm not trying like to justify like maybe somebody like that dejects. You were supposed to have friendship with those people who you was having. I don't know about it, because me personally, simsikilizangi, I'm not a fan of televangelists. So mimi hawa wahubiri wakubwa sana, these guys who preach in the TV, these big pastors, I'm not a fan of them. I rather want I usually my choice is usually a place whereby I can be able to learn discipleship and the other thing. And like this TV evangelism, sometimes it's too generic. Like for me, that is for me. Like if I want to be grounded and trained, I don't think the TV evangelism fits me. So I don't want to comment about that. But the truth of the matter is that business and lifestyle has attacked everything. On the issue of our society, vile umesema, you also know that in Kikuyu community, Mount Kenya community, there was a springing of fake people. We're gonna put majority of the fake pastors were coming from our societies, from our communities. Saa zingine mtu akikukon, they are coming from a certain community. So you realize that there are also some people from our communities who really destroyed the name of our good people. And I think we have to think of how we can be able to raise a good society from a point of view. But the truth of the matter is that dunia inakaa ni kuisha inaisha. Things cannot be corrected because raw good is everywhere. Even governmental institutions, intergovernmental institutions, which you think that they should be preserving life and protecting human life, the people who are actually even attacking people. So you even see like some governments in some societies, you hear like some people when they are asking for their rights, they label them as terrorists. So people are no longer safe wherever they are. You cannot say that you are safe. Taki kuongea sana. Lala, you can get it, you can get in, but I don't want to overspeak about those televangelists who their issues are coming to the people. It's simple, mutawajua kwa matunda yao. If you believe in them, endelea kuenda kwa kanisa zao. You know what you get from there. If you believe TD Jakes is a good pastor to you, endelea. Mimi sitakukataza. But you should be intelligent enough to know that this man, the altar where I go, I'm getting a blessing here. So I don't think that is a decision we can make for people. The fact that somebody is 18, 20 years, 30 years, you have a sound decision to understand the altar which you are. Am I benefiting from this altar? Because it's not just a matter of following a human being, it's a matter of feeling conviction. Are you feeling fulfilled? So if you are feeling fulfilled in the altar which you are feeling progress, you can continue. You can pray for those people from within. Even as they tarnish the altar, they tarnish. But the truth of the matter is, it's a judgmental issue. Judge your altar. Are you satisfied where you are? Don't just push yourself. Because bad stories will always be there. Some people will always want to destroy names of others also. We have also to be careful with that. Especially for me, I'm usually reluctant on mainstream media. Not for for bad reason. But personally, I doubt so many stories from the mainstream media. I'm not saying like somebody like TB Joshua cannot be what they are saying. I'm not trying to say that those victims do not need justice. No, but you have to be very cautious with mainstream media. Stories are objective. They do things with a target. And there could be a possibility. It is a bigger war on African church. I don't deny, I don't say that the African church is perfect or imperfect, but we need to also get these things. Why should we just be airing these issues like that? Are there no channel for justice? Must you air in a what is the motive? That is at times what I want to understand. For me, I believe still evangelism is important, preaching is important. I want to see, have they, although I'm not saying that it should be tit for tat, does it mean that it's only in Africa where we have rogue prophets, we don't have bird preachers like in America? In America, I even hear there are also some extortionists. Why are they not producing documentaries about them? So this idea of bracketing Africa and wanting Africans to quit faith, I'm also very judgmental to it about that. So for me, if this information came from somewhere else, not mainstream media, I would be more happier. That is the challenge I have. Naturally, I have a challenge of mainstream media because mainstream media has been hijacked by the enemies. The mainstream media no longer represent the will of the people, but they represent the will of the people who pay for them. Somebody can pay for something. Even today, somebody can go to the mainstream media and pay an advert against you, and they air it. That is what happens. You can see, like now, I'm following the U.S. election. I'm seeing Trump can do a counterattack on Nikki Haley. He can do an attack on Joe Biden. Joe Biden can do an attack on Donald Trump. And the free media is the media is free to air anything. So they don't choose. I think to them it is money and agenda. So that is the problem which I usually have with the mainstream media. They cannot be the same point of the society. For me, I think the same point of the society can come from somewhere else, not mainstream media. Lara, go ahead.
Thanks, Jero. Good to see you. Heron, plus those in the background. I think I saw Kamau, but I can't see him anymore. First of all, greetings to all of you. I'm happy that I'm alive today to see the good, the bad, and the ugly. I think you guys have been talking about something dear to me. I consider myself a pastor, a minister. I'm a minister by calling, but also a minister by training. I think the two must go together. And I say must, because I think there are some things that we as pastors know better than the laity, the common Christian, or one who'd like to know about Christianity. And I think we are in the same position that Martin Luther was in when he wrote those 95 theses and pinned them out, pinned them on that door in Wittenberg in Germany. Why do I say that? When Martin Luther came to the scene, remember he was a Catholic priest. He was one who had gone to school, studied theology, could read and write Hebrew and Latin, and of course Greek. So he was knowledgeable of the text. And as a called servant of God, he was not very comfortable with the selling of the indulgences, things that would be used by people to mediate between the people and God, buying your people out of purgatory into heaven, things that were not in the Bible. But the common monarchy did not know that those things were not in the Bible, but because they were told by the Pope, by the church, everybody took it as the gospel truth. But then Martin was very uncomfortable because he knew the truth. He had read the Bible, and his job was to simply let the people know what is happening. I think the church, some of us who are trained, are in the same situation as Martin Luther was in at that time. We are in a position of knowing the truth, but we have failed to share the truth because either we are afraid or we are benefiting from certain goodies, and so we don't tell the people the truth. Why am I saying that? We've been talking about TB Joshua, people like Jakes and others, but I want to shock you that some of these people are not fully trained to understand the text. They are not trained to understand the biblical text. They know the Bible, what we call topically and devotionally. What do I mean by that? They can take a text, go through a fast, pray, and have some ideas that you think you are inspired by the Spirit, and go out there and preach. And many of these messages are actually topical. They are not what we call exegetical. Exegesis is used by a theologian, somebody who has gone through a thorough theological training, sat under reputable theologians, pastors, and teachers to be able to interpret the Word of God correctly so that the hearers can know the mind and the will of God. What do I mean by that? The Bible was given in a cultural context. Cultural context. In other words, God used that which was there within the culture, whether it's a Jewish culture, the ancient one, or the Hellenistic world. There was a culture there. So what was understood then by those people was understood within that culture. And so the job of a pastor, of a preacher, is to unlock that culture where the Bible was given and help me and you in the contemporary world understand how that message still apply into this culture. That is the job of a preacher. And that called for a deeper commitment to God, the calling, and a theological preparation so that you can rightly interpret the Word of God in a way that will help your hearer to understand it. That is lacking, because what tends to happen is this. I love the God, I go to church, and then one day I hear the call, and the following week I'm ordained, I'm preaching. And because I have a little money and support from the West and others, I begin to organize a church. And what do I use? I use second-hand information from especially the Americas. They got books and ideas and tapes and others. And so we start teaching things we don't understand. And the pastors don't understand. And I've been fighting this for a long, long time. And so now the chicken has come, the rooters come to the age. The reality is come, because what we planted was not right. We allowed I would say most of our pastors are not trained, and they don't see any need for training as long as they can be out there, evangelize, get the money, big buildings and all that. They are illiterate. That's the saddest thing. Very, very sad. And Kenyans and Africans don't even know. And this is not just about the African thing. It is a worldwide, it is the US, the same thing. I want you to understand me correctly, very, very correctly. Learning does not make someone an effective servant of God only, or theological training, but the calling, dedication, the service of the Lord, and training, the two must be merged together. Yes, there are those who cannot go to theological school, but there are ways we can train them while they are pastoring. There got to be some kind of a requirement of a pastor. I thank God that I was able to get my theological training and felt the call, and therefore I began to see the seed of what we are seeing right now a long, long time ago, when we embraced what we call today prosperity gospel. Prosperity gospel began to build roots in Africa. The focus of prosperity gospel is materialism, is what you have, is a big building. No wonder it's created people like Trump, because people thought because he's a billionaire, therefore he must be godly. God has blessed him. Therefore, is a man who is supporting, defending Christians, and therefore is one of us. And so nobody told him the truth. And the same thing that is happening in Africa, where occult is mistaken for an anointing. And so people travel where they glorify men and women instead of glorifying God, where the name of a man is bigger than the name of God. You hear their name, whether it's T.D. Joshua, whether it's all these guys. You see, where this is, you see, heresy is truth taken to an extreme. There's some truth in having, you know, big ministry and all that, but when you take to the extreme, then the voice of God is cut off. And I'll give you an example. In the Old Testament, there was a king called King Uzziah. Uzziah was a powerful king of Israel. And Uzziah is recorded, his name appears in the book of Isaiah. And if you're a good Bible student, Uzziah was a cousin to Isaiah. Hear that? Those two people, they were cousins. The Bible doesn't put it very clearly, but they were cousins, family members. And Isaiah began his writing for the first six chapters. Isaiah had no knowledge of God, never met God, but he's called a prophet. But then in the sixth chapter, Isaiah writes, the year King Uzziah died, I saw the Lord. Go and read it. The year King Uzziah died, I saw the Lord, and he was highly lifted. Then the question is, this guy was called a prophet, Isaiah. He had never seen God. He didn't know God. What was he preaching? The question is, why did he see God when King Uzziah died? Because before King Uzziah died, I'm sure he was the guest of the palace. Isaiah was having tea in the morning with the king. Isaiah was given a limousine to ride around. Isaiah was not like any of us, could have power and prestige, like most of our pastors, owning jet and all that. He was part of the ruling class. But the Bible says when his cousin died, I'm sure anxiety began to dawn on him. All of a sudden, there's nobody to protect him. That's when he went to God, began to cry to God, and God revealed himself to him. So the year King Uzziah died, that's when Isaiah began to do his true prophetic work. And I'm saying that to say this, that in prosperity gospel, there is the Uzziah, which is money, fame, prestige. I've seen Kenyans traveling on Sunday from Nairobi to go to church in Nigeria. And when you see some of these churches, what we see there is not different from witch doctors practicing. It is always a prophecy about somebody's life. This is what you have. Do this and do that. That is not biblical. And I'd like to challenge any pastor here on a theological debate to discuss with me what they see. When you hear mightiest prophet of God, where in the Bible is that kind of thing? In fact, most of the great men of God in their lifetime, nobody knew them. They were rejected. They were odd, they were strange, because they were hearing from God, and therefore they were not It's almost like a misfit in the society. Some of the people we read about. But when you see people, prestige and money and power, that is King Uzziah. Something has gone wrong. There's a need for us to go to biblical Christianity that focus on the righteousness of God, the essence and the presence of God in an authentic way, and the biblical Christianity. This is what is needed in the church. Because if we don't, then we have the Rutos of the time. They come in like angels of light. Within a short time, people discover these were proud. You see preachers coming with miracles, and then within a short time, things happening, that we don't understand. And as pastors, theologians, we see it, we know it. And so we must teach the people, and we must take some of these people back to school, if they are called, that is. There are those who should be out of the ministry, but there are those who should be in school, because what they're doing, the Bible says, my people are perishing because of the lack of knowledge. Lack of knowledge, or little knowledge. It's very dangerous. So this is where the problem comes in, because what I see in the church, 50% is not theologically based, and is what we call, in theology, we call them eisegesis. They speak to the text instead of letting the text speaking to them. Okay, so this is where the problem comes in. And let me stop here, but that's my understanding, and that's my position as somebody whom I've spent some time, can read the Bible in Greek and can read it in Hebrew. And so I think I know a little bit. I don't know as much as some other people, but I think with my theological training, I think I've got something little to contribute to the debate. So let's talk about it. If you're there, you got a question about, theology and others, what I can answer, and other people can help me do this. But that's where the problem comes in. Thank you.
Okay, sawa. Bwana Lala, that was quite deep. Zingine sikupata. You used some theological term. There is something which the other pastor amesema hapa, huyu Danny Darius. I want you to explain this.
I didn't listen to him, but
no. Sia kuongea na kuwekea hapo. Yes. There is something he has said. Can you explain what is that? Explain what is that.
I didn't hear. What is the word?
Nimekuwekea kwa hapo uone.
Okay, hold on.
Do you get that?
No, I don't see it.
Theological expository preaching. Azlala, what we need in the church is theological expository preaching. What is theological expository preaching?
Oh, okay, that's exactly what I said. What I mentioned to you when I said that there are people who speak to the word of God instead of, it's their mind first, then they want the biblical scriptures to fit into what they want. But what he's saying is we need the Bible itself to speak to us. Let it the one. There we unlock it in its setting first to know what did God say, what does the word say. Then now we can apply it. So let the word of God speak to us. That's exposed to the preaching. In other words, it starts with the text. It starts with the word itself, not with our mind. Okay, so that's the difference. So expository preaching is the text speaking to us instead of us speaking the text, because people will come with an agenda and they want the Bible to fit into the agenda, and that's where we get prosperity gospel, because you cannot find it in the scripture, but people think it's in the Bible. Certain experiences, certain ecstatic experiences, yet there's nowhere in the Bible you can, in other words, we are basically writing the Bible with some of this emotionalism, some of these things that we do in the church. So what is simply saying, let the Bible talk to us. Because see, when you study the word of God and you hear somebody preaching, you get angry because that's not what it is meant. It's like somebody giving explanation of a Kikuyu phrase, Kikuyu saying, which you know what it is, and they are not Kikuyus, and they're trying to interpret it. It doesn't make sense because they don't know the culture, they don't understand it, and so they speak this. They basically share something which has nothing to do with that culture at all. So what we are doing here, doing at this time in our churches, we are preaching strange messages that gives us the result that we are seeing today, because it's not biblically based. But the calling is the beginning. Secondly, is training, and that will help us do a better job of training or helping our people to know the truth, so the truth can set us all free.
Okay,
I didn't hear Darius, but I think he's still there. He can.
No, fair enough. No, fair enough, fair enough. Tulia hapo kidogo, nataka nikaribishe huyu mtu wako na studio kubwa. Leo kuna uwezekano you want to give his
Darius there. Could you let Darius comment on it? I didn't hear him when he spoke. But
no, he is in the chat, eh? He is in the chat. He is talking in the chat. Akileta kitu kingine.
He's in here. No, I think he's there. He's in the. He can talk. I think he's there with us.
Oh, that is. No. Simuoni unless kama.
Mimi namuona.
Hiyo tu ni comment nimeweka hapo. Hayuko. I can see we are 4 of us. So bwana, but he is following us. Ataandika. You can enrich us on that in that area, because that area I saw it being very, very serious.
What I said is what he meant. That's exposed.
Okay, sawa. So wacha huyu maandamano diaspora apeane his inaugural speech for the year. Kuna uwezekano anaweza kuwa amekuja kutupea mapochopocho. Unajua saa zingine tunafungilianga watu wakiwa na mipango mizuri, so hiyo studio sifikiri imetengenezwa hivyo tu just for to sweet talkers. So bwana maandamano diaspora, tuko watu 134 hapa, hata naona wengine wameanzia kuongezeka. Ingia ufanye, utuambie unataka tufanye nini. We are now 136. Ingia utuambie kama unataka tukure saa hii, kama unataka tukure kesho, wewe ndio utatuambia sasa. Hii watu yote ni yako.
Asante Bwana Jilo and Lala. I think there's we on maandamano public participation. I think that's what I'm saying. Can you hear me now? Okay, sawa. Yeah, nilikuwa na shida kidogo kwa sababu ya Bluetooth interfering with everything here that I'm trying to work on. Yeah, I listened a little bit about what is going on, and I'm happy mambo ya maandamano, LSK, which I'm still trying to find the news. I haven't found anything about the LSK maandamanos that they had prepared today. But I wanted to read something here I had downloaded from Facebook earlier, and I understand that Ruto Zakayo alikuwa kwetu jana, kwetu ni Nyandarua. And allegedly, this is what he said in one of the quotes. Alisema the former president had no plan, but in the 16 months, Kenya has seen a president with a plan that he brought down, and we have seen that. We have seen him trying to bring down the previous regime, of which he was part of. And, that's, that he's always, blaming all his failures to the previous regime, which he was part of. Now, somebody wrote some of the things, a comparison of Uhuru and Ruto. And I wanted to read very, very quick this comparison. Now, Uhuru, who they say had no plan, these are the things that he did. Of course, we know about the SGR. He completed the SGR from Nairobi to Mombasa. And then he also had a port in Lamu and Kisumu port. And we remember that he also commissioned that one boat that the Kenyan military had built, built up a ship in Kisumu. Over 12,000 kilometers of new roads. The first ship, that was the one I was talking about, the shipyard in the region of Kisumu. 17 million were insured at the NHIF compared to 4.4 when he took over. Then he also had dams in Kirinyaga, Yamu, and Samburu, Makueni, and some in the coast, and also in Kisumu. He moved Kenya from being the 12th largest economy in Africa to being the 6th largest economy and growing. He brought about 100% primary to secondary education transition and increased capitation per student from 10,000 to 22,000. Please note that figure, because we'll mention that later when we are reading about what Ruto has done. Lifting the burden of school fees from parents. And I'm sure that, I've heard about hiyo maneno wakati wazazi wanapeleka watoto wao kwa shule. Hata na huko kwetu Mawingu nakumbuka there was a demo earlier this week because somebody was trying to take over a land for the school. He also doubled the earnings made by coffee farmers from average of 60 shillings per kilogram of the cherry in 2013 to 110, from 60 to 113, and 125 per kilogram. Then he had also the last mile conductivity of electricity and water, did close to 20,000 affordable housing units. Hii mambo ya affordable housing unit actually started during Uhuru, because I remember wakati alikuwa na serikali, they had that idea of the affordable housing, and they were, so 20,000 affordable housing units without deducting a cent. This is the key. He did not deduct as for the Kenyans to contribute to that by adding the taxes that Ruto is trying to do, and which we were to go for 1 million to 1.2 million. Of course, he borrowed 6.8 trillion in 10 years, but left massive projects, including those that Ruto have been commissioning since he took office. After taking office, Uhuru got to work without blaming anyone for his shortcomings, even when things got tough. We know that Uhuru did not go around saying, hey, hii kufanywa na wale walikuwa huko mbele ya Kibaki and all that. He did not do that. He just went to work. Sasa hii ndio Ruto with a plan. He has overseen the drop of the dollar, of course, from 120 to 160 shillings today. Increased the price of fuel from 159 to 217. And I don't know what EPRA now has set that. We're expecting that to be, but it's probably going to be, I'm waiting for them to see whether they are going to match Tanzania. Tanzania is 193. Lowered secondary schools students' capitation from 22,000 to 12,000, having leaving parents with burden of paying fees. That's what I had mentioned before, that Uhuru had increased that to 22,000, and now Ruto has reduced that to 12,000, and therefore burdening the parents. Has not completed a single affordable housing project, but has deducted 3% from Kenyans and sold the ones completed and which were initiated by the previous government at 3.1 million and 4.3 million. He has increased taxes and levies, leading to closure of businesses and loss of jobs. He has also lowered the price of coffee cherry from 120 to 80 shillings, and the price of macadamia from 200 shillings per kilo to 20 shillings. Very, very serious kwa watu wa mlima ambao walimweka huko. He has also increased the price of token from 8 units for 100 to 3 units for the same amount. I think I was reading that from the news today, that the tokens have been reduced, and of course people are having to pay more. He has also borrowed 2.5 trillion shillings in 15 months, but nothing to show for apart from high-end cars in the convoy, change of cabro at the State House. We know that they are nasikia ati hatakuwa akikaa State House for the next 2 months kwa sababu atakuwa akifanya marekebisho na nini. And also a billions worth of pavilion to host visitors at the house on the hill. He also started complaining and blaming everyone apart from himself even before he said, "So help me God," in Kasarani on 13th September 2022. I thought this was, brilliantly written. I just wanted to read it the way it is. And, it's a very, very sad situation we're having. Huyu mtu ambaye kila wakati anasemanga tumetenga, tumepanga, tutafanya hivi na vile, lakini hatujawahi kuona. I'm also hearing that he's going to be meeting with Museveni very soon. They haven't set up a date kuzungumza mambo ya mafuta. But hiyo mambo ya mafuta najua hiyo. Already Uganda has a plan with Tanzania of building the pipeline from Dar es Salaam all the way up to Uganda, and also it's going to branch out to Rwanda. So hiyo maneno, I don't know what he's going to be going over there to talk to Museveni about. Already the plan is there for having that fuel through the Dar es Salaam port. So kwa hivyo, and that's my that's what I just wanted to share with you guys as we continue on with this discussion. And with that, I would like to return that back to mwenye kipindi sasa, and then we'll continue on later. Asante.
Okay, ni sawa. Bwana maandamano diaspora, sasa umetuacha hivyo na hautakufanya hiyo display yote, ama kuna watu wako na hapa wanaleta vitu nitulie?
bado lakini unajua, unakumbuka tulikuwa tumesema juu ya vile tutaenda huko kufanya maandamano huko.
Of course,
actually this week I was ready this week, but I had to do other things, lakini tutaona. Go ahead.
Si unajua tulipostpone ni birthday yako, tulisema birthday yako hakuna, Zakayo ndiye ataachilia birthday yako, so once Zakayo ameanguka, the next day will be your birthday. So
tulisema hata Reverend Lala hapa tuliagizana kwa sababu birthday yetu iko April. Sisi ndio tuko tumefinywa sana kwa sababu sasa tuko na miezi 2 tu kupanga vile Zakayo atatoka.
You people, you have to do all your efforts to make sure Zakayo is not there for your birthdays to return. Exactly. Good. I think Lala, you wanted to add something before I bring Papri.
Nilikuwa nasema tu Kenya maandamano hiyo ni nzuri sana reminder. Manake wakati mwingine tunasahau tunasikiza huyu jamaa na hata sauti yake haingesikika kusema kuhusu ile Uhuru na compare Uhuru na yeye. Yani hata kusema hata Uhuru hana plan, ni kama ni sijui kichwa kuna nini huko. He cannot compare himself. The guy is just brought disaster. So you cannot compare. Even you can't even compare Ruto and Moi. Even Moi is ahead of him. This guy is shouldn't even talk at all. And thank you, Mandamano, for kutukumbusha, what Uhuru did. And one thing Kenyans must know, that Uhuru had a deep love for the country. Uhuru intentions were well, and for the entire republic to feel like they are one nation. You mentioned Kisumu, you mentioned Lamu, you mentioned the way he diversify his appointments. You cannot compare Uhuru and Ruto. And we don't hear of any scandal around Uhuru. Uhuru, you might attack his, maybe Mzee Kenyatta had his own issues, but Uhuru has tried, to do the right thing. And even when we talk about the borrowing, Kenyans must know that the borrowings that were done were meant to expand the economy, as you stated. In other words, we can trace that money in dams, in roads. We can look at that money spent in rightful places. And those rightful places were meant, after Uhuru leaves office, then we bring in a new government that will use that platform to create a better economy. I'll give you an example of the US. When Obama came to power, okay, the country was in a bad shape. You remember that. And what happened? There was some borrowing done, a lot of spending was done. They even built companies like auto industry like General Motors. And within 2-3 years, these companies were able to make profit and paid off the money they got. In other words, the economy was able to expand, and all those debts were covered, paid for very, very quickly. Uhuru had set the stage for the nation to do very, very well. Okay. I remember taking a class, and the example that we studied was Kenya. I took this class in Harvard Business School, and we're talking about Kenyan economy, where it was, what could happen. And it was picked as one of the example of economy that should take off just like that. What has this Ruto done? He has damaged the brand. No investors want to put their money in that volatile environment where they're not sure of what is happening. Let's look at something like the visa thing. There's a videotape, I think, out of these African Americans and others out of Uganda. I think the guy went to Uganda, and this is what is being spread out there around the globe. That Kenya is the worst when it comes to visa, because they have this new, whatever they call it, a visa, which actually they call is a visa, which is worse than before, because you need to come supposedly without a visa, but when you want to come, you wait 3 days, and 3 days you're given 72 hours visa. And so if you got a business in Uganda, you will go to Uganda, spend a day or two, coming back to Kenya, you pay. And if you come back to Kenya, go back to Uganda, you pay. So every time you pay, I think 4,500 Kenyan shilling. When actually before, what we always had, you get a visa for 6 months, so you can move between 2 countries. You get Eastern visa, which allows you to do business around. So these guys were using curse word to talk about, they're calling him a liar. That's, yeah, I can let you see that video. I will forward it to you guys and watch what is being talked about outside of Kenya. In other words, the mistake this man made, because many of them said we were actually very happy as African Americans. We have been calling our friends, sharing with others how Kenya's created an environment where we can go in without a visa. So to them, it was supposed to be a free visa. You walk in and walk out. But now it's worse. So basically, I couldn't even want to listen to some of those curses. These are potential investors. This is what this man has done. So when he compares himself to Uhuru, Uhuru was thinking, forward thinking. Ruto is almost a moron. That's what I would say. Let me let somebody else speak. Asanteni.
Maandamano kamili. No, public participation, I mean.
Thank you. By fire, by strength, Lala, Pastor Lala, and Mandamano diaspora, and those who are with us in the chat. Let me see who is in the chat. Monica, Servas, George Mogambi, Chini Mohammed, Assalamu alaikum, Julia Kanyoro, Seth Oriri, Athela, Danny Darius, Father Danny Darius, Engineer Karaoke. Yes, yeah, I think those are the ones I can see for now. I greet you all, with the motto of our great and patriotic coalition, Azimio yote inawezekana. Yeah, so you can say now we are going back to KANU era, whereby the judiciary is now on the road. Nobody is actually happy with this regime. The judiciary has gone on the road. Everybody is unhappy. Let's just put it that way, because even these taxes which are here of NSSF and these other social something, social health, and then these other levy. So nobody is really comfortable with this government, because even allocation to the counties is a problem. Everything is a problem. Let's just be very honest. This housing fund, it was there in the last regime, not housing fund, but Mboma. So Uhuru had said that if you want to buy a house, you pay a certain, you make a certain payment. It was not a lot of money. It was not even the 10% that is being asked for now. So these King's developers were even selling to people. You didn't even need to actually be on the Mboma. What was happening is that they built the units, and then if you have the money, you come and buy the units. Now what is happening with this, and the ones who are registered in Mboma, they were giving a very small amount as they're waiting for the lottery. But this strategy of you pay 10%, then you wait for a lottery. So if you want to buy a house which is 1.25, you give the government, you deposit 125,000, and then it's going to a lottery. So you may or you may not get the house. If you don't get the house, they give you back your money after 5 years. Are we even sure which regime is going to be there after 5 years? If you don't get your money after the 5 years, you'll get it after 15 years, supposedly with interest. So I don't know how they're even calculating that interest. Is it like 12%? Is it like, you know? So there are some Kenyans who have come out on the, on the media or on social media to say that they deposited this one I saw saying he deposited 125K and it has not been credited to his Mboma account. So you wonder, where is that money? Are we really sure that those who are depositing will even get? So the pricing of these houses, to be very honest, depending on the area, the way I see it, they are almost at market value actually, yeah, for the areas they are in. And what really I'm not getting from this issue is because King's Collection has been, not King's Collection, but King's something, the people who are doing the development, something Kings. So these are some, is it, like Arab, I think they're Arabs or something. So they are the ones who are doing this, and they've been doing developments all over in Upper Hill, in where, and people have been buying their units in terms of first come, first served. And if you can afford, just come and pay for the house, and you buy the house. Now this other thing we are being given here, whereby you are being told you can take 25 years to pay.
I think something must have happened.
Amepotea?
I don't know.
I think
Haya, I think Njuri ongea on her behalf. Move on.
Who participation kumendaje?
Endelea.
Okay,
Ulikuwa unamsikia na ulikuwa unaalikwa hapo chini, ulikuwa unaulizwa ama umepotea. I don't know what you said.
Yes.
Later on, it's
I
a
said
video.
I'm
I want you to play later on.
Oh, achezea lala video kwanza. Uko na lala video, achalala uko na video nataka acheze.
Mimi siwezi cheza video. Mimi unajua natumianga simu Julia.
Okay, send me the link lala kwa group. Nitacheza. I can open it. Ama you send it to the chat.
I'll send you to the chat, yes, but
you send to the chat.
It's a little longer though, but it's a good video.
Yeah, it's in the private chat. I can see it.
Okay, I can't see it because I just joined. So you need to resend it again. Come on.
Sawa, Julia, habari yako? Are you ready for the Martin Luther King Day? Are you aware it is on Monday?
Kwanza mimi nimekuwa na break mingi. This week I've only worked for 2 days. Because apparently we had a tornado on Tuesday and trees went down and broke the roads. So we didn't go to work. No, we had a tornado on Tuesday. We went to work yesterday. And then we went to work on Wednesday. On Thursday, we didn't go to work on Wednesday because barabara zilikuwa zimefungwa. So then we went to work on Thursday. Then tena leo kulikuwa na threat ya tornado, hatujaenda kazi. So I'm having a long break. So now, you guess what I'm feeling.
I know you are very tired. Unajua, you get tired by staying home without doing much.
No.
But najua online things also. Anyway, what do you remember of Martin Luther? Maybe wacha nikukaribishe na hiyo.
I don't know. I think he's one who fought for the rights of African Americans in this country. Is he remembered for that?
What do you think? It is an iconic thing. Yeah, he was a minister, civil rights movement guy. Although I think he has come to be recognized much later after his death. Do you think black people have achieved what they wanted to achieve?
I think they have achieved a lot and they have a lot of opportunities. So I think here they talk about, I don't know, I'm yet to understand the system here. Still bado kuwa nafikiria kuna a lot of discrimination, systematic discrimination. I think that is their feeling, and they could be true in a number of ways. Those allegations could have some base in a number of ways. But Njiru, sijaelewa sana maneno ya hapa. Mimi sijaishi hapa sana. Bado naangalia vile kunaendanga. Uko mute.
Oh, Lala will handle that when he comes on later. He can come and he try to make us understand the relevance of Martin Luther King in today's world. It's something nice because I think we are celebrating that day. So maybe after you do your presentation, public participation, did you come Amerudi? Public participation, can you hear us?
Acha endelee, Amerudi.
I think she was trying to get in.
Okay, go ahead.
Open.
Okay.
Na usipotee Julia, usipotee, ukae hapa basi kama uko nyumbani, you are not busy. So you have no reason to get out.
No, I'm here. I'm locked because I am told there's a bad wind coming. So I only prayed for my house and I prayed for myself. And I just believed I'm safe. So
Don't worry, you are safe indeed.
I'm safe.
Ujamaliza ya
Hi,
dunia.
Julia. Hi, Julia. Long time. Happy New Year.
Hello, Happy New Year. Good to see you. Good to see your picture there, but not to see you. I see you, but I know you are there.
Okay. You know, sometimes when we wake up, we come direct here. Sasa hatutaki kuamka ile unaweka mataa alafu inakuamsha kabisa. Yeah. So so I was talking about this mambo ya housing fund. So there's a young man who was complaining that he deposited 125,000 to buy a house, which I think was 1.25. They say you deposit 10%. So the money was not credited to his Mboma account. So he was wondering, who will he go to? He can't go to King's Developers. The people who are developing this low-cost housing wanaitwa King's Developers. These people, they had units in the ones which Zakayo alienda kufungua in Rongai, walikuwa na units hapo, whereby it did not even require you to be on Mboma. Bora uko na pesa, unakuja kwao, you pay for the house and you get the house. Last regime of Uhuru, the Mboma issue was voluntary. If you're interested in the house and you are not being told to give the 10%, they were just saying that you make some payments so that you enter into the lottery. So this one of now, I don't even understand what it is, because even the cost of those houses is not as low cost as it's being put to be. It's not really for the areas they are in, it's almost market rate. So tunaendelea of course as Kenyans kudanganywa hapa hivi, alafu unaambiwa ukideposit hiyo pesa 10% you'll be returned to. Now somebody has your 125k, akae nayo 5 years akurudishie without any interest. And even are you sure kama uwezi enda kucomplain that the money is not being reflected on your Mboma account, who will you go to refund to you that money? You can't go to King's Developers, sio hao umelipa. So utaenda kwa nani? Kuna ofisi yenye ina deal na hii kitu. You know, there's so much confusion. Alafu unaambiwa ati, you know, if you want interest, wacha hii pesa ikae na serikali for 15 years. 15 years nani atakuwa kwa serikali saa hiyo? How do we know whether this person will be, after 15 years, whether they'll be on board with all this? So this is another pyramid scheme ya kupotea na pesa ya wananchi. NSSF ndio hiyo washaongeza the so-called social fund, social health fund ni ingine. You know, Kenyans are being squeezed or being milked to the last drop. Na hata hii siku yenye Safaricom ilikuwa imeenda down, I understand what was happening is that they're integrating hiyo system yao na KRA so that they can be able to monitor transaction, waone vile utaweza kulipa tax from your transaction, because now watu walitoka kwa paybill. Once they started those exorbitant taxes on paybill, watu wametoka kwa paybill, wenye walikuwa hata kwa biashara wametoa paybill. Sasa you pay them direct to their M-Pesa to avoid that. Sasa they had to ingilia hapo waone venye wata milk the people who are transacting a lot. So it's very unfortunate the situation which is there, kwa sababu the citizens wanafukuzwa from one end to another. They are trying to survive in a very harsh economic climate, but Zakayo is hell-bent to extort Kenyans of money. So anaangalia each and every avenue how he can be able to get money out of the mwananchi's pocket. That is the sad truth, and including, and I cannot advise anybody hiyo mambo ya kuweka hiyo 10% kwa nini, until we see some people who have actually done it and it has gone through. And I don't know why this new system is even necessary, because it's not a government which is funding this building. Hii building inafanywa na watu wanaitwa Kings Developers. Kings Developers are some ni Waarabu hivi, ni vile I'm forgetting the name, but there are some type of Arabs yenye wanakuanga like I think they look to Aga Khan or something. I usually see Aga Khan akikuja, he meets them. So they have built commercial nini inaitwa Prism in Upper Hill. They've built different units all over, and usually they just sell them at market rate, and they, you know, there's no hii mambo ya mboma, it does not inaingiliana wapi na kuuza, because those who want to buy the houses, kuna watu wenye they actually want to buy those houses and the units are enough, say ati tunaweza sema ati kama mtu anakuja kulipa yote once the house is complete, kuna watu wenye wanaweza afford. Sasa hizi vitu zingine yenye mnaletewa hapa which azieleweki, first of all weke down payment, then the first after missing kwa lottery, if you don't get the lottery, hiyo 125, let's say I'm using 125 because huyo jamaa alikuwa na complain, alikuwa anataka nyumba ya 1.25 akadeposit 125. So this guy, in case the lottery doesn't go through, he is supposed to wait for 5 years apate pesa yake without any interest. Kama anataka interest ati government wakae na hiyo pesa for 15 years. Mwenye analipia nyumba ati you can pay for 25 years. You know, some of these things, at what age should you be kuweza kulipia nini a house for 25 for 25 years? Let's say kwa tuseme government retirement ni 65, I mean 60 ku retire, so subtract 25. So how many people are hiyo 25 nakuja ngapi? Maybe 40, ni 45 ama ni 35, sijui 35 I think. So people who are over 35 they cannot apply for that thing, ni wenye wa chini wanaweza apply. So under age, yani under 35. So I don't know, yani hii gava tu ime unajua, yani it's so mixed up until and now the thing is that hiyo siku yenye tunasema ya maintenance, juu ati Safaricom was doing maintenance, kumbe they integrating with KRA so that they can monitor, because now what happens is that watu hawataki story na pay bill kwa sababu pay bill imekewa very high taxes, so people are preferring nilipe kwa namba yangu instead of kulipa kwa pay bill. Sasa they want to track those things, how much money are you getting in your M-Pesa, how much money are you moving, so that we now start charging you, because walikuwa washaingia kwa banks, so even transferring from bank to M-Pesa ama Airtel Money whatever, you have to pay extra. Waliongeza hiyo the taxes which were there. So Kenyans ndio hivyo, we are being milked on all sides. Anatafuta venye atafika hiyo quota yake yenye ameweka for KRA, that they have to meet this quota, so that I don't know for to do something which we cannot see, because mimi sielewi nini he's going to do with that money. So hivyo ndio kuko Kenyans. You saw now mambo ya judiciary, ndio hao wametoka nje wakaenda kwa street because the guy is busy harassing them for refusing to allow him to extort Kenya, because that is all what Zaka is doing. Hakuna kazi ingine anafanya, and then from there huwezi hata ona anything constructive he's doing, ni kutangatanga all over the place. Juzi sijui nikaona ameenda Nakuru. If he's not outside the country, he's busy, ako tu bado kwa campaign mode. Kama hayuko abroad, he's on top of the car going for this, sijui ameenda kufungua market. Kwani hakuja kuwa na presidents in this country? How many presidents which we have been having in Kenya wenye wanaenda kufungua market? At the beginning hata niliona ameenda kufungua dormitory. Sasa jamaa hawezi kaa chini kwa ofisi afanye kazi, it's just up and down. Alafu sasa nikaona Nyahururu hiyo siku yenye alikuwa Nyandarua, watu walikuwa navuka barabara yani I was so happy. Jamaa koko juu ya gari, hakuna mtu anabotha naye, watu wanavuka barabara like going about their business. Sijui kama mliona hiyo kitu, it was so comical. Ako hapo anajiongelesha
barabara, wanaenda choo, wanarudi, wengine wamevaa apron, wanapita hapo mbele ya polisi, I saw that.
That is how fed up Kenyans are of this guy. Alafu unajua the worst thing, hakuna kitu ya maana atakuja kukuambia ama kitu mpya. The same story, fertilizer na tumekuja kuwajengea nyumba. The same ni broken record. Everywhere he goes, that's all what he has to tell Kenyans. Haizi kuambia anything new yenye itakubenefit. So Kenyans are tired. Hata watu wa kwao pia wamechoka. Hakuna mwenye achoka na ujamaa. We are all of us very tired of this guy. So Kenyans, let's continue bracing ourselves. Naona mvua at least imekuja kiasi. Hope haitakuja kwa ubaya. Kuna siku yenye ilikuwa imekuja Nairobi too much. Mpaka kukokuwa na floods. But drainage ya Nairobi si mzuri sana. So hata kukinyesha mvua kidogo, the place gets flooded so much because drainage si mzuri. Na Mr. Sakaja, hata sijui siku hizi yako wapi. I don't even see him. Nilimuona tu kwa ile wings to fly, but we are not feeling him what he's doing in the, kwa sababu kama ni hawkers bado wako, kama ni potholes bado ziko, everything is just the way it was. It's like hakuna kitu yenye anafanya yenye inasaidia Kenyans, inasaidia Nairobians. So that is the situation. I'm happy at least baba pia amesema that nani akiendelea kuchokoza judiciary, watu 1 million watatokelezea because now all we have left is actually judiciary. Parliament ndio ishakuwa compromised, wamenunuliwa. So judiciary ki stand up and make a ruling which is not going along with the executive, that is just them exercising their mandate of checking the excesses of the executive. Juu sahi hatuna mtu mwingine, sio kanisa. Kanisa ilishabaiwa kitambo sana, kitambo kabisa, walishawekwa kwa mfuko. So parliament ndio walinunuliwa. So we don't have anyone to fight for us our rights. It's only judiciary left. So we have to defend those guys at any cost, because hawa nao pia wakikuwa compromise ama wakuwe threatened, we'll be totally at this guy's mercy, which we are already feeling the pinch. Thank you. Back to you in the studio.
Njiru, what has happened to you?
Oh, si wewe ndiye nilikuwa na ngoja aseme.
Oh, okay. So I saw some
ama tonando imeanzia kugonga. Nikuruhusu.
Ni kama ikuji, ni kama imetera.
Wacha itere. Unajua pia huku there is also an element of exaggeration of situations,
Kwanza mimi nilishangaa. Imagine watoto hawajasoma siku 3.
Anyway, but I like it. It is taking caution kuliko yani ujikute on the wrong side. You are nowhere, storm imekutokezea, you don't know what to do. It's a good caution, although sometimes it really don't amount to the risk at times, I say, but it is good caution to prevent loss of life. I understand.
It is good. Our in disaster management, they are good. I mean, they are super good in disaster management. Afadhali museme hamkusoma, badala museme you lost this number of lives.
Yeah, and that should be the pretext of life, or how you manage people. But for us, we don't care. We don't care ni watu wangapi hawana. Like for example, some countries even they tabulate like their jobs. Kama watu hawana kazi, it's a little headache for their leadership. So I think black people, especially sub-Sahara, Nigeria kuteremuka, we have to start giving life dignity. We have to start respecting black people.
Hata okay, endelea Jiru. Endelea. Finish.
Ni vile nimekafika kidogo. Kuna vile atuheshimu Muafrika, like we can just treat an African like trash. We do not respect the value of life from its form, from its sanctity. Yet even with that, hata hiyo tunasema sijui tumeokoka tumefanya nini. Why can't we start respecting life? Kwa nini tu we are so proud mtu ako tu na huko nje Matambara, we are so happy to be having chokoras na huko in large scale, like people destitute in large scale, people with nothing in large scale, watu tu huko in joints with nothing. There is a problem of African societies on respecting Africans. We don't respect Africans. We treat Africans as trash.
Is it that we treat African as trash, or we don't manage our resources and we are selfish, Njiru?
Natena, sorry, excuse me. Natena Pananjilo, have you ever been to Kenya? And I've been in Kenya and I stayed in Serena Hotel, and I remember the way I was treated by the people there as compared to other white people. There is a problem that we normally have, and like you just said, yes, we don't treat our own the way we should be treated.
That is true. Bottom line, ili njuri aendelee, it is very simple. We don't respect Africans. Even Ruto mwenyewe, he doesn't respect Africans. He can treat us the way he want. Anaweza panda aende kwa mzungu kumulamba, wherever kote anaweza taka kumulamba. So Njuria, what I'm saying is, an African does not respect his fellow African. Unaweza ona hata mzungu pahali hajasoma, ama he is not like so serious, a serious guy in the society. Ile mambo atafanywa hapo, sijui he is an expert, mnafanya kazi naye hapo, hata atapewa mshahara mara 3 yako. Those are things which are happening in Kenya. Like, we have no standards for Africans. We treat Africans like trash, and Africans have to start respecting Africans. We can't treat Africans the way we treat them. And it is a campaign we should do. Give Africans their dignity. That is why unakuta tunalipa watu hata pesa huwezi enda nayo kwa duka. That is the money which we pay people. It's a shame. 10,000 kwa mwezi na mtu ako Nairobi. It is because we disrespect Africans.
So Njiru, don't you think the bottom line is that we don't manage our resources well? And have you ever asked yourself, Njiru, kwa sababu gani these people travel, these leaders of us, karibu Maunga, these leaders of us, they travel. Wamekuja America, wameona how America runs their affairs. Americans may have their challenges, but they try very much to observe the dignity of life. And even now they have their challenges. They are talking about structural discrimination and all that. But still, this Akina Ruto and our leaders, they come here, they watch, they see how things are run here. Wakirudi Kenya wanafikirianga aje? What do they think? Do they think what they are doing is right? So those are the questions I keep asking myself all the time. Otherwise, good to see Karaoke and all of you. Siji leo mnaongelelea nini? Njiru, what is the topic today?
Leo mambo ni mingi. Julia, the country is detonating. Hata bila kuangalia topic, Baba ameongea leo, and he gave an indication, mauongo ya Ruto kama kawaida. So you can't miss a point, especially when you are talking of a failed nation. Huwezi kosa point. Wewe njua pale utaanza. I don't think we need to tell you.
I'll take us. Yes,
Julia.
Karibu.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good morning.
Hello.
Wherever else. Yeah, I actually wanted to respond. There's a reason I'm here because of something Julia has said. Happy New Year, everyone, by the way.
Happy New Year. Karibu. Endelea.
There's Santi. There's very little to be happy about in Kenya as usual, but we're glad we're alive. So Julia has said something. It is not about the way Africa is treated. It is about how Africa has positioned itself and who Africa has integrated themselves to become and what Africa has identified itself as being. We've identified ourselves as trash because starting from home, especially when the West decided on Ruto, they knew that Ruto was the one person that can sell the souls of, including his children, to get money. So, like, Ruto represented what they have always envisioned Africa should be. So ideally, when we come and confirm to them, and we come and confirm to ourselves that we are the kind of absolute trash that they envisioned us to be, and especially they have a representative who's going to probably take it to the entire continent and hand us on a silver platter. Just before the Africans stood up and said, hey, wait a minute, we've got the worst of misfits now thinking that he's being a spokesman of Africa. Then they decided now they're going to sideline him. But other than that, this guy had now decided that he's coming to depict Africa for the trash that the white man envisioned us to be. So already we do ourselves a lot of injustice, and that includes even the local tribalism that we start over here. So it is how it is usually said that you will be addressed how you are addressed. So as Africans, we addressed as trash, we are being addressed as trash. That is absolutely the truth. So until the time when we are not going to assign ourselves the right premium and decide that first we're going to be human beings to each other, your next door neighbor is going to first be a human being, irrespective of their social status, irrespective of what they have or what they do not have. Then all this nonsense of calling thugs, calling murderers honorables. You know, when I had Sifuna earlier take a position and say, oh, Honorable Osoro, what is honorable about Osoro anymore? It has to be that now what happened in Nyahururu is replicated everywhere else. Like Nakuru, when those other MCAs were coming out and denouncing what the rest of the MCAs were coming to do, where were the Wananchi, who already know the kind of nonsense that Ruto has and the rest of the MCAs and the MPs are doing? So the Kenyan person first, now at this particular point, we have to identify ourselves how we are dressed. How are we dressed? Are we dressed like the murderer? Are we dressed like that thief? Are we dressed like that rapist? No. As long as we are not dressed like him, we will not allow ourselves to be addressed as him. So that is basically it. Thanks.
Thank you, Maunga. That's what I was trying to say. We have caused ourselves all this level of disrespect and how we even run our resources. In fact, Sazgine wanashanga, tuko na wazimu, are we sane or something? They just wonder why we can't do things right. So until we get there, I think we are going to be disrespected. Kuna mtu ananiuliza swali, I don't know, Atheria, yeah, we are paid. We are paid for all the days that we don't go to work kwa sababu ya disaster. Si makosa yetu, ni makosa ya disaster. Otherwise, ungeniambia niende kazi, ningeenda. Now, Njiru, I hope I answered you. That is what I think. We can't just do things right. We can't just even manage some little resources. And we look, sijui how our leaders look when they do. You watu mliona Ruto akifungua some nyama choma cave, sijui ni New York ama ni Washington. Where was he doing that trash? And somebody was calling me. A Nigerian friend was calling me, Julia, come and see what your stupid president. And you know, Nigerians are just like Luos. He didn't hide it. He just said, Julia, can you come and see what your stupid president is doing? Open a nyama choma joint somewhere. That is how we portray ourselves to the world. That is what they see about us, and they decide whether to respect us or not. I'm telling you. So mkisema you are disrespected, ni vile tunajibemba. And I wonder why they can't learn. Yes,
Julia.
Yes, public.
You know, nani hana kazi. Ruto hana kazi. Hawezi kaa chini kwa ofisi afanye kazi cause hana kazi. So the work is moving from here to there. Akifungua alianza kuna time alifungua dormitory sijui which secondary school. Jana nimeona anafungua sijui ni market. So that is the job which he knows. What he knows ni mambo ya tanga and opening things. That's his idea. That is his idea of being a president. That president ni ceremonial. Unaenda unafungua hapa, the next day unafungua hapa, unaenda funeral ya huyu, unaenda Sunday church, hivyo kutangatanga.
Yes. So hiyo ndio picha anapatia the rest of the world. That is how an African president works. How many times have you seen Joe Biden from one city to another? Ama umemsikia wapi alikuwa Russia, akaenda China, akaenda Kenya? You know, we just look like time wasters, and we have that literally. We don't even have the resources to be globetrotting or wasting our time. Lakini unaona, that's what our presidents do. So that is what we express ourselves. And like Maunga is saying, it is high time Kenyans also decided to do what Nyahururu was doing. And there are topics about Baba. Njiru, you asked me about Baba. He's talking about next week. He'll be giving directions on what next for Kenya. So I think we are looking forward to hearing what Baba will say. But I have been praying very hard that we have leaders rise and decide they are done. They are done with Ruto behavior and they want to remove him from power. That is what I've been hoping to see. So Njiru, naomba si nyinyi watu mtoke kwa curtain. This screen is very dark. Starting with Njiru and Mandamano diaspora, Kenyan with love. You people tokeni kwa curtain so that we lighten.
Nipe dakika tano nitatoka.
Sisi wa Kenya Julia, asanti kwa kutomention wa Kenya kwa sababu naelewa that sisi tunafaa kuwa tumelala, so tuko in night dresses and things that are not pleasant to show to the camera. So asanti kwa kutupata.
Okay, at least watu wametoka kwa curtain kadhaa kina Alex. Alex, I think I want you to come in. Alex, I just came into the debate and you asked me some questions. Akasema ati why tunaoneshwa people to see us as takataka. Nikamwambia is because we show ourselves to be takatakas because of how we carry ourselves. We can't manage our minimal resources. We can't just do the right things, so they have no respect for us. So you can start there, and then we also want to talk about Baba said that he's calling. Did he say he's calling for Mandamano? Chikama kuna mtu aliona hiyo clip vizuri. I don't know. Then I just saw a clip which I'll play later. Kome, the Chief Justice, still asserting that Ruto will not intimidate the judiciary. You people, do you think Kome is sincere with her statements? Ama she's taking us for a ride?
She is trying to redeem herself.
She's trying to redeem. Si anatupeleka ride ati tuonye sasa yeye ameamka. Ama mnaonaje?
Kujifanya ati ni mzuri.
Mimi nadhani anatupeleka for a ride. Hakuna redemption anaweza kufanya kwa sababu already we're in this ditch and this hole because of her. It doesn't matter what she got, it doesn't matter what she was told, even if it was intimidation. Hata kama kuna mtoto wake alikuwa ametekwa ati ndio apatiane hiyo ruling. There was nothing that was worth her putting us in the ditch that we are in, and yet alikuwa kijua the kind of a criminal and a devil this man is. So hakuna redemption anaweza kufanya. As for playing us, I would not be surprised if she's playing us.
Alex, what do you think? Karibu, Alex.
You see, the fact that you have done something before does not mean that you cannot advocate against it, especially when you have seen the light. I think if there is anything Kome understands right now is the regrets of how he put the country into the situation where it is. When I look at her body language, when I see how she regrets, and that is why you saw he supported the lawyers and the League of Fraternity that yesterday walikuwa na maandamano. So let us not be overly judgmental because sometimes even you and me, we have done things and then we have regretted because those things were grave and the effect was far-reaching. But he's still going to pay a big price. When you look at the history of Kenya, people like Kivuitu joked with the country and they ended up dying desperately. Hassan, who was also a former IBC commissioner, I saw him the other day say, I wish we could have tested Raila's presidency because we made grave mistake. When you look at Mutunga regrets the mistakes that he made. He could have made a better mistake. So let us not be overly judgmental to her. You may find that deep inside her, there are people who have spoken with her and told her, look, what you did to the country, and the country is in turmoil. I don't think there's anybody who is happy right now in Kenya, especially the judiciary, the way they are being treated now like babies. And that is why for the first time, I couldn't believe that we Kenyans, we will see the League of Fraternity come together and do what? Such kind of maandamano. And walitupea sai kingine mzuri sana, so that on Monday, wakati tunaenda maandamano, they are going to be there with us. And not only are they going to be there with us, if anything happens, they are going also to represent us. They are ready. They have already formed a group of how those people are going to be arrested, how they are going to do. So she made grave mistakes in Kenya, very, very, very bad. And you know, the language she used was the worst language. I could not believe that. And remember, Orengo said that is not a legal language. But let us give him a benefit of doubt, because there were so many people. There were so many people, Julia, who are in UDA. But right now, if you ask them, they are very, very mad and say, I wish I could not have done this. That person, vile Uhuru alisema, ako na maneno matamu matamu. Some of us, because God has helped us with some IQ, we saw, we understood that this man is going to mess up the country. But you know, some people have average. They are permanently semi-illiterate. So the process, the thought process wanaweka katika maisha yao, unapata saa ingine they can make very bad mistakes. So for me, I will ask you, all of you, let's give him a benefit of doubt, because I think mali imefikia, if we unite on Monday and we continue the Sudan way, tutakomboa Kenya yetu. For the first time, I'm very optimistic that, you know what, everybody, not everybody, a percentage, a good percentage of people are willing to die for that country. If I was in Kenya, I'm not going to lie to you, ningeenda hiyo maandamano. Hata kama ningekufa, I would have died like a martyr. And those are the things zinani stressing, unapata ninakuja hospitali. Because you sit down and you wonder, how did we get here? How can we get out? What is the solution? Because this person has ingrained himself with these people using, you see, there are two tribes only in Kenya that once they take the presidency, they can fill all the positions immediately without even taking 1 week. But the Kalenjins, this is how they are, and that's where I'm going to finish. You see, wakati unakambua ng'ombe, Julia, unaachia ndama. Mkisi wakati anakamua ng'ombe, anaiachianga ndama nusu. Mkikuyu atawacha quarter. Lakini Mkalenjin will make sure that usaa umetoka. Anakamua mpaka usaa unatoka. So huyu jamaa, the last what Nyakango knows, what Kome knows, there are things they know right now that we don't know, that are grave, that can put that country in a great danger. So for me personally, let's give you a benefit of doubt. But we have divergent views. If somebody wants to ask me a question, they can ask me a question, please.
Yes, I have a question for you, Alex. How did you see the maandamano ya this the lawyers? Why were they not attacked by the police? The other day, the police attacked people who were celebrating Baba's birthday. What do you think? Don't you think, if you try to think through, don't you think that the state acted to show that these are gentlemen protesting? Azimio ndio wanaletanga wakora. What do you think?
The reason they were not attacked is this. Mpino Malwa is a lawyer. Martha Karua is a lawyer. So this one, Martha Karua gave a very good speech. Akawaambia hivi, hata sisi tunawapigania, na msikubali tuwapiganie, nyinyi ndio pia mtaumia. So I think Martha's speech, I remember when Martha, after the NADCO report was given, Martha was very, very, very bitter. And I remember Wundanyi almost abused her in parliament. So what happened is that Martha Karua speech was instrumental to tell these people that, look, don't do this. And the other thing is that these policemen, they also have fear when it comes to what? To the lawyers. So I think that culminated into that. However, I think hata askari wamechoka, hata askari wamechoka, pesa imeisha kwa mfuko, hata ile pesa walikuwa wanapataka kwa barabara hawana anymore. So I think they are also very frustrated that they are not able to take. Look, when we look at the profession, and I like what nani anapendanga kusema, what's her name? This lady, this good lady that speaks about morality and father, and alikuwa hapa anaitwa nani? What's her
Kenyan
name?
maandamano.
Not Kenyan maandamano. The Luo lady that speaks about
Maunga.
Maunga. You know, there are things Maunga says.
Maunga is here.
Yeah, there are things Maunga says people don't take seriously. A fabric of a society, if the father is not respected, if the father is not part of it, inafanya nini? Inaharibika. Ukiangalia in the whole of Kenya, one of the societies, one of the profession ambayo imeharibika kabisa ni askari. Askari wanachanga bibi nyumbani, wanakuja kukaa in those shants. They are tired because their children end up not performing well. They end up not getting jobs unless, again, they go to the police force. So I think tumechoka, vile Laira asema, tumechoka. I think everybody is tired, unless somebody has another question.
Okay,
But
on that, did you see when they tear gas people who are celebrating Baba's birthday? We got some two divergent views, which I don't know whether to tell whether one was pretending. I think Burungei is said to have said that, to have tried to justify the act.
yes, we know that. Those are pre-planned. You know, they have tried to kill this man several times. Remember when he was coming from the US? His car, remember when he stayed, was it 3 months when people said, Baba, you are away? They tried to kill him. And then there was a rally in Kisii after Raila amechagua Martha Karua as his running mate. They almost killed Martha Karua. So these people, let me tell you, they are hell-bent. These people kill. The Kalenjin community is good as a whole, but the Nandis are the worst. The Nandis can kill you cold-blooded. Remember what Jirongo said? Jirongo reminded us that this man strangled a young boy and that boy died right there. So if this man can do to that to a young boy who has nothing, you see, the problem Kenya now has is that Ruto cannot do anything as long as Raila is alive. So he really wants Raila to do what? To die so that he can be a lifetime president. But God has really blessed Raila to give him what? Life, and good life. Ukiangalianga Raila kutoka kwa uso, ukimwangalia the way he speaks, yes, sometimes he mumbles because we all have weakness. But when you look at that man at his age, every day he has a meeting, 3 of them. Julia, if it was you, let me tell you, you can't be Baba because you wake up every day, you go to meetings, unaenda ya judiciary, unaenda ya maandamano, unaenda ya LSK. The kind of people he meets in his office is very, very difficult for that man to be there. It is a blessing that Kenya has. And many people do not see the blessing we have because of Baba. That blessing can only be seen when one day he will go. But one thing I know, hii tear gas ambayo walifanya, it is related. And this is the same person who did the same thing in Kisii when he wanted to kill Martha Karua. This is the same person who wanted to kill Baba when Baba came from where? From. So there is an elite squad ambayo wamecreate, and Martha Karua told us there is an elite squad ya Kalenjins who don't know. Sijui kama ni bangi wamepewa, sijui kama ni cocaine wamepewa, sijui kama ni blues wamepewa, whatever wamepewa, those people do not think. They will disrupt and they will want even to kill. So, but we thank God that tear gas did not, but it was aimed. And you saw even what happened in Kisii. Osoro decided that he wanted to kill what? Simba Arati. Why? Because Baba is grooming Simba Arati by force. So Osoro went where they were, and you know what he did? He used live bullets and he hit people. Even there are 12 people in the hospital right now. But what has the government done? Nothing. So these are killers. That's all I can say.
Wow. I'll come back to you to tell me whether you think Kome, the policeman now, the police boss, whether Kome has a divergent view on that, because he said to have ordered some investigations. And I'm thinking that he was also pretending. But let me go to Romeo first, Alex. Romeo, karibu kwa show. Good to see you. Now, we are trying to interrogate what went on with the lawyers today. They were protesting. They were not attacked by the police, and the police the other day attacked Baba's birthday. Now we also wondering why Bungei and Kome are having divergent views about this. Are they pretending? Are they acting? Now, then Kome, I'm talking about Kome, the police boss, and Bungei, the Nairobi police boss. Bungei said that, I think he said that he had not been informed about the party. Then I'm asking, if I'm holding a party, do I have to call Bungei and tell me, hey, Bungei, I'm having a party in my house? Is that okay? And then I think that is what he said. But Kome, the police boss, said that that was wrong and should not have happened, and he's ordering an investigation. But then we are seeing another clip today. I find it and play it. Kome, the CJ, saying that the judges will not be intimidated. Now, we are asking ourselves, are the lawyers trying to pop up a revolution? Why were they not attacked by the police? And not forgetting that Baba has said that he's giving away forward next week. So what do you think about the whole scenario? Karibu Bwana Romeo.
Thank you, Julia, my sister. Appreciate it. Jambo, everybody. It's good to see Njiru, Kenyan with Love, public participation. I've always wanted to be in the forum with you, so I'm glad to have caught you. You always have some really interesting points that I'd like to address. Honorable Alex, good to see you. And then my sister Maunga. Oh, I'm sorry, Maunga. Please forgive me for butchering your name. So let me go back and try to address what made me jump on the forum first, before I forget, please, Julia. For me, I think I'm gonna have a divergent opinion here to what Alex stated. And that's that let's not be harsh in judging the people who have done us wrong. It's not about harsh judgment, but I think to me it's about lessons learned from the past. Let's go back in our history and see people who have done Kenya wrong. Were they remorseful? Did they ever step forward? Even, I can do wrong here. And if I'm wrong, I can come back and say, look, fellow panelist, I apologize. I said the wrong thing. You see, I'm remorseful and I have come forward to let you guys know why I am apologizing. So you know why I'm apologizing. Martha Koome, we cannot read her body language. I am not an expert in body language reading. So I don't know if Martha Koome has actually realized the mistake she made and that she needs to come forward and say, I think when you ask for forgiveness, and asking all of us here, when you're asking for forgiveness, number one, the way I was taught, those of you who have been through marriage counseling, you're told, number one, when you ask your spouse for forgiveness for something you've done, you need to identify what is it that you're apologizing for. Those are basic rules of apologies and being remorseful, so people can actually start saying that this person, she or he is a human being and they were wrong and they've come forward and they have said to us, look, I made a wrong judgment here, judgment call. I'm asking for apology. So for me, it's not that my heart is hardened, no, but I have not seen Martha Koome come out and tell us exactly where she stands. So to me right now, what is happening with the judiciary is just that, like Orengo always says, I think he said this in parliament when he was in parliament, that the state always comes to eat its kids and we eat each other. Okay. Now, Ruto's policies are being blocked by the judiciary, and now judiciary is the enemy. Are they really enemies? If you ask me, I'm doubtful. I don't think they are. We Kenyans and Africans in general, we are gullible. We are very gullible people. People come and do us dirty, and then we just have this kind-hearted, and we just forgive them. Even if they don't apologize to us, we are assuming that according to Martha Koome's body language, that she is remorseful for the wrongdoing she has done. Is she? I don't know. But if Martha Koome was to go public and apologize because she wronged the citizens, go there and say, look, I was wrong, and admit the wrongdoing. I cannot start assuming or making assumption of what Martha Koome is going through right now, even if even if she's genuine about her remorseness and being remorseful for the wrongdoing. We cannot just accept body language or the bickering they have with the president right now. The gullibility that I'm talking about is what has gotten us here. I'm not saying we need to crucify Martha Koome or any other person that has wronged Kenya, but there's accountability process where we can say, Madam CJ, you have wronged us, but now you need to be accountable. Going forward, these are the steps we want to see from you. If those steps are shown to us, then we can say this lady is actually remorseful and she means well for the country. And you asked me another question. Sorry, remind me again, Julia. What was you kind of? There was a few of them combined. Sorry, you're on mute, Julia.
So the police behavior and
yeah. So,
do you trust the police behavior? I mean, the lawyers,
no.
They're not attacked. I mean, then Bungei, did you see Bungei? Okay, the birthday party. First, you started the birthday party. Bungei, they attacked. Then Bungei says that he was not notified. So I'm asking myself, do I have to notify someone that I'm having a party in my house? And then Koome, the police boss, comes out to say that needs to be investigated. Do you trust Koome, the police boss statement?
There you go,
trust
Julia.
That? Do you think this is just retro drama that, okay, we didn't attack the lawyers, but when Baba comes, because he comes with thugs in quotes, because Baba's protesters are thugs, you see, and violent and bent on destroying property. That is why we attacked them. I don't know. I'm just trying to make you people look at that. Yeah.
I would say this. I think that the gullibility thing comes out again. Do you really think what happened as far as the comparison between regular folks like you and I having a birthday party on the streets and having it being tear gassed and just destroyed, and then you have the Law Society of Kenya having their own demonstration, and they're even escorted. Basically, what it's telling me, Julia, and we may debate, I like to debate this actually, is we have, like all societies, different categories of citizens. There's citizens like the Law Society of Kenya, they are escorted when they're demonstrating. What's the difference? What's the difference between what they were doing and what any other Kenya has done by getting placards and walking around talking about Nikonja or wearing a sufuria in their head? They should be accorded similar. They should be accorded similar law. What's the word I'm looking for here? They should be accorded the same law. The same law should be applied across the board. So what I'm trying to say here is this. Let us not be gullible Kenyans. This Law Society of Kenya, that is a different, for lack of a better word, breed of Kenyans as a society. They are treated differently. And this should anger a lot of Kenyans like you and I. And in fact, if this Law Society of Kenyans don't see what happened, they're also stupid and accomplishes, they help accomplish what this government is doing. This Law Society of Kenya, when other Kenyans are demonstrating and they're tear gassed and they're arrested, very few of them volunteer their time to go and advocate for them in court. They should see that they're being treated differently and that Kenya is not a society of caste or caste society where there's the privileged, there's a privileged, and then there's those just downtrodden people like the rest of us. In fact, these lawyers, from here going forward, if they're right-thinking human beings and they mean well for the entire country of Kenya, they should remember this, that when we marched, we were escorted by police. Every Kenyan has the right for that to be accorded them, which is being escorted and making sure the law is kept. So I'm waiting for the next Mandamano to see if these lawyers will see what the rest of us saw, which is that some Kenyans are more Kenyans than others. And that's what I saw from that. So I'm sorry, I'm a little bit divergent when I come to my thinking, but I hope that the way I'm portraying it makes some sense, even if you don't agree with me, is that we are being treated differently. And the Law Society of Kenya should have seen that. And next time, when they see Kenyans being tear gassed, like the situation at the Baba's birthday thing, that should have taken those Law Society of Kenyans to court and say, look, we would like to sue the Kenya police. They should sue, the LSK should sue the Kenyan police and tell them, you cannot do what you did to Kenyans on that day. So to me, I'm saddened that the people that are supposed to be protecting us and understand the law are also kind of celebrating when the law is allowing them to do what they can do. But it doesn't help us all. But what these lawyers don't know is that today it's us, tomorrow it's them. They'll be tear gas too at some point, And the other question was, so Koome, let's not be gullible. This statement they make, we have seen it. In fact, I've come to learn that with Ruto's government, anything they say, it's the opposite. Ruto says it all the time. Ruto says something, he does the opposite. What Koome is saying is just to show the media and the international media that he's taking some action. But of course, nothing will be done. Those policemen, those were orders. Kenya police do not do anything without orders. And those orders come from above. Is it Koome? Probably above Koome. So Koome has really nothing to say. So what Koome would do is contradict whoever said it. But of course, on the side, he has been told how to respond. And so we are always gullible. We are always caught thinking, oh, they mean well. But the repercussions, the results, the effects are not what we expect. So my prayer, let us not be gullible. And when you started, there's a question you asked Njiro about Martin Luther King and why Africans, I think the question was about we Africans have what is it? We have, how did you ask it, Njiro? Help me. How we Africans have, what was the question? Anyway, but what I wanted to say is this. Because of the gullibility that we as Africans across the diaspora and Africa continental as well, a little bit of a lie with some truth to me is still a lie. A little bit of some truth with some lie is a lie. It doesn't matter. It's still a lie. So for us, we are given a little bit of truth and a little bit of a lie, but for some reason, because we are gullible, we run with the truth and forget the lie and almost condone it. We condone the lies, we condone everything that is done. With the Martin Luther King thing, that man did an amazing job for the United States and the black folks here in America. And I think you asked the question, did he achieve what he meant to be? And I'll say, no, he did not. He made some strides, but he didn't. We are yet, African Americans are yet to realize what equality really means in a Western white dominated society. That they're yet to realize. And again, we all have different experiences. But my experience as an African child that moved to the United States to go to college at the age of 18, who has lived here over 20 plus years, I can tell you I have seen it in the corporate world. I have seen it in just neighborhoods that I live in. I have seen it in where there's still remnants of the oppressor and slavery that morphed into segregation and then morphed into racism and then morphed into what I call now redlining. Redlining is basically telling black people that they can only buy homes in certain neighborhood and not certain neighborhoods, or black people, if they buy in that neighborhood, white people flight. There's white flight, which they just leave the neighborhood. And to me, I think what diaspora and Africans and continental Africans are experiencing is actually similar. It's not different. But because the victor, the master, wrote our textbooks, wrote everything, they have found a way to divide us, not just tribally, but also you come here and there's black people who have made it. And one thing with us black people, as soon as we make it a little bit, we think we are better than other black people. So we start associating ourselves with the other community. And then, you can look at it. Look at Oprah. Look at the Michael Jordan of this world, the LeBron, black men and women who have made it in the American society. They start behaving like black issues does not affect them at all. But in essence, if that rag is really pulled underneath the feet, they're as black as they get and they will be treated as any of us. So I think, Julia, I'll give it back to you. If someone has a question, I'll respond. But thank you for the time, Julia.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe Alex, you want to say something? Or Kenya with love, you've not spoken. And then we can go back to Maunga and Alex and Jiru. I don't know whether they have a question for Romeo. Now, Kenya with love, we are still wondering. Okay, first, Romeo, I will come back to you. You can answer me. I think these lawyers were genuine in their protests, and I think they were not celebrating our plight. And I think, according to me, and I would like the other members of the panel to discuss that, according to me, they have prepared a platform for something bigger that can even lead to a revolution if Kenyans take it from there, according to me. Now, and Azimio can exploit this, the fact that the lawyers were not attacked. Azimio can exploit this positively and say, why are you attacking us? We did not attack the lawyers, okay? The government may want to play it around and say that the lawyers are decent, Azimios are like this, but Azimio can also exploit this, and also not just Azimio. And in fact, it's no longer an Azimio issue right now. What's going on in Kenya is a Kenyan issue. It is no longer even about Baba. It is what Kenyans are going through. So Kenyans can exploit this and say, we shall fight for our rights. We'll go on the streets. We shall protest. And we don't expect the police to attack us. And like, I also want to agree with Romeo that I would like to see the lawyers come out to defend the people. Like, you did not attack us. Why are you attacking them? I don't know that this is possible. So Kenyan with love, can you indulge yourself with the issue of into the issue of the lawyers protesting? They were not attacked by the police. The police attacked the birthday cake. Bungei was not even apologetic. He was trying to justify it. But Kome, the police boss, was behaving like he was condemning it, which according to me, I think he was just trying to play good boy with instructions from above. And then now we see Kome, the CJ, trying to take the fight of the judiciary versus the executive father, saying that the judiciary will not be intimidated. Do you think she's remorseful and she's fighting back? And if she's fighting back, what exactly is making her fight back? I think I've asked you so many questions, but I think you get the point. Karibu Kenya with love.
Thank you so much, Julia. I really appreciate you so much. Asante sana na shukuru. Let me just jump to the point because I have 4 that I'd written, but let me just to answer your question, Julia. There's something that we've been fighting a lot lately in our country, and that is the constitution of our country. The problem is that we've been fighting about the constitution of our country. Now, to answer your question that you just asked me, is that the reason these guys cannot be fought the way they fight with Kibera is because these are the constitutionalists. They're the lawyers. They know the constitution. You know, the common Mwananchi doesn't understand the constitution, so they don't even understand where where their right starts and where it ends. These are the guys that will sue you tomorrow in the morning. By the time you wake up, I mean, if you're a police officer, you will be taken hand by hand to be taken, because those are the guys that will even come and give the constitution, because Kenyans do not understand the constitution. Mona, even me, until I started reading the constitution myself, most of us even here do not understand the constitution and the rights that we do have. How do you expect a lawyer who can sue you and actually take you out when umpige tear gas? So basically, the thing is that when you look at it, that's the difference between maandamano ya lawyers na maandamano ya Mkenya wa kawaida.
My brother Kenyan with love.
And let me finish.
You just raised a really big question here. You can address this as well.
Okay.
So just because they understand the law, not all Kenyans are professional lawyers. There are Kenyans who are teachers, Kenyans who are engineers, Kenyans who are other professions. Just because they are lawyers, does it mean that they should be accorded or be categorized differently than any other Kenyans when it comes to maandamano? Is maandamano just meant for lawyers, or maandamano is meant for all Kenyans? And in that case, they're not an exception. So they should not be treated better because they're lawyers. That's what I'm asking.
Not exactly the point that I'm trying to do. You're asking, but I'm trying to actually put that point straight. It is because they know people. I mean, people know even if you want to go to a police station, you as a person, you have no way of to go litigate anything. So wewe ni mtu utaenda ambiwe lipa what do they call it? Ni mtu alishikwa jana akiwa anatembea usiku, which is not unconstitutional to walk at night. And you will not argue with it. You will just call your sister Julia, like my sister. I'll call my sister Julia and tell her nilishikwa jana saa 6 nilikuwa naenda kuchukua mkate ndio niamke mapema, and then Julia will just say, hey, okay, and then she will come to the police station and say, huyu, and then she'll give 200, and she'll be like, as long as we go home, that's fine. But these guys know the constitution and actually where the world is happening. I mean, it's coming up to a place where people starting to understand the constitution. And that is the reason most of the time in this channel, I've been a person of saying we need to understand our constitution and read it. If we understand our constitution and read it, then actually we can actually go to Mandamano and be treated like the lawyers are being treated. These guys are afraid they wataweza kuingizwa kwa mashaka, so they will not even touch, because the lawyers actually are working on the constitution. So if we work towards our constitution, work within our constitution, hata maandamano yetu, which mostly we actually work on our constitution. But again, they know wakiwatupia tear gas mtakimbia mtupe. I mean, it's something to, they will just come up with something and there's no, you can do whatever. Just like the other day, you saw somebody holding an AK-47 and anaielekeza kwa watu. So that's the problem with Kenyans, because Kenyans never want to talk about the constitution or even read about the constitution. And as long as we read the constitution, understand it, and carry it, I'm telling you, Madam Julia and even Mr. Romeo, you can see people even like in places that are so developed, like UK, Canada, US. These guys are starting to talk about their First Amendment, and you can see those First Amendment auditors, where they actually walk somewhere and just watch, do their camera, and they just taking a picture on their camera, and they're waiting for people to wakuja wakwambie ni constitutional right yao. Julia, I know you've seen those people, because and normally what they say is that, Julia, if you don't exercise, a constitution is like your muscle. If you don't exercise it, guess what? It gets weak. So and you're right, it becomes weak. Julia, I don't want to take too much time. I think I've answered your question. That was a good question. Thank you so much, Mama. Let me just run real quick. Julia, for me, the way I'm maliniko mimi, I had just 4 points that I wanted to say. Me, I think Mother Kwame should carry her cross. I don't know why we are even, I don't know going forward what we don't need to do that, because we cannot be having laws and then somebody breaks the law, and then when the cards change and look the other side, now we start defending them. I will never see, and you will never see me sit here defend Mother Kwame. Last time I said waende wafungiwe kwa room moja wote wawili, wapigani, wakimaliza watoke watuambie nani alishinda, and then huo ndio tuta crucify. Both of them are criminals. They know what they did. Hizi vitu za kuja kutuambia Julia, we need to stop, and that's why we're going to be a third world country forever if actually we justify things because they are on our side. They both waliharibu elections, both of them. Hakuna mwenye mzuri na hakuna mwenye mbaya. Whether it's Ruto, whether it's Koome, both of them. They never even took, Koome never even took time. In fact, it was the first in history of our country to have a judgment being made by one person. Normally, we know a 3-bench sitting people judgment. Everybody reads their own judgment. Ya Mutunga they read, kila mtu akaridi yake. Ya huyu mwingine, the other one, because I'm trying to run real quick.
Maraga.
Ya Maraga, yes, they read zote. Hii yake alikuja tu akatuambia, sijui hote, sijui, I don't even understand where she got those languages from. So both of them, there's nothing good. Mi hata sitaki kujua nani anatetea. Mi hakuna mwenye natetea. Watu wende wafungiwe kwa room kwanza cause wameharibu Kenya yetu. Sorry to say that. And we cannot be playing these games, Madam Julia. We are not going. Let Ruto is stuck in Kenya for now. he's gonna try to walk away, but right now he's going to try because everything Mount Kenya is starting to be riot. I mean, what to Abaya. I mean, there's no county that is doing whatever. The next thing that you're going to see is seeing Ruto moving around, trying to be nice and whatever. Easy foreign trips utaona zimeanza kuisha to come and trying to endear you guys. And we're not going to pay this thing, I mean, of the... Okay, Julia, let me just finish by this. There's so much I could say right now. I have so much. But let me tell you, where we are right now, the only thing that I'm happy about Kenya is that the fact that the common mwananchi is starting to understand the problem with Kenya. And also, some of the people who are taking advantage of the common mwananchi are starting to understand that it's not an easy road no more. People are not going to walk down the aisle where you can just come and lie to the common mwananchi, and just tell them, oh, si tulikuambia tulifanya nini. People even do not give a siwezi sema kwa national TV. People do not care anymore. People are starting to understand, and they've read them. And Kenya is starting to change because of the common mwananchi. Actually, that mama mboga, that border is the one that actually is starting now to become smarter. Now, what they always say, mjinga akierevuka.
I just to add to what you're saying, Kenyan with love, I think what you said I totally agree with. We should let's say they're having a duel, the executive and the judiciary. The duel, the Western style duel, where someone stands on one side and the other one on the other side with a pistol on their hitched on their waist, and the first person to pull it out and shoot the other one wins. We should bring explosives and put it in the middle, so any spark burns all of them. Judiciary can never be forgiven if they don't even know what wrong they've done. They have not even told us what wrong they've done. How am I supposed to forgive any member of the judiciary? It doesn't matter, any of them, the Supreme Court members to most of our judicial men and women. We know how our courts work. Our courts are kangaroo courts. They're useless. They're not even worth mentioning. So why would I think that all of a sudden the Chief Justice and many of the courts, many of the men of the cloth, they're called, all of a sudden they have found Jesus, they've made a U-turn, and they mean well for our country? I doubt that. I'm so skeptical because we have seen this story before. And the story goes like this. They destroy things, and then they find Jesus, they start going to church or something like that. All of a sudden, we make excuses for people. Why do we Kenyans like to make excuses for people who don't even take responsibility of accepting their mistake, so that we as citizens can say, okay, you have asked for forgiveness, you have accepted, acknowledge your mistake, let's move forward. They never do. No politician or a judge or someone in public office in Kenya has ever come out after they have been indicted of something or even found guilty, or the case just disappears in the middle of it. How many cases in Kenya as we speak? How many people were let go from not being indicted after Ruto took office? Many.
And then, Nani, because I want to let it back, because I know Maunga hasn't spoken, and I know people are just listening to us. I was just finishing up and wrapping up. The problem with us Kenyans, the problem that is actually hitting us Kenyans, and whether we like it or not, we will have to start talking matope. The problem is that we don't like talking matope, and I think it's our cultural kind of thing. We don't like saying the truth where exactly the truth is. We need to say the truth where it is. Kama ni utoto, ni utoto. Kama ni ujinga, ni utoto. If it's tribalism, it's tribalism. We call it as what it is. And the moment we start calling what it is, that's then the moment that actually everything will start working in Kenya. The problem is that tunapulizanga sana. We don't want to say it. If we can say what it is, Nobody hates anybody in Kenya. The problem is that we don't want to say it. We hide too much. And we hide behind what tribal societal norms and things and Christianity and religion norms and everything. Kama ni udwanzi ni udwanzi, kama ni ufala ni ufala. The moment we start calling it, and we even look at our constitution and bring it in, if you are you, because we've been played for fools for too long. Now we're starting to blame the West. How do we blame the West while we are Kenyans and we can see magari zikikimbia kila mahali, barabara mzima, and we can see our kids crying that they were not even given the right exams results.
Kenya, can I divert? Let me take you back to the topic.
Yes,
I can see watu wanaanza kutoroka, staki watoroke so that we give Maunga. So I heard you clearly. So
Julia,
yes,
just
Romeo.
please, could you take off Alexa's camera just because there's medical stuff going on, just for privacy, please.
Oh, thank you. So Kenya is love. I heard you clearly. Please don't disappear. I heard you clearly. I hope I don't forget what you said. You said something that was important. You said, yes, I remember. Now, you think that the government takes advantage of our ignorance and harasses our people left and right? And you think that I kind of agree with you. I think it was a tough thing for Bungei, coming from attacking a birthday party to attacking the lawyers. It was going to be. I read something PK posted. It was going to cause something that the government did not want to deal with. So maybe they have to be like, watch our tembe too. And then so that this one lay a platform for Kenyans, not just Baba. It is no longer a Baba issue. It's no longer an Azimio issue now. It is a Kenyan problem. Okay? Kenyans are feeling it. Kenyans are feeling the Kenya Kwanza pressure left and right. So does this lay a platform of telling Kenyans it is high time we fight for our rights? However much it was, maybe we see the stage managing of Kome, the police boss, and Bungei about the birthday cake, and then however much we don't trust Kome, the CJ's intentions. What CJ is doing, the fight now is between CJ and the executive, and now how the lawyer started. Does it give us a platform? Does it give us some motivation? Does it give us some inspiration? I mean, can we now look at it and say, okay, man, we don't care what they are fighting for, but at least they are showing that they are fighting the way we were fighting. They are starting the fight. So does it give us some inspiration? Because I understand mother was there. The Azimio running mate was there. And I also saw Kalonzo. I mean, I saw a whole fraternity of our lawyers and our political. I mean, they were there. So does it give us a platform to say, come on, guys, now we're going to fight for this. We're going to get it. Maunga, what do you think?
Julia, I'll be honest and tell you. You see the two names you mentioned, Akina Kalonzo being there, Akina Martha being there. The whole law fraternity may have assumed that those two would give them impetus. But I think this worries me more, because I'd actually expected that by these guys calling this Mandamano, then Kenyans would get the much needed thrust, to be able to come out and perhaps join in the protests. But did you notice they were actually allowed to do it in their own elite way? Because the problem is, sadly, it is only regarded that Raila Odinga appears to be the only person who's got the power to speak, and the rest of Kenyans, especially Kenyans, the rest of Kenyans, the ones who are not necessarily so elite, I don't want to say the lowly ones, but the ones who are not necessarily so elite, feel that this guy represents us. So right now, they may want to come out, but they've got to wait for the guy who ultimately appears not to be on any side of the divide, appears not to be compromisable. And that voice still appears to be a Raila Odinga voice. But increasingly, naturally, everybody has seen and everyone has confirmed what we kept saying at this platform. Because for us, there's nothing that Ruto is doing that is new. He's surprising us at the speed at which he's done it, but there's nothing that he's doing that is new. We expected this of him. We actually are not surprised by anything. We are only impressed by the fact that he has made us be vindicated, and that where we are right now, we're looking at it in terms of we told you guys so, we told you guys so, but we cannot afford to say so anymore. Now it is about how we act, how we respond to this. I'll be honest and tell you, from where I stand and I sit, I know that the only thing left to do is to get out on the streets and to forcefully get this guy out. Decide that it doesn't matter how many he kills, but then where is the end in sight? It cannot be that this time we're calling people to the streets just because we are going to the streets. It's got to be that if this does not happen, this is happening. And this happening means we are not going to be part of Kenya. I wish an utterance like that would be made. If today Raila comes out and says, we are going to the streets, the cost of living has to come down, the taxes has to come down, the modality of ensuring that the law is, everything that has been passed by the judiciary is followed. Everybody who's in contempt, all the criminals who are out there killing people and nothing is being done about them, everybody who's going against the political parties, if none of that is addressed immediately, because those are low-hanging fruits that can easily be plucked and correct the situation. If none of that happens, we are not part of Kenya. We are pulling out. We are no longer paying any taxes to them. We no longer recognize Ruto, and we are getting him out of our counties. We are getting him out of our spaces. So that comes with an ultimatum. That comes with the finality of something that we are achieving. Not necessarily that,
Irene,
we
can
still
I ask you a
live it.
question with the risk of
Yeah,
being kicked out?
go ahead.
If you're a gun holder today, you, Maunga, and you went and took your gun and shot towards people, what would happen to you?
Naturally, I would have been rotting in some dungeon of a cell, Uko. Osoro has no business being called an honorable, walking freely and everything else. And then we're still saying that we're still in a country, we're still referring to a guy as president, he's still taking our taxes, we're still making roadside declarations, and we're still living that. We do not have a country as things stand. So ideally, when the next course of action should be, all these things change and are fixed. We're getting our country back in terms of what the constitution demands of it. In the absence of that, we do not recognize this guy because he's there within a constitutional office. So as it is, he doesn't recognize that constitution. Neither do we recognize him. And for that reason, he will not be a part of us. There needs to be something clear in terms of where we are headed with this. Where is the end? An end needs to be drawn. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Maunga. Yes, I get you. So now, based on what we saw, that gives us a platform. Now, Baba and team, tuache kumbebelezana, that this thing ati mara, first and foremost, Maunga, the cost of living cannot just go down because of the policy that Ruto has brought in. So what it is to do is to throw out the finance bill, and we go back where we started. And I think now you have said, Baba should be clear. If we don't go back where we started, we are not part of you. Okay?
Exactly.
Now, so we are looking forward to see a situation where we say that we are done and we are done and we are done. Now, I come back to you, I want you to interrogate this. Now, do you think Mother Kome is capable of jumping ship? Now, don't you think their fight is they have seen the light, not because they are remorseful. For remorse, I don't think they are remorseful, unless they tell us they are remorseful for what happened. But the light from this sense, now it got to Lala, the light from this sense, Lala, listen to this question, the light from this sense that Ruto, when Ruto came in, he said that he is employing the judges that Uhuru refused to employ. That's the first thing he did. And then he was saying that he's expanded the judiciary fund. I was wondering, what judiciary fund? Okay, so mother and team, because they are selfish and self-centered, they were excited because they had, first of all, they're the ones who swore him in, so they were excited. They brought him in. Now they were excited. They have a lot of money and all that. The guys dancing to their tune. All a wow, this guy doesn't have money. Professor Ndungu already told us that they don't have the money. Okay, so mother is coming to the reality. Hakuna pesa, hata hiyo budget, it was increased, but there's no money. And now mother is jumping ship. Now Ruto is walking left and right, harassing them and intimidating them. And mother is like, you're gonna do this. Now, do you think this kind of thing, Rara, is going to help Kenyans? If mother, that us, we don't care whether she's pretending or she's acting, but she's giving a signal, kwamba vitu vichenjanga, things fall apart. She's giving us those signals. The signal she's giving us, vitu vichenjanga. So because she's giving us those signals, the lawyers are giving us those signals that they are now ready for a fight. Now, do you think that Kenyans should take from there and Baba should take the stand that Maunga has given us? Yes, Karibu Lala.
Asante Julia, Asante Maunga, Asante Kenyans Love and Romeo and the rest in the background. You know, in Kenya, there are two types of fighters. There are those that have declared the war on Ruto's government, that it must go. And then there are those people that are in the middle. They are not, they go by the pressure. If the pressure is moving towards Ruto, then they jump over there. They are the Kanini Kegan, the group, you see, where it's the wind, they blow with the wind. And Martha Tubey is right there. So what our contribution is to me is very insignificant. But I do believe that she will flow with the wind. When the pressure is getting, the kitchen is getting hot, she'll get out. And that's what I think of people like Martha Karua. And I also may include some people also in the LSK. When things were hot during the Mandamano, somehow they were absent. When they knew the law very well, they should have been at the front. One good thing is that at least they are beginning to step out, whether it is because they believe in this or because they feel like the pendulum is swinging in a different direction. That is immaterial. What we're looking for is the number. The movers, the real provocateurs, will always be. They are the Martha Karuas, they are the Odingas, they are the all the people. They will lead us there, and these others will just flow in. And so what I see is encouraging. But just like Maunga stated, it is until these leaders, tell us, let us go for the jugular, let's step out and get our country. Nothing is going to be done. They might appear as if they're moving a different side, but they're just hanging in there. They can easily come back, go back, depending on what they see as a pressure. So the core of the fight has to be all of us that believe that Ruto is illegitimate, that he should not be there. All of us that are willing to sacrifice all to get our country back, because we may discuss what he's doing and the changes and all that, but I see him as incapable of those changes. I don't think he will leave the office because there are so many things waiting for him. So I think it's just as safe as he is in that office. So I think unless we get him out, I don't think he's gonna go out easily. So let's get him out. We got the number, we got the will, we got the people. Others will follow us like Martha Karua. like Kobe, Martha Kobe, that is. I think somebody's raising their hand. I think Mato.
Yes, Mato. Go ahead.
You see, I seldomly ever disagree with Lala, but today I'm really, honestly, with all due respect, sir, I will go against you and I will disagree with you. And it's all with all due respect, sir. I'm
That's okay.
sorry. It's just a difference of opinion, does not mean anything. Now, what I feel that you're not seeing is the thing that we were talking about almost a year ago, is that we were not going to wait for these people to start talking. And again, first of all, let me start by telling, get your Mother Kwame and Mother Karua different, right? Those are two different people. You kind of confused me somewhere there, but anyways, that's just a passerby, because it's your time, and because I lifted my
I
hand.
don't want to be misconstrued. Just hold on. I used Martha Kobe as the one in the middle. Martha Karua is the fighter. That's what I meant.
Right. So where I tend to really go, not, I mean, to disagree with you, is that there's something that people haven't seen, and I always go back to that meeting with Uhuru and Baba, and I need people to understand this. At that time, they sat down and they couldn't. They told you they couldn't talk for almost 2 hours. They were just looking at each other before the handshake, and they asked themselves, where did the rain start beating us?
Correct.
And that is the reason, that's the problem that we have as Kenyans. First of all, we've not asked ourselves, where did the rain start beating us as Kenyans? This goes back to Mwalimu Nyerere, where he asked, where did the rain start beating us? Which is, I mean, are we together? Are we not together? What is happening? So for the last 1 year, we've been saying it will come a time that we won't need Baba to tell us what to do. Neither will it come a time for any politician to tell us what to do. But there will come a time to hold people to the Constitution of what the Constitution of Kenya says. So basically, why did I disagree with you? Is when I'm getting fond and sick and tired of people saying, "Oh, we need we need a way. We need to be told." No one needs to be told, and that's the reason I'm liking. Even though I think it's fake, I mean, I don't like it. That's when you see LSK going, I'm happy for them going without, nobody told them. Baba did not come to tell them anything. And you saw the Sifunas of the day in Kisumu, I mean, in Kisii, they're out there talking, talking about other things while the other side is doing everything. So basically, Kenyans cannot be waiting for one person. And that is the thing that we were waiting for, so that people, even now, who are the LSK? These are the middle class, and even the a little bit rich. I mean, I know they're rich, most of them, but at least most of them are middle class. We cannot say that the rich people in it. So where people actually understand even this dynasty versus Nini is Niovio. So where people can actually go and actually exercise their own constitution. Okay, Romeo, sorry. I saw you. I mean, unajua mkono ikiinuliwa mimi
Oh, no,
nanyamazanga,
no. Finish.
I wanted
Just
to
finish.
finish. Can
Yeah,
I
please.
finish?
I was just saying you recognize me when you're done. That's all I was asking.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Julia is the one running the show. I'm not running the show today. I'm just here. So, but that's why I was trying to tell you, Lala, that I think what we needed is where we are headed, and I think is the cake is not cooked well yet. So we cannot anymore keep on saying that we are waiting for Baba to give us directions, and that's the best thing that we ever told him. Stay away from this thing. Uhuru, stay away from this thing. Just stay away. Let Kenyans themselves come. So that way they're going to liberate themselves, because if you keep on waiting on the leaders, there's nothing. Now, Kenyans can liberate themselves, and that's why you're seeing the mama mbogas, and people are starting to understand there was nothing called mama mboga. There was nothing called, electric motorcycles, and there's nothing called wheelbarrow. There's nothing, even the same thing. Just to finish real quick, Ruto went on national TV and said what? The houses will be 400,000. In Nakuru now, how much? They're saying 400 is just for you to qualify. It's just a down payment for you to qualify, and it's 4 million. Who's going to afford that? Who are buying these houses? So basically, I don't want to go to the housing thing. I'm just going to the whole scenario of everything that is happening in Kenya. That I'm telling you, we're in a good place, but I don't think we are right. I think we need some more time so that we have more people actually coming out by themselves and getting mad and coming out by themselves without saying Raila needs, Mother Karua needs, and whatever. Now the Law Society, hiyo ni vita yao. Mimi hiyo mi Kome, first of all, I don't even know if we are fighting for Kome, but we are also fighting for the judiciary. Let them fight their fights with the with Kinaruto and executive. That's their own fight, because both of them messed up our country. So every arm of the government has messed up our country. But now if they want to fight, let them fight for themselves. The only fight that I respect is the common mwananchi fight. And that is what we've been fighting for. That's why the other day I said we've sabotaged the dollar purposely, so that it looks so bad, so that even the international community walks away from us. We liberate ourselves as us, and we start understanding people are public servants and they're not waheshimiwa. The day you will tell me a public servant and not a mheshimiwa, Mr. Lala, I will salute you, ni kuinamie. Thank you. Sorry, I took your time.
Let me answer you. I don't think we are quite different in the disagreement is not as big as what you may think, because what we're talking about here is what is it that motivates people to go out. It's not whether Baba has to say it or Martha has to say it, but they are the examples of people that were already decided on which direction to go. And then now these others are being forced by the reality of that prophetic road to kind of make a turn and get to our side. In other words, there's a side that had made a decision, but we are waiting for others to get in there based on what? On those experiences, which is one way of looking at it. And we hope this is what will happen. The problem also that may happen is that sometimes when you wait too long, cancer will have metastasized to the point where you don't have what you're trying to preserve. And history tells us, what has happened to places like Eritrea and other countries that are no more, like Haiti and others, because they allowed this thing to work out to the point where the whole system was brought down, and it's so hard to get it up again because it's the wound and the cancer is so deep. So our hope is that these people come out quickly, okay? But what I was saying is that there's some people that they will want to come out, but it depends on whether they see it's safe to walk out. Then if there's no feel safe, they go back in. That's what I'm talking about. But otherwise, I think with the same way, same side. Thank you.
I don't know where my sister went. I mean, she's the moderator. Today, I'm not moderating anything. I was actually asking, I wanted to ask her if we can start on the feed, but I know Romeo had something to say. Yeah, Romeo had something, and then Maunga after that, haraka haraka tukifanyanga hivyo. I think before Caesar Rudi, and then we can decide if we want to open another feed. I think we have another 20.
Vile niko na maneno mingi hivi Mato, unataka kutufukuza kwa nini?
Sifukuzi, nasema leo ni Friday bwana, naweza fungua feed ingine
Romeo,
mkikubali
chukua
turudi.
time yangu.
Na Maunga ako hapa, unajua Maunga atachoma. It's just that the sister's left me next to Hash, anaweza nichapa. You see, hold on, you see the screen. Naogopa kuku hapa hivi next, na unaona hii sura hapa hivi, na Maunga anaweza tupa mkono huko bwana, anifikie.
Romeo, ongea, chukua time yangu sana Mato.
Yeah, by the way, Irene, I'm a big fan. I have a lot of respect.
Asante sana.
I just the correlation between the LSK maandamano and how that can be capitalized on by the Kenyan citizens to amplify the demonstration. I don't think there is a correlation there at all. First, I started by saying how in Kenya it looks like we live in a caste system where there are the people who wakiandamana wanaeskotiwa na polisi, and then there's the rest of us wenye tukiandamana, hata si kuandamana, tukiamua tu kukula keki in public, we are being tear gassed. The LSK situation will never translate to any serious movement of maandamano in Kenya. I do not see it. Because I started by stating how I was disappointed that the LSK men and women who are there to kind of protect us, because they help us interpret the law for us, they should have already been there for us even before their time. So it's almost like in Kenya, unaongoja until when Ruto affects you directly is when you show up on your own maandamano. We saw that with the business people. Watu wa biashara, wakati tax ilikuwa mingi, that's when they showed up. We are now seeing with the LSK people, because the judiciary is being attacked, and then they show up. Wengine sisi wetu, kwa sababu sisi ni watu wa ugali yetu, the prices have gone up, that's when we show up. There is almost division like that has been unknowingly been created amongst us in the society, where instead of you, Lala and Irene, showing up for me when my rights are being taken away, okay, so that if you show up for me today, then Ruto will probably think twice to take away someone else's right next time. But because you never showed up for me, and then you show up when now it really affects you directly, it creates that, for me, I think it creates a lack of unity in a society. And so the lack of unity is also something that these politicians have identified, and Ruto is using it. That's why Ruto has the audacity to have escorts for LSK, but will bomb someone eating a cake. Do we see the dichotomy here? We are all citizens under the same social contract called the Constitution. A lawyer is not above me in any way or form, and should never be. And when the lawyer sees that me, the common man, is being mistreated under the law, should stand up for me, so that next time when it's upon them, when the shoe is on the other side, then I'll also stand up with them. But if you ask me, this game is played very well. And if Kenyans don't see it, I don't know. I see it very clearly. The Law Society has good intentions, but they're falling short. They've fallen short many times. They should have come out many times, not just for the maandamano, for the Kenyans whose houses are being bombarded everywhere, every day. They should have come out for different situations, not just when it affects their house. Your neighbor's house is burning, you just stay in and you're saying, oh, sitaenda kusaidia kuzima hiyo moto so long as haijafika kwangu. But now imefika kwake. So should I get out and help them out? No, I'm not going to. I'm going to call them out. My brother, my sister, when the law was oppressing me, you never showed up. Now I'm wondering, what is the LSK?
Romeo, I even started learning some new lawyers today when I was looking at the mandamano, their mandamanos. It says, "Gee, Professor, who's G Nani?" I don't know which law they practice, where they practice it. People that I don't even know. Now I'm starting to see them. What are they helping me with as a common?
Yeah, where have they been for me when I needed them the most to help me interpret the law, since I don't have that education of the law? That's their job. And because they know I cannot afford a lawyer, what do we call them? Bunge la wananchi, men and women, when they're being taken to police station and we call it what is it called? Oh, there's a terminology for it. When they're moved from one police station to another and taken back and forth and taken to places where they don't even know, these lawyers never show up. Only one shows up. To me, I think these lawyers should have shown up en masse in court, demanding that these people's rights are being curtailed. For those reasons, in fact, the LSK should have sued the police. Kome's lawyer should have been in court defending why he does what he does. But have we ever seen that? Has any Kenyan ever sued the police? No one. Who has the capacity to sue the police when they do dirty work in Kenya? It's the Law Society of Kenya. But they only want to come out when it affects their house. So for me, with all the good intentions that they might have, it's Johnny come late. Number one. Number two, I don't see how they represent you and I. They only represent what affects them. That's my taking. Because if they represented me, they should have showed up for me when my house was being burnt down. They should have showed up for you and everybody else, but they're showing up late. So the other thing that I also wanted to address was oh God, if I can remember, I should have written it down.
Well, yours was a hand, bwana. Don't make it a dini.
Sawa. Wacha ikikuja nitarudi baadaye.
Yeah, I don't know where Julia is. I'm just holding for her. Maunga, the floor is all yours. Let's keep. Yeah. Yes.
Let's keep.
No. I was just telling, like, if we lift our hand, let's just keep it. Even me, I misbehave kidogo, so I'm not as innocent.
No. Actually, remember that I gave Romeo my time since he indicated he has. We wordy people understand each other kwa vilemba.
Thank
you. Start talking and then it flows and we cannot stop matter. So, kidogo mutatu, we are ravi. So the following would probably be my closing. We as it is.
Wait, don't close. We are here. It's Friday, bwana. Wacha siasa.
Si tuna close ya kwanza, lakini by the way vile nimesema kwa private chat, should anyone come with my name msimkubalie, nitakuja na tofauti na lazima muone video yangu. The other time someone tried to show that kumbe hii sauti yangu I soundingi tu hivi, kumbe mimi ni mwanamume niko na features za tofauti, kwa hivyo naomba muni protect.
I got your back.
Okay.
Hey, so unajua mimi niko hapa, mimi ni watchman.
Yes, moving on swiftly. So what we keep saying is, yeah, whatever you're doing in your society, social justice is something that affects all of us. We should all be social justice advocates and activists. At no time should something happen to your brother, to your neighbor, to your, like the next, whatever is happening to humanity will potentially happen to you within the space where you occupy. And sometimes just for as long as you're a human being, it is the same as being as perhaps saying falling ill. It can happen to anyone. So let us make sure that whatever it is that we are fighting for, we ensure that we are advocates of social justice. Let us do it right. Let us make sure that we are living for tomorrow tomorrow is not guaranteed. Let us leave tomorrow to a generation that will benefit from the fact that we lived at all. We have messed up enough. The people before us messed up enough. The opportunities that we have had and squandered, instead of doing the right thing, we've always bickered. Even this tribalism that we keep witnessing, you know, like, that is our first disease before anything else. We've got to now come and claim, we've got to look at ourselves. There's been talk here about people first admitting that we are wrong. So forgive me. So what is that admission that all Kenyans are going to make at this point first, and say we are all in this hole together? But how did we step here? Mato has alluded earlier. Where did the rain start beating us? It started beating us maybe slightly before 1963. You know, even before we got the independence, there was someone out there who did not recognize the fact that being a Kenyan is a philosophy. And that me protecting the life of another Kenyan, protecting my duty. What is my duty? I've got a right as a Kenyan. What is my duty to Kenya? My duty to Kenya would ensure that Kenya is a good place. Someone was saying, Kife the other day was coming and saying, oh, I came to Kenya, I found it's not as bad as you guys are saying. Why? Because he can easily fly to the US, live in a car, and their systems that protect him, their amenities, and he's safe, and he can live there. He can live off infrastructure that makes sense. But look at us. We are highly taxed. Draconian policies are put on us. We no longer have anywhere to point our children to in terms of values or anything like that. Kenya is now a pretty, you know, like, for lack of anything better, it can only get worse, is an absolute shithole. And for that particular reason, you as a Kenyan cannot stand on a high horse and start telling me the way, oh, you Kenyans talk too much and you're saying the wrong things about Kenya. Hell, Kenya is bad. It was better, and it had a better opportunity to be better. Somebody came and dropped that from us. Somebody came and is confirming to us that he's the reason, everything he's doing is the reason we did not want him here in the first place. So at what point are we supposed to sit here and now think that because we are talking, what are watalii wasikuje? They come in to see how we are being oppressed in our own land, and somebody see their records so that someone can steal from them after someone has stolen from them. Because right now, those ETAs that they're talking about, apparently someone has to put up their financial details and everything else. When those thieves in high places, when those Nigerians or Rutos come and steal from their systems, will they not say that Kenyans have stolen from them? So they have absolutely no business coming to Kenya right now, by the way. That 158 million that I hear has they have remitted since that ETA thing was brought in. That 158 million they're bringing in to a thief to steal it anyway. Then after they're stolen from, because they're putting their financial details and the banking details in the system, so those Nigerian tags of Rutos are going to be linked to those systems, and they're going to steal from them.
Monga, I need a favor from you. I need you to hold this feed. Just be the moderator for now. And as I set up the other one, we are really running out of time.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, I'll come back. I'll come back to close, but can you just at least na tunaona kuna who's this?
Njugu
Witu, please. I'm watching you. Show your camera, and then kama unaweza kaa nje utakaa tu nje.
Unasema show the camera alafu tumalizie hii problem kama that's better, Njugu.
Yeah, so yeah, he's,
you know, nowadays I'm afraid
Njugu,
of cameras going on.
Yeah. And before I close, I'll put the new feed on. Then we can all move on to the other side. So Maunga, here I'm moving you.
Yeah.
You seen where I've moved you? I've moved you to the front. So I'll leave to go fix the new show, and then Njungumwitu, if you don't get this one, then tupatane hiyo, tuangalia kwa comment section, nitakuwa nimeweka hapo hivyo when I come and close. So my dear sister, take over the show.
Hakuna mahali unaenda, tulia.
No, tunapatana hiyo side nyingine. I have to close this show.
Tunafungua feed nyingine.
Tunafungua feed nyingine yenye itakuwa mzuri. Tunafungua feed nyingine.
Aya,
yeah.
witu chukua yangu. Aya, Mato
Yeah.
sasa zile unaenda kuset up hiyo ingine, acha Njogu achukue yangu kwa sababu I'll hold on to what I'm saying. So sasa zile
Okay.
unafungua hiyo ingine, Njogu can be talking.
Okay, thank you, sister. Take
Just
it over.
as an introduction.
Yeah, take it over.
Oh, so what do you want to know anyway?
Guy, nilikuwa nadhani uko na kitu ya kusema. No, it's not like I was actually still talking. Now when I heard about the 2 minutes you're requesting for, I thought I'd give that to you, even as Mato is continuing to set up the other feed.
No,
So
I'm not
for me, I was
requesting for
still
2
on a
minutes
rant,
because
and my rant
you have a lot
was
of productivity. Nataka uendelee na hiyo unasema. It's good. We are tunaleta hizi ni kuchangia tu.
ndio nasema tunaenda kwa hiyo feed. Tumeenda kwa hiyo feed ingine Njogo kwa sababu nini hii tume exceed time. We're usually supposed to have it for about 5 hours. So in the event that there's any breach, you can then be able to easily edit it and then have the show not flagged down. So that's the reason we're having an extra feed. So we're here for extra time. So it was being suggested, he's opening another feed so we can all move there. But usually there's a way the audience usually folds quite significantly whenever we go to the other feed. The audience, anyone who's listening, I kindly request that we should all just be patient. When the other feed is opened, I request that we all move over there. It's been said that it's a Friday, and naturally we appear to have a lot more to talk about. So kindly mutembe na sisi, musituache tafadhali. Lala, I know you're going to join us.
This is
Romeo.
Real quick, Irene. Just to let the people on the, because this has happened to me, the people on the comment section, when the new feed comes on, you're gonna need to get out of your YouTube and refresh it so that you can get the new feed. Because that means like every time there is a change, if you don't do that, people don't see the new feed coming up. So they're still in the old feed. So they're gonna have to normally refresh their YouTube, and then the new feed will show up and then be able to come in. People in the comment section. Just FYI.
Okay, great. Yeah. So everyone in the comment section, kindly bear with us as we open the new feed, and then we can join on the other side, so we can refresh. So probably what I'll request Mato to do would be that he ends the show immediately, so that way you cannot be able to see this one. So you can only transfer to the other feed, so you can carry on with the conversation. Asanteni.
Yeah. So what normally happens is, when we transfer from this feed to the new one, some people actually are left on this feed. I don't know how they never come back. I've seen that happening. And so if I were you,
yeah,
you're just
okay,
watching
I
on
guess
the side.
it's probably okay. So like once someone is on the show, you just sometimes get comfortable. Perhaps you're doing something else, and so what that means is perhaps you're not really looking to go elsewhere or anything. So unless there are people who are probably just had just logged in, or probably there was something that they needed to catch up on or contribute to, maybe on the comment section, then they find themselves going to the other feed. But normally they do not. But I request that we should move, since we're many. I wouldn't want us to lose these numbers just because we've exhausted our first session.
Cool.
So I hope Mato is going to communicate soon as that is ready.
Yeah.
But we too, you can changia a bit. You can changamsha as a bit, even as you wait for.
To me, actually,
Mato
I was
to come
really
to the next.
when I jumped on earlier, I was really interested in talking about the question that Julia had asked about how. I'm trying to remember how the question was asked. That are we just we Africans? Are we? Sorry.
Phrase it and then.
Yeah, I think the question was framed this
No.
way.
I was just thinking, if you didn't get the phrasing right, because I think I've been on the most of the time, I could always help you rephrase. But go ahead.
Please,
I think
please,
I can.
if you remember.
Yeah. No. What she had said, what she was asking, are we as Africans not responsible for our own? It almost appears every time we keep pointing at somebody else for treating us wrong. What is it? Now her question was, is there something about how we treat ourselves that makes it easy? There she's back. Julia, take over. I'm glad to see you.
So, okay, thank you for that. Recollection, because I wanted to remember how Julia actually framed the question. And to me, I think is yes and no. This way. We are quick as Africans to blame other people. I totally agree. That's the yes part that I do. But we got to remember, we Africans were really shortchanged big time from the beginning. And I have seen this happening where at some point I thought we were children of a lesser God. Like, how stupid can we be? How can we fall to these tricks again and again? How can we be so gullible all the time where I've
Hello,
noticed...
Romeo, sorry to talk to
Leo ni 13th.
who is
13th
this?
of January.
Huyo nani naye ni nani? Okay, Romeo. Naona time yetu imeenda. Sijui,
Okay.
can we wind up? Like, in fact, I should have, sijui nani Kenya with love ameenda wapi. Should have ended the show.
Ameenda kufungua ingine.
Oh, okay, let's wind
Ameenda
up.
kutengeneza
Alafu
feed
we are
ingine.
moving over
Okay,
there.
let me cut this because we're already at 6 hours. Then we join him. Is that okay?
It's already opening the other one, and then we are moving
Yeah,
there.
okay,
I think you're-
Okay, let me cut this, then we join. Romeo, let's go the next one. Asante sana, Romeo.
Awesome.
Scott, Lala, Maunga, thank you so much. Let's go the next one. And thank you so much, viewers. Let's go the next show. Asante. Tukutane kwa next show.